Pretty okay tattoo. All right, so Longdeath. Current year is 257. I think the ridiculous thing is the fact that we've officially hit like that's like normal history, right? That's not long history, that's just normal history. Or medium history, I think? Or is medium 500? Don't you have to go into the office today too, pilot? Speaking of, how did that go? Meeting all your coworkers for the first time. Or is that next week? Anyway. We return to this place. Longdeath. Off today and tomorrow? Okay. So tomorrow's your first day at the office then? So for those of you who maybe missed it, there's a forgotten beast in here. This guy. Which is a three-eyed ceratops, basically. And it lives over here in this corner. Something that we did. Uh-oh. The fuck's going on? It's late spring, and a merchant just went berserk. And left the map. Okay. Hey, Socks, what's up? That's good to hear, pilot. I have a question. Do you think the humans are starting to go insane as indentured servants? He had allergies from the springtime. I mean, he killed a horse. I think he killed... Yeah, he killed his horse. And then just fucked off. Also, I have a question. Why is there wagonwood logs there? Is that human wagon? Must be human wagon. What the fuck? How? Yeah, obviously from a wagon tree. Totally. Yeah, that's... So, this is another one of those moments where I'm sitting here going, okay, how long was this human there? Because I've only been trading with one human faction for a while. They've only been sending one. And I haven't traded with the Mountain Home in a very long time. So if I'm only trading with one of two human factions, was that person from the other one that I haven't been trading with and has just been standing on the map for the last, like, 4 years? 5 years? 6 years? What the shit? That's just, I don't know. That's genuinely bonkers to me. Absolutely insane. Anyway, the current living dwarves are Max the Second, Knowles, Massive, Spitalier. Not Spitalier isn't massive. Massive and Spitalier are different dwarves. Cyrolac the Second, Whitcoat, Pilot the Third, Simplex, Audio the Second, H2O, Critty, Cooler, Peter the Second, Bluewater, Kade, Daturo, Ghost, Tiny Goliath, Trees, Aquafuncalistic Booty Whap, Bastet Formal, Defcom, Corvius Suede, Patchwork, Clay, Goffer, LaFonda, Vimamel, Jack Nurick, Stone, Abe Exendi, Taurus, Belug, The Scoid, Axon, Chico, Seeker, and of course, Beer Manir. 'Tis the year 257, meaning we are 155 years into Longdeath. Well, actually, no, 152, not 55. 152. My math was off. 260 will be 155. Or 255. A horse has been found dead. Well, naturally, yes. I don't know. I am so confused. These humans are getting weird, and they're starting to, like, make me nervous. Like... Oh no, you died. Yes, you did die. I'm pretty sure you died, like, pretty close to the end of the last stream. The humans are going ins... I think the humans are starting to go insane. Fool's like... Eh. How long did you spend at the mall yesterday, Fool? Guess what I did? I went for a fucking walk. In 40 degrees. In jeans and a t-shirt. Just because I was like, I need some exposure therapy. I need to go outside and I need to go for a walk at 5 p.m. just so that, number one, I can get outside. But number two, I just need to go for a walk so that I can prove to myself that when it's 32 degrees outside, I can go grocery shopping or something if I were to need to so that it doesn't feel as hot. And you know what? It kind of worked. Also, it's hotter in the building, my building's hallways than it is outside. That makes me nervous. And it is summertime now. Thanks, game. So let's play the game of will the dwarves trade with us this year?
Number 1. How are you blind?
If we have a level 5 hype train, Brander, in the next like 30 minutes, Brander has stated you will get this tattooed on his person. Just saying. Also, I'm putting that on a record slip, Matt, because that is way too fucking cool. Anyway, outside of number 1, how am I doing? I'm doing all right. I mean, I wish I was that hot. Like, if I was hot enough to be heating up the planet, I have a feeling I'd probably be paid by, like, some magazine to be a supermodel for them and not, like, you know, streaming for bits on the internet. But I guess I should shut up and take the compliment. Hi, Haas. How are you? Today started off with literally a human going berserk seconds after we started. We started and a human went berserk. It was literally just like, up, there, like we started and I was just like looking around in the basement and looking at stuff, and then it's just a merchant has gone berserk. You're eating the wrong planet. That or the moon, maybe. Maybe the moon. Chico's a little depuesto. I've been rained on and you feel dejected. You are the head of the bear fighters. So let's get the bear fighters training, because that's what makes you happy, Chico. Let's go let you punch things in a waterfall. Actually, you know, honestly, that sounds kind of nice right about now. Not gonna lie. Seems kind of nice right about now. Bit tired though. Yeah, I get you. But I'm doing all right. H2O outside of the heat. Your dwarf is still alive and well. You feel pleasure. Remember putting on an exceptional item. How old are you? 151 years old. You're missing your right ear. You got into a fist fight with a few things, and you lost your right ear. But you're, you know, still alive and well. Still doing your thing, which is good. It's what we need. Dwarves being alive and doing their thing. Hi, Pie. How are you? Yeah, it happens. But thanks for the $1. The first bits of the week. Cheers. But yeah, no, I've decided. I'm putting this on a slip mat because this is too fucking cool and I have to do something with it. So I'm definitely going to put this on a record player slip mat. Because that is just way too fucking cool looking. I have to do something with it, so I'm putting it on a slip mat. Maybe a mug. And some maybe one or two other things, but it's definitely going on a record slip mat. Because that is way too fucking cool. But my question is, how was everybody's Monday? What did you guys get up to in your part of the world, aside from potentially just sitting around and sweating? Because, you know, that's mostly what I did. The exposure therapy was actually kind of nice. The exposure therapy was actually kind of nice, like going for a walk. I think I'm going to try and do that on the hot days. Just get outside for a little bit. You slapped metal. Explain? You played D&D last night, something to do? Meeting and reading. Sounds fun. Is there anything in those cages, dwarves? Nope, just water. You fished lying on your floor. You wait, hold on, what? What do you mean by you fished? There's a peacock in the other cage over there. But anyway, what I was talking about before that bloody human went insane is there is a forgotten beast in our basement down here. But it seems to just live here. I haven't seen it move outside of this one tile. And I'm not entirely certain it can swim. It probably can. I'm kind of thinking about just dropping something heavy on it. Maybe like caving in a layer on it or something. Or seeing if we can cave in a layer on it. I mean, there it just moved, so potentially it can. But we are actually exploring the cavern layers a bit. So what I did was I dug down. Humans, I'm talking. Let me talk. Jeez. Anyway, the humans are here to trade. What we did was we dug down to this layer minus 24, and did this little channeling session in here, and carved fortifications in the walls so we could peek through. We found a bunch of tetrahedrite, which I'm not going to mine out just yet. We will, but not just yet. And the actual reason for that is we are still working on this. We are still working on this. Now, the actual lava tube is going to need to go through the caverns, and so I needed to know what I was going to have to dig through. And fortunately, just that, and only 1 Z level deep, so it's actually not going to be that bad. It'll be a pretty quick and easy ordeal. The humans appear to have arrived to trade, so we will have to trade with them. At least they're not pissed at us. And they've also sent Shama, the royal treasurer. Leaving a trail of dead trip player characters. Yeah, that's the natural way of things now, isn't it? You made a bird feeder hook that fits around a tree and an amulet pendant thing. Huh. Neat. Metal crafting is cool. And I'm apparently just sitting here losing my voice. That's apparently what I'm doing. The heat's gotten to my throat, it seems. Human, are you okay? Human just saw something real scary and ran away for a bit. All right, let's jump down to this layer. And actually, hold up. What does the king want? 2 ballista arrows? Now let's jump over to you. What's a convenient thing for a streamer to lose? What, my voice? I mean, I feel like I most commonly lose my voice when there is sudden changes in temperature around me. So if it suddenly gets really hot, I will lose my voice. If it suddenly gets really cold, I will lose my voice. What else can I sell? Blinded. For a second there, I thought that you meant that I was muted. When you said blinded mute, and I'm sitting there going like, wait, did like I looked over at OBS to make sure that my microphone wasn't muted. This is officially just going to become a sign language stream. Waiting for that any day now. I generally don't catch colds. Generally. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I do, but generally I don't. Like, I will maybe catch a cold every few years. But then again, you have to catch a cold from somebody else, right? So I guess if masks stick around as a common thing that people wear, I know in certain areas they're already like completely gone, but if they stick around, maybe people will get colds less. I know I've heard reports and people stating that, oh, my allergies didn't act up this year, even though there was pollen everywhere. It's because of the masks. Just kind of like, no boobs. Well, I mean, there will probably never be boobs on this stream. Let's be frank here. Unless I have a friend over, there will probably never be a person with boobs on my stream. Which is kind of unlikely, because I don't know about you, but there's this thing about having an audience. It's where it's kind of like a thing that you kind of have to dedicate to. Wearing a mask at work today? Yeah. So I mean, maybe that's it. Like if you're one of those people who gets easier or gets sick easily, perhaps it's not a bad idea to just wear it during cold season. It's not even that everyone's gonna keep wearing masks, but what's stopping you, right? Like nothing's gonna stop me from wearing a mask for probably quite a while. Oh shit! The other humans arrived to trade. Okay, so I'm willing to bet now the reason the other humans weren't trading is because they just had that merchant that was slowly going bonkers in the, like, corner of the map. So does that mean there's, like, a dwarf somewhere on this map that's just slowly going insane? And that's why the dwarves aren't trading with me? Also, yeah, that's a very, very, very small shipment, too. It's only 2 wagons. Shama says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild that makes them greetings to your people, there is much to discuss. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. Gets you strange looks again? Fuck 'em. That's all I have to say on that subject. If people give you strange looks for wearing a mask, yeah, fuck 'em. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Into hero costumes, full-time Halloween? I mean, depending on how cool you are, I've definitely seen some pretty creative masks out there. Warhammers, bracelets, anvils, and backpacks. I mean, just like I feel like I'm a broken record when I say this. And Shama says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I feel like a broken record when I talk about this, but like, as somebody who is still immunocompromised, who doesn't really want to get sick, it's probably just not a bad idea for me to wear a mask anyway. You have a mask with a raptor on it? I have a mask with a bunch of beer bottles on it. I don't ever wear it, though. I have 3 gray ones, a black one, and then one with beer bottles on it, and I never wear the one with beer bottles on it just because, I don't know, that one gets me funny looks. but I saw somebody walking around. I've seen people walking around with like the Mad Max guy's mouth. Furiosa, was that his name? No. Who's the bad guy in Mad Max Fury Road? It's been a minute since I saw that movie. Anyway, whatever the name of the bad guy in Mad Max Fury Road was, that guy. I've seen that mask a lot. I've seen like Spider-Man ones. Till you have full 5G. I mean, even like here's the thing. Even with full 5G, you can still get sick, right? Like that's the thing that like I think shouldn't be relaxed. Like people should still be kind of wary about that. It's like you can still get COVID-19 even with it. You can still get it. Your monitor's finally here? Post pictures in PC Builders on Discord. Post at Battle Station. We should do those again. It's been a while since we've done Battle Station posts on Discord. Oh, did you already post it? Oh, hey, look, my monitor. I have that monitor. Also, that looks familiar. Whatever could that be for? Tip, put it on the wall behind your monitor. Because a lot of the echo actually comes from the wall behind your monitor, bounces off and bounces back into the mic. Although I'm a little bit disappointed that you didn't go for like the pink colored ones.
Criplurk the football has me lurking but to look 49 months.
Hooger, I've got a question. At what point do I become a old streamer? Like, is it 50 months? Is it 75 months resubs? Is it the 100 month resub mark? Like, what number what concurrent running sub counts do we need before I'm considered an old channel? Regardless, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 49 months. Cheers, man. Enjoy the footballs. Enjoy the balls and the foots. Tabletop time, you have fun. Bastap. You desecrated your battle station by cleaning last week? How did you desecrate your battle station by cleaning? Battle stations need to be dusted. What? Or did you, like, completely disassemble the whole thing to clean it? Because I do that from time to time. Just completely disassemble everything, take everything off the desk, dust everything, clean my desktop, and then reassemble the whole thing. I'll do that from time to time. Frankly, I should probably do that more often. Beto says, the craftsmanship of the dwarves is unparalleled. I mean, naturally, it would be craftsmanship if it was anybody else. Just have no time to clean? Fair enough. I mean, if I had no time to clean, then sure. But I work that into my work day. Kind of just want to buy some fruits from them. Actually, you know what? Let's get some meats, because any kind of food variety is good. Orca kidney. Swordfish intestines. Humans, you're weird. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you don't have the Dorito dust in your keyboard stops working. Didn't you know that? But no, I specifically keep my stuff clean, just because I'm a bit of a maniac when it comes to that. If anybody who I've had many compliments about how clean my apartment is, and I sit here going, but it's so dirty. What are you talking about? There's like dust on the floor and stuff. Like I am kind of a maniac when it comes to keeping my stuff clean. Right, yeah, last time I fucked up and didn't actually request everything that I needed. Let's just buy berries and stuff from them. Foodstuffs. I really need to reword that auto post thingy that the bot does. And there we go. We'll let them bring some more stuff because they're still bringing stuff, but... Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, it's because you're cleaning. That makes sense. I do that every now and again. It's like, why is that dwarf just standing there? It's like, oh, they're cleaning vomit off the ground. Arr. But yeah, I don't know. I think working in cleaning for so long kind of reprogrammed my brain to keep everything super clean and tidy. I don't like organizing things though. Like my apartment is exceptionally clean, but like I don't keep my records in alphabetical order. So just stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. I guess we all just have our vices. Like, an old friend of mine used to keep their place extremely messy. Like, it was like stuff everywhere. Like, every single flat surface just had like stacks of mail and newspaper, and there was just like clothing everywhere all the time. Like, nothing ever made it into the dresser, and like, it always looked like there was just like perpetual laundry happening. All of their books perfectly organized. Like, alphabetical order, and organized by author, super clean, super well organized. All their DVDs were like perfectly organized as well. All of their Blu-rays were perfectly organized, all on different shelves. They had a pretty big collection of action figures, which were also super well organized and positioned very neatly. But like everything else is just like everywhere. And yeah, I guess it just be like that sometimes. No, it feels like it. It just be like that sometimes. Investments are open, heads up chat. But like it's just, I don't know. we all just have our priorities, I guess. Sounds like a proper man cave. It's only a proper man cave if there is a illuminated Bud Light sign on the wall. You know? That is actually something I don't have anywhere in my anywhere in my house. Is something that says beer. My parents have this really good sign that I've thought about trying to steal, which just says free beer and cheap coffee. And it's this nice like metal imprinted sign. You know what? You know what's a dumb, because like you guys were talking about me getting or trying to get a coffee sponsorship in the future. You know what would be a dumb sponsor that I would absolutely love to have? A dumb sponsor that I would absolutely love to have would be Displate. I would love to like get sponsored by Displate. I'm trading back all of the stuff I just bought, so don't do that. Just trying to get rid of the crap. There we go. All that stuff. There we go. Yay, pilot. Yay, FedEx really came through and actually delivered the thing they were supposed to. Shoutouts to FedEx. If it was DHL, it just never would have arrived. So, yay, FedEx, I guess. Just because, like, I kind of, like, I don't, you know, something's stinking up the place. What's rotten up in here? I think the problem is we were cooking a bunch of food, but now we're just hauling too much stuff, so it's gonna take a little bit. How much stuff is still over here? Good lord. Oh my word. You know, let's just forbid that for a minute. And just put stuff away in the fort instead of, you know, there. How's Chico doing? There you go. Much happier. But, like, I would just love to see Cooler's artwork blown up on those steel, or metal, rather. Like, posters, because those are really cool looking. Which is this stuff. Also, apparently they have a fucking deal going on. This stuff, like, they're just these big metal posters. Like, you know, you can buy movie posters from them if you really wanted, but, you know, in another life when I was a bit more of a weeb, I'd consider this. That's actually really fucking nice looking. Yeah, no, they're just posters made of metal. And they partner up with streamers all the time and put streamer merch on things. I can't adult now, I'm gaming. Yeah, okay. Because someone wants that on their wall, right? You are indeed investing wisely today. That's how I felt when I looked at my crypto wallet this morning. I was like, whoa, neat. I made theoretical money. Giant Olm was fighting with the Forgotten Beast. The Forgotten Beast move off of this spot. And you are moving about. But yeah, so we're going to need to continue working on the glass tower today. That is the project. That is, we're going to try and get it down to the cavern layer. And then shortly after, we get to go scouting and find the next one. Because I kind of want to have the lava lamp done by, let's say, year 350 within the next 100 years. Still has a headphone jack. That is actually a very legitimate selling point. Holy shit. Although the problem is I am so accustomed to using wireless earbuds now, I don't actually own, outside of like these ones, I don't actually think I own any headphones with a headphone jack anymore. I finally found a decent brand of wireless headphones, which ironically is not the one that sponsored me. Because, believe it or not, a while ago I was hawking a company's set of wireless headphones. And, you know, honestly, I had 3 sets. They all broke. So, which they gave me. They all died. None of them work anymore. Whereas the $20 Amazon Basics wireless earbuds I have work just fine. So I don't know. Something's a little sketch there. The king has ended a mandate, and I now need to make more ballista arrows. I think someone may have just gotten put in prison, though. Did they? Doesn't look like it. All right. Simplex is the manager. So let's go let you do your thing for a second. Yeah, basically it's like it's those ridiculously big screen phones that do that. I don't know. I don't really listen to music on my phone much. I listen to podcasts. So I've actually hey, I've been welcomed to my chat room. Chat, can someone type can I get a round of beers so that I know that you guys can actually see so that I know that my chat's working and I can see what you're writing. Cheers. Thanks, Grace.
Woo!
Because Twitch just welcomed me to the chat room, meaning I just got booted out of my own chat. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be welcomed back to my own chat room that I never left. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's like I don't really listen to music on my phone. I listen to podcasts. So I don't really care about audio quality. And I'm, I guess, just in the wireless earbud ecosystem now. So it makes sense for me to just do that. It just makes sense for me to just do that. I mean, I come here often. I don't know about you, Cassie. Socks needs help, I think. This is like a cry for ad-free viewing. Methinks. You know that none of us see those, right? Also, I'm kind of sad. Evil Trick got into the follower emotes beta. I'm not in the follower emotes beta. Are you just like copying everything that Stode is saying? Just like copy pasting everything? I mean, debug is you know, not free anymore. Because I'm a horrible sellout. Just a horrible sellout. I don't even know what menu that is. What screen I just ended up in, or what hotkey I hit to get into that screen. They're still pondering cauterization. But yeah, no, I think that this is going to be a exciting time for this fort. This is a robbery. Put your bugs in the bag. Thank you much for gifting a sub to Socks. You can use the power of imagination. I can play games in ASCII. I don't need to. I don't need your damn graphics. Just like on Twitch. I don't need your damn emotes. I can imagine them myself. But thanks all the same for gifting a sub to Socks. Now you don't have to use your imagination. Now I can use the power of thanks. Yes. Now you can. The power of thanks. A power that a lot of humans could do with. You do have to refresh, though. Yes, you do. Well, I mean, it will just eventually work, I think, but generally refreshing makes it go quicker. We've assembled 2 ballista arrows plus the other ballista arrows. It's funny because my bot still doesn't understand what debug is. Or any, like, of the new Twitch things. So it literally just posts these error messages or the what emote, which I think is hilarious. It's just like, what? Or like weird smiles. It's very funny to me. At least I think that's very funny. Tredge with the Prime sub, 46 months.
Crypt debug, crypt jams, crypt mech.
You know, in the past, I have stayed subscribed to channels for a really long time just for the emotes. I wonder if there's anybody who's just... The power of Saurian spruce sap gum. Fuck spruce sap. God, shit's disgusting. Anyway, thank you very much for the 46 months. I wonder if there's any people that are just subscribed to me for the emotes these days. I'll bet you there's some. There's probably at least 5. At least. But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 46th month. Welcome back. You typically fall asleep watching Twitch and wake up to a gifted sub. I mean, that's like falling asleep and waking up with 3 things. You'd be a little upset? Well, I'm sort of getting rid of it. Sort of. I'm improving it, actually. Although there is this one, which is going to stick around, the free one. But I am making changes to it. I'm gonna get cooler to animate it, which hopefully will be a improvement. So it'll be actually waving. We are bringing the glass. I'm continuing the tube. But I don't think that that quite counts as getting rid of it. That is an improvement. I'll be honest. When Cringer got rid of his original cringe T emote, I was very sad. You like it? I mean, you'll still have the non-animated blind wave, which is just on better Twitch, because I'm just gonna leave that one for free forever. But outside of that one, the official one's just going to become animated. So we're not getting rid of it. It's just going to actually be waving. You actually can't see that? Oh, are you on mobile or something? FFZ has a plugin, which is Better Twitch plugin, that lets you also see Better Twitch emotes if you do want to see them. There you go. I don't know what browser you're using, but if you're using Chrome, that'll do it. On Firefox? Then just look it up on the Firefox plugins, because I know it exists for Firefox too. I use Brave, which is Chromium, so. What could be better than that? You know, that's a good question. What could be better than that? Two of them. Yeah, there you go. Two debugs is better than one debug. Like, you feel bad when you get gift subs for small channels that you have no interest in even attempting to watch. Yeah. I don't feel bad, though. And there's a very specific reason why I don't feel bad. It's because they got paid, right? It's like, if you get gifted an emote to a channel that you hate, then it kind of sucks because it's like, man, I don't want you to get money. Like that one time somebody gifted me a sub to Casey-tron. It's like, I don't mind Casey, she's fine, but I have no interest in her channel and don't really watch that style of content. So that one I was like, why did somebody fucking waste their money on this shit? Like, I didn't feel bad, but I'm just like, eh. That is another way, but it still downloads it, Plug. I mean, the Casey-tron, the streamer that used to turn all the heads, but now just doesn't because she's super tame compared to half the shit that's on Twitch these days. Casey's fine. She's just a parody of herself. I don't know. I don't find it particularly funny. There you go, Axon. It's not a third-party website, but okay, whatever. It's not a third-party website. It's just how you get Chrome extensions. If you enable it in the settings, it just does the exact same thing. But I have both of the plugins running, so on my end. So I don't use the add-on pack. So there are a few settings in Better Twitch that are not available in FFC that I like. So. I don't know. I don't really consider downloading a browser extension from the official browser store a third-party website, but semantics. Let's do that. And this. And this. And go over to here. And a ramp up. Firefox kind of sucks. Just in general. I actually like. I'm always a little bit shocked when I hear that people still use Firefox because I hate that browser so much. It is easily like my least favorite web browsing experience since fucking Netscape. Like ugh. The most issues I've ever had with a web browser was with Firefox. I've never actually used Safari, so I have no opinion on Safari. I've never even used Safari mobile because when I briefly had a iPod Touch, I installed the mobile Opera browser, which is what I was using at the time. You're gonna try Brave. You could go back to Chrome though. You have not loads of RAM, so it's not an issue. Brave uses less RAM than Chrome does, by a lot. Probably still more RAM than a non-Chromium browser, but at least my experience with it, it's been pretty lightweight for all of the features it has. It's definitely a lot faster than Chrome, I'll tell you that. As a web developer, you fucking hate Safari? I don't blame you. I would hate anything Apple if I was a web developer. I've been really liking Brave. I'm not a huge fan of the mobile browser for Brave, but it's my favorite web browser that I've used in a while. I used to really like Opera. But then they made it bad. I don't know. It just got slow and crashy all of a sudden, and I stopped using it. And I also, for a while there, really enjoyed using Vivaldi. But my issue with Vivaldi was it's not Chromium, and FFZ and Better Twitch didn't work with it, at least at the time. They might now. But when I tried it, those didn't work. And I need those for accessibility reasons. So, also Murphist, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Aren't people using Firefox because it's not based on Chrome or something? I mean, people have a lot of reasons for using Firefox. I mean, Firefox is fine. I just personally had really bad experiences with it. There's plenty of good reasons to use Firefox. Plenty of good reasons. It stops working if you don't update it. Why wouldn't you update it? When your programs break, you always blame Microsoft. Condolences. The anger in one place. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. A lot of the time, it's not Microsoft's fault, though. Yeah, no, see, like, I used Chrome for a long time because Firefox gave me a ton of issues for some reason. I don't know. Signal messaging app on your phone did that. Went to Mesh, then it said your version is too old. That's weird. I've never heard of the Signal messaging app before, but I mean that kind of makes sense. I mean, depending on how the messaging app works. The funny thing with iOS, any browsers that you install is Safari because Apple forces devs to use the web components of Safari to display pages. Huh. Weird. How long has that been a thing? I've never heard that before. That's wild, actually. You know, can I ask an honest question? Anybody out there who uses Apple products, why? Just why? Like, do you like the interface? Is it a convenient ecosystem? Yeah, just why? Like, to me, the only real demographic for people who, there are like two main demographics that I can tell that use Apple products. It's either for work, which is quite a common one. It's like, oh, well, all of the software I need for work is... I mean, I have in-ear noise-canceling earbuds that are almost $100 cheaper than AirPods Pro, and they are very good noise-canceling earbuds. So, but like, it's always either people who need it for work, which I guess is like, I would say that that's understandable. Like if you're maybe a web developer and you need to have a Mac to be able to make things run on it, like that makes sense. If you're doing like a lot of editing stuff, like, okay, I could see the argument there, especially if you're working with a team and that's just what they use. Like that makes sense. So it's like people who use it for work, but like, why would you just buy a Mac? Okay, I don't know what active noise canceling is, so maybe not. What the heck is active noise canceling? Is this like a trademark thingy? On this iPhone, I charge my P30 Pro every other day. And I use my phone pretty heavily. Unless I'm like watching Netflix, then I have to charge it, obviously. You use Apple products, Xcode, and Mac because it's work. Personally, you hate Apple. Yeah, like everybody's just like, I use it for work, but I hate Apple. I don't know. I do not understand it. It's like the people who genuinely like Apple products. I don't fully get it. Is passive noise canceling just plugging your ears? Yeah, I don't know what active noise canceling is, and I'm kind of curious now. I've never heard of active noise canceling before. Digging the tube. Wait, time of year. It's late summer, getting into fall. Sends an opposing sound wave in your ear and thereby cancels out the outwards. Sends an opposing sound wave in your ear and thereby cancels the outworld sound actively. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds expensive. I mean, I don't listen to music loudly, and my earbuds fully cancel outside sounds. Your English is so bad when you want to explain something hard. I mean, I didn't. Hold on. Active noise cancellation is when your records sounds and plays sounds that cancel the sound wave from the surrounding. I mean, what your explanation made more sense to me than Murphist's explanation. But the annual tributes from the humans have arrived. I like this person's name. Pabpath. Pabpath. Hi, Pabpath. Following Pabpath. But no, that makes sense, Denson. That's weird. I don't know. I've been thinking about investing in some of those headphones that send the sounds through your jawbone and in through your ear bones, like the ones that are just like, it like rests on your jaw underneath your ears so that you can hear your music perfectly and nobody can hear it outside of you, but you can hear everything around you. Just because like walking around outside with perfectly noise canceling headphones is a good way to get hit by a car. Just saying. If the noise canceling stops working when the battery dies, it was active noise cancellation. Huh. I mean, yeah, that's actually a very good explanation. Don't think those are a gimmick anymore? When were they a gimmick? I don't think they were ever a gimmick. They're just kind of a neat alternative to earbuds. If you're blasting it, yeah. Yeah, they must have killed some forgotten beast at some point. I'd be kind of curious. Maybe a war went on over there or something. I'm assuming you want me to. They brought a llama. Neat. I'm gonna put that with my goats. Shoutouts to the llama. Let me know when you got it, so. I'm assuming you got it, but I don't want to close it early. Got cat. And now we wait for the other humans who, you know, don't bring a yak to carry their stuff, so it's significantly slower for them to get it to my place. Llama received, goal accomplished. Well, yes, I didn't have a specific goal to acquire a llama, but I have acquired a llama. Formal has been possessed. Possess you, sir. What's Formal gonna go make? Crafts, I think. Looks like it. Whoop, nope, not a craft. Mason shop. Ooh. Ooh. Is that a granite? Is that granite? I think that may be granite. Granite! Hey, picture. One Formal Blizzard is making me an artifact. How old is Formal? 37. That was a decent tribute. That faction sends us these ludicrously big tributes all the damn time. Oh, like what they're using? Hold on. I'll wait until they. If you hit T, you can see what's in the stockpile, and if you hit Q and they're just sitting on the stockpile, you can look at what they need. Is there worse alpacas? They're tall alpacas. The llama can go live with the unicorns, I think. Same with that rabbit. I don't know why I have a rabbit, but apparently I have a rabbit. Where the heck are those other humans? Walking very slowly. All right, well. Tall alpacas. Yeah, there you go. Yes, by non-council standards, it's huge. Like, the other two factions that bring me stuff bring me almost nothing, but it's just that specific faction that just brings a ridiculous amount of stuff. Ooh. Tribes of Midgard keys are going out soon. That's actually really neat. And look at that. Would ya fucking look at that? Kavish, welcome back. How many years has it been? It's been a while. That's for sure. It's been a while. It has indeed been a while. Who make llama corns? God, wouldn't that be brilliant if that was actually a thing? Just quickly applying for a key, because I would like to play it. Tribes of Midgard, because we'll probably do team stuff with that. All right, key applied for. It's nice. The humans have arrived to trade with us. Or not the humans. The dwarves have arrived to trade with us again. It's been a long time. See, this is a much more normal tribute. Although to be totally fair, they had to kill 5 llamas and 5 horses. That's a lot of livestock for this. Like, prepared horse heart? That's got to be some sort of a delicacy, you know? I tried to make a pun out of delicacy and I couldn't do it. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Yeah, if you need to tell if you're missing anything, you hit Q. And then you hit T to see what they have in the workshop, to see what they still need. Speaking of, let's jump back down to that formal blizzard. So, Picture Point, how's things? What you been up to? How's the fish tank running? I had it up most of yesterday until I shut the computer off. A water buffalo is fighting with a rabbit? Why? Why? Why is the... So... Chat. This rabbit is being put into this paddock. I think it got ran over by this wagon. The water buffalo kicks the rabbit with a left hoof, but the attack glances away. I'm pretty sure it got ran over by that wagon. Oh, no, never mind. They're still fighting. Where the Also, there's a baby unicorn up on the wall. What the fuck? What is going on? Why is there a rabbit? Why is my rabbit fighting with some unknown water buffalo? Anyway, Formal's begun a mysterious construction, so he has everything that he needs. But the way you check is you hit T to look at what's in the stockpile, right? So he grabbed 2 pieces of granite, some unicorn bone, rough bone opals, dingo leather, stray reindeer bone, unicorn bone, silver bars, and rough bone opals. And then if you hit Q, once he's begun the mysterious construction, he mutters the name of it. So he's muttering Babette Dumont. But normally he would be stating what he needs, so what items he needs. So I need something from a quarry, some bone, skeletons. I need cut gems, that stuff. Yeah, the rabbit got stepped on and it startled the rest of the my livestock, which is very strange. Simplex is running over here to conduct a meeting real quick. Fish says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Gnomes. We return after many years of break of trading for some reason. Where the fuck have you been? Seriously, guys, where the actual fuck have you been? Let's go on with the import agreement. Let's talk about your Crastor ship. And I look forward to our meeting next year. I certainly hope you come back next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. They were certainly falling with no one to give our shit to. Although, I don't have a ton to sell them right now. Man, I wish I could just sell them those bins without the bars and blocks in them. Let's sell all these statues, because I got a bunch of statues that I should get rid of. Let's see if how many of them they can actually carry. There we go. Meditate on Earth. Wonder when they say on Earth if they mean like on soil? Like they are thinking about like dirt and shit? Or if they're thinking about the planet Earth. And their interdimensional overseer. Probably just dirt, right? It's probably just dirt. Definitely dirt. What is dirt? It's worm poop. Is less or more frustrating than tome? Depends on how easily you get frustrated. Formal, the planter, has created Bobette Dumat, a granite coffin, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris, work-ticked. That is awesome and also excessively dark. You're still learning right now? I mean, play slowly. And you'll learn faster. What difficulty are you playing on, Axon? Hard? Put it on easy and learn the game on easy. Or put it on medium and learn the game. Because hard is hard for me. And I have almost 300 hours in the game. So just put it on medium or even easy and just learn the game. Then crank up the difficulty. There's no shame in that. Otherwise, don't complain. Bobette Dumat, 52,800. This is a granite coffin. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with trillion-cut bone opals and decorated with unicorn bone, and encircled with bands of cushioned granite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of granite, dingo leather, and silver. On the item is an image of a copperhead snake in unicorn bone. On the item is an image of a giraffe man in reindeer bone. On the item is an image of Nomal group channel, the dwarf and dwarves in bone. In bone opal. There we go. Nomal is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal to the position of queen of the ignited creation in the mid-spring of 101. God damn. There's a little shame in that. If you genuinely believe that, I feel very sorry for you. All right, we're gonna make Formal a tomb because he made a coffin. It's probably all that Tarkov he plays. How are things going generally in this fort? Better now that the dwarves are trading with me again. The dwarves didn't trade with me for a very long time. Maffel became the mayor of the Tomb of Planks, replacing Cog. Cog must have died. And news from the humans. Kadi, Sloppy Loves, Giggity, became the lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport, replacing Kopel. Neat. But things are going relatively well. Things are going relatively well, I would say. Yeah. You let the game win if you reduce difficulty. Do you want me to give you a ramble about why that is absolutely not the case, Axon? Or do you want to change the subject? It's up to you. Like, literally, what B-Lug just said. It's like, you're playing a genre of game that is designed to be replayed, right? And you are playing a game that has multiple difficulties for a specific reason. You're supposed to play on the lower difficulties until you get good and learn the game, and then play the harder difficulties. Jupiter Hell is balanced so that in order to win on hard or do well on hard, you need to know what you're doing and pre-plan. Like, you need to plan ahead and get through the game. The game is really fucking hard on hard, right? And it only gets harder. In a world where I have like 7 wins on hard total, out of like almost 1,000 runs, maybe just think about it that way, right? Like, it's not Unless you're slow playing it, and taking one turn every 5 minutes. Oh, I hope that you enjoy it. Picture point. I wonder when my dad's copy of that book is going to arrive. Because my dad also ordered it. I'm kind of tempted to go grab my copy of that book and like read the intro to it, because the intro to that book is so fucking beautiful. It's one of my, not my favorite part of the book, but one of my favorite parts of the book so far, is the foreword, because it's written by Brendan Yu. Mash enter to restart? I mean, I don't know. I feel like you just enjoy the game more if you paced yourself a little better and didn't like feel that you're just. I'll put it this way: feeling like you're letting the game win is absolutely wrong. You know, like you're not letting the game win. You're simply using tools that the game has provided for you to learn the game better. It's like playing a game, not playing the tutorial, and then complaining the game is complicated like Sui does all the time. Where she will just like start playing a complicated game, look at a tutorial, which is a bunch of walls of text, and say, I don't feel like reading, or this is a bad tutorial, close it, and then complain she can't figure out how to play the game. It's like, well, you didn't do the tutorial. It's like, it may not be the nicest tutorial, but it's a tutorial and it's there for a reason, right? It's like you read that and you learn how to play the game, right? Playing Jupiter Hell on easy is just like learning how to play the game. So if you learn how to play the game, you'll have more fun with it when you turn the difficulty up, instead of just turning the difficulty up and banging your forehead against it. If anything, I think turning the difficulty down and learning the game, which is what I did. Like, I didn't get good at Jupiter Hell until I turned the difficulty down. And I'm still not good at it, but I got better when I turned the difficulty down, because I got a bunch more wins, and I now can plan ahead in a run, which is what you have to do. I mean, I've poured out like the bottom of a warm beer in a glass. That's kind of like letting the glass win, because it got warm and gross. Without wins? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You play the game the way that you find the most entertaining. But if you're losing a lot and playing on a hard difficulty trying to learn the game, yeah, that'll happen. So that's what I'll say. Also, I like the fact that we're actually making silk now, because of the area that I dug into. Sends to people giving money. Oh, really? Did it like just arrive, or is this something that you've had for a bit? Because I have a drunk dwarf sitting on next to a passed out hunter dwarf with an animal behind him with a empty bottle of beer sitting next to him. Oh, it's 15 years old. Do you want me to go grab mine? I could show you mine. I was one of the last people to get mine. It's up on the wall though. Actually, I feel like Epion would feel bad if you were getting frustrated dying on the hard difficulty, you know? If Epion only put in the hardest difficulty, then sure. But he didn't. He has multiple difficulties for a reason. The hardcover is very expensive, which is why I have the paperback. Hold on a second, I'll be back. That's mine. Well, the reason Tarn's book is so expensive is because of the number of contributors and the fact that it's technically a textbook. So they charge a lot. Or that publisher does, anyway. It's the only thing that I have up on the wall in my apartment, and it's a fucking crayon drawing. Yeah, which is why I bought the fucking paperback. Be like, although the paperback comes with the Kindle edition, I think. I think. I think. Maybe don't quote me on that. Let's work on Formal's tomb. Because Formal made a coffin. So whenever a dwarf makes a coffin, I give them their coffin. You made it, you get to keep it. But yeah, I don't know. I partially bought that book because I can pretty legitimately consider that a like work research investment. So for me, it's a tax deduction. But I also fully understand why people would just like not get it because it's expensive. Because yes, it is very expensive. It is not a cheap little book. Like the devil watching from under your bed. Nah, trust me, the devil's in bed with me. You can take that with what you will. I think that too, Frogfire, because like, I don't know, to me, it's just as somebody who enjoys that style of video game, it is a fascinating look into the minds of people who are making those types of games. And you know, like, there's articles written by, or not chapters is the correct term. There's chapters written by both of the people behind Caves of Cud, right? And that alone is like kind of enough reason for me to read it. You know, just for the fact that there are like just chapters by people that I heavily respect from this industry. It's like, I don't know. It's a really neat little window into the industry, and I really enjoy that. I'm an Austrian comic author. It's showing her character's death and the maiden with a signature. You love that on your... I don't have many things on my walls. I don't know. I should probably... I'm probably just gonna go to Displate at some point and buy... Because Displate sells these maps. So you can buy like a map of your city. And they have these really, really, really nicely designed maps of Vancouver. And I kind of just want to buy one of those. Yeah, they've done a ton of talks. Like one of my favorite talks they did was them writing... or how the generation for the books work. I really need to do a video with them at some point, and they are interested. But like, I know that if I were to, here's the issue with me making a Caves of Cud video. It would take so much work. I might have to take a week off streaming to edit it, because it's like, in order to do that, I'd have to interview at minimum 2, maybe 3 people. The way I'd want to do it, I'd have to interview 2, maybe 3 people. And I'd have to get a shit ton of footage that I'm not good enough at the game to get. Which makes things very difficult. Yeah, it's like a $200 hardcover book. I mean, I just got the paperback. I don't really like hardcover books anyway. They're too heavy. I prefer paperbacks anyway. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Someone invested poorly recently, Picture Point. But here, let me just do a thing. So I've read this book twice, right? Or rather, I'm on my second run through. But my favorite part of it is this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just going to kind of skim it. The term procedural generation sounds cold and uncaring. It invokes images of robots building things for a practical use rather than for fun, aesthetics and enlightenment in practice. However, I've found that handmade content can feel more artificial than what an algorithm can produce. When game designers have a total control over their creations, there's a strong temptation to over-design and lead players around by the hand, making them feel less like a hero out on an adventure and more like a child on a scavenger hunt. In that sense, a little bit of indifference towards the player can be a good thing. The real world, after all, doesn't care if there's anything of interest to us, our destination, or even if we have a destination. And that makes it all more exciting when something interesting does happen. My first experience with procedural generation was Hack, one of the first roguelikes released after Rogue. The game's ASCII graphics were primitive looking, even by 1982 standards, but its smart design based around randomly generated dungeons made it deep enough to last a lifetime. Fast forward to 2006, and brothers Tarn and Zach Adams released their first version of Dwarf Fortress, a hybrid simulation roguelike that procedurally generated not just dungeons, but entire continents, populated by characters with histories stretching back centuries. Visually, the game was only a few steps above Hack, but the premise of the never-ending fantasy worlds more than made up for it. Also, that's Eric Yu. Made Splunky. That's the reason I bought that book, is because it just the way it fucking talks about video games is mesmerizing to me. And most of the authors talk in ways similar to that, where it's just like talking. It doesn't matter. It's completely pointless, Coach Monster. It's just a little gambling game to win more points. It literally exists so that I can track how many hours people have on my stream. Also, you're almost elite pilot. But yeah, no, that's why I bought that book. Is because it's just this. The way it talks about games is different than most people talk about. The way most people talk about. Most people talk about games in a very cold sense, and I don't know. That book is like weirdly hopeful and lifelike and just, I don't know. It's really well done. I really like it. Video games is art, and I like books that talk about video games as art instead of just like some video game books that I've read in the past, which are all just very formulaic. Man, there's so much shit down here. This is literally just like my junk pile. It's just like all the random crap that I don't use, really, just gets put in there. It's a long hallway and an enemy means there's something there. Procedurally generated games, no, they're just in the hallway because they were. Well, I mean, they are designed to be in the hallway, but if a game can surprise the person who made it, isn't that infinitely cooler than the person who made it knowing every single individual piece. Like, I'm all for haunted houses. Haunted houses are great. But rather than, you know, going through a haunted house, wouldn't it be cooler to have something that could actually startle the developer too? You did hear your name, because I said your name cooler. Also, I can't remember if you were here or not, Cooler, but I've decided what I'm doing with that art that you gave me. I'm putting this on a record slip mat, I think. I think I'm putting that on a record slip mat. It's like, look at that shit. That is just too fucking cool. Gotta do something with it, so. Is that weird string of emotes thing that you did going to become a thing? I don't know. Or Tarn, or Tarn is just and then rained boiling. Yeah, and then it rained blood. Yeah, no, that's what I try and capture when I chat with him on stream, right? I try to get him to do that. Like, it's weird to say, oh, I need to get the guy talking, but like literally that's what talking with Tarn is like, is you just get him on a subject and let him ramble, because it is so entertaining. It really is, isn't it? That wasn't even something I asked for. Cooler just drew that. This is why Cooler's my artist, because like I'll ask him to draw something and then he'll draw something that's like related but totally different, just give it and just be like, here, have this as well. It's like, my God, man, what? I will say that I do really miss DF Talk, the podcast. And would totally just take that over if they let me. Like, if they gave me the opportunity, I'd host that show for them. And I've got some words to read, it seems. Gotta scroll up a bit. All right. Tell them that Mom does unspeakable boogaloos. Roguelites are filled to the brim, but also entirely empty. Horses and horse boots and horse socks are commonplace, except in Denmark. I'm going to say this. I said this last time I read that sentence, but I'm going to say it again. Please don't glue two words together and call it one. Right? Because horses don't horse, of course. When is George? Approximately never teleportation happens. Sometimes when we sleep, walk, skooma fevers strike indiscriminately every seconds. Better stop using fake product. Bees make honey from flowers. Dull knives don't leave clean cuts. Silly apples pick sillier dates to slide away. Sure, but horseshoes is a normal thing. But if you're just going to type in, like, of course, as two words, which wasn't you, or like horse socks, which I don't think is a word, just don't glue two words together unless it's already in the dictionary, yeah? I mean, of course horses don't horse, of course. I took a course on it. Yeah, I mean, horseshoes is a very real thing, yes. Just make your own talk with DF streamers. I mean, in order for it to be DF talk, you kind of need to have Tarn. Otherwise, it would just be another DF roundtable. We already have DF roundtables, so why do we need another one? It's still two words. I'm pretty sure it would still be two words, yeah. So basically, please stop gluing words together. Just don't do that. Oh, they're back to pondering dietary relationships. Frustrated drawing. Wait, just go pray to your god then. Detiro, what? I'll take you off of being a scholar so that you can go pray. I really wouldn't like German. I understand German, but the word stories are in English, not in German, so it doesn't matter. It's literally like the whole point of that little game is you type in one word at a time. I can't read German, but I can understand it if it's spoken to me. Well, I can understand about 80% of it. Has you browsing tech books on Amazon? Let us know if you buy anything. There's a book talk room on the Halcyon Frequency Discord that we need to fill up a little bit more. No, but you're saying that I wouldn't like a language specifically because I'm talking about a little mini game that I have in my Discord, right? I'm just saying, please stick to the rules. And you're stating that I wouldn't like something based on me saying, hey, we made, like, you add one word at a time. Stop adding multiple words. It's cheating. And now you assume that I would hate an entire language because that's how that language works structurally. That's not really fair. Also, can you do me a huge favor and stop using that emote? Just that grinning monkey is making me mad. It wasn't an argument. It was me asking people to stop breaking rules. But whatever. I don't hate anything that you're stating that I hate. It sucks. But I would like people to, you know, play by the rules in that particular room. That sounds like something that I would read about on Wikipedia for hours and hours and hours and then not actually buy the book. Frog. That's, I don't know. I've been thinking about getting back into true crime shit. Because I was into true crime. Like, when I was actually reading a lot, like, before I moved out, back when I actually had a library card, because I have a library card again, I think I might just start getting true crime shit from the library, because I enjoy that stuff. Favorite non-tech book is Good Omens? Now I'm wondering, it's like, what would my favorite, like, non-fiction, or my favorite fiction book be? I don't really like a lot of fiction. I actually read The Wheel of Time at one point, but I never finished it. King wants 2 ballista arrows. Mayor wants 2 of those. Also, how you doing, Freskins? I read up to, I think, book 6 of Wheel of Time, and then got a job. And then didn't read them for a couple months, maybe more than that, and then tried reading after I got let go from that job, because it was a summer job. Or so once that job finished, so it was like 4 months, I guess I didn't read. Tried reading and couldn't remember who anybody was. And never picked it back up, because I'd have to reread the whole fucking thing. The last 2 to 3 books only once. Doesn't it get kind of less good around that point? I don't even know what that is, Tygo. Clearly you guys do, though, so. Also, I can't read WOT and think Wheel of Time now. To me, it just means World of Tanks. Also, it's wintertime. At the Earth's core. Actually, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Is up there. Probably my favorite fiction book. Either 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or Flatland, although Flatland is very short, so I don't even know how much I should count that. Butchering the Fighting Men of Mars? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I never actually saw that movie, Disco, so I have no idea. Another book that I really liked when I was younger, although I don't know if I'd like it now, was Tom Sawyer. Like, that was one of my favorite books growing up, and I read it a lot. I read it like 3 or 4 times. Which for me is a lot. Right. I'm like remembering that movie now. I'm remembering that movie existed. You know, I'm very, 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 very worried that's what the new Dune is going to be like. It's just going to kind of come and go and be awful. Kind of worried about that. I mean, that's how you sell things, is by tricking people into buying it, right? It's just like movies. Max the Second has also been taken by a Fey mood. Man, everybody's just getting all of the moods right now. We had like 6 artifacts last stream, and this is already the 2nd today. This is already the 2nd. Chat, what do you guys think the odds of that Dune movie being any good are? Crafts Dwarf's Workshop? Dorothy literally just sits there. You probably want bones, right? Because I just threw all the bones out. Hand hides. Rock blocks. Bones. Let's slaughter a bunch of unicorns. %60 chance that it'll be good? I like how everybody's saying 60% chance. Well, rather, 2 people immediately said 60. I think that there is a higher likelihood of the Dune movie being good than... How old are you, Dwarf? You're 2 years old and you have a Fey mood? God. I think that there's a higher likelihood that that movie will be good than any of the video games that Funcom is working on being any good. Yeah, but you're still... It doesn't matter how close they follow the book unless they're making like 12 movies. Because like, how much time do you have for a theatrical release for a movie? 3 hours tops? That's not enough time to fit a book. Right? So they're going to have to cut out a lot. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. They're very dense books. But I mean, a lot of the reason those books are so dense is, or rather, a lot of the reason why those books are so dense is the, like, descriptions and stuff, right? It will be a trilogy. I heard it was just a one-off. I guess it depends on how much money it makes, actually. I've only heard that it'll be a one-off. I don't know. They painted a really good picture too. Yeah, and a lot of that is like, tell that to Lord of the, I mean, tell that to the Lord of the Rings extended editions, right? Yes, it is 12 minutes afternoon for me, but good evening, Dawnborn. Dawnborn, are you a morning person? Because then your username would make a lot of sense. Otherwise, it's just a username. I mean, actually, like 3 hours tops, I should tell that to the Irishman, but the Irishman also wasn't a theatrical release. There we go. Child is now gonna go get some bones. He worked for 10 years as a baker. Yeah, that would do it. That's like what? That's when you get up so early that it's actually the day before still. All right, so Child is vomiting and carrying. Not really vomiting, but Child is moving very slowly because of sunlight and is carrying bones. Yeah, that's like you wake up the night before almost. When I worked that early, because I worked almost that early at my second job for a bit, I would actually go to bed at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon and wake up at around 11 o'clock at night. Like, I just forced myself onto a night shift schedule because it was easier than getting up that early. Get home at 10:30 a.m. or p.m. on the 10:30? Guys, 10:30 p.m., that's a bit of a long shift. I'm assuming you mean a.m. That's actually not bad, though. Then you have, like, the rest of the day to do stuff. There was a, back when I was still doing the ridiculously long commute, there was a guy that I would see at one of the bus stops every morning because I'd be on the bus heading home at 5:30 a.m. and he was a full-time baker, so he was not the prep early shift, but worked for one of the large bakeries, which I always thought was kind of neat. So we would always chat on the bus and talk about work. It's always nice to have people to talk to on the bus. Yeah. That's one thing I do miss about normal jobs was like the 4-hour or the 6-hour shift that's kind of early in the day so that you can just like be up at 6 in the morning, be at work by 7, work until like noon, and then you just have the rest of the day to go do shit and you get paid. I kind of miss that. Because like, I guess I've kind of done it to myself. My streaming schedule is like 10 to 6 basically. So there's like, or 9 to 6 basically. So there's like kind of not much day left after that. How's the monitor, LaFonda? How's he treating you? Oh, I mean, I saw the picture you posted unless you posted another one. Oh, you did post another one. I see foam. Who's that weirdo on the mouse pad? You can't wait to turn it on. That's the, I would already have turned it on even just to check. Oh, I know exactly who it is. I know exactly who it is. Lots of foam? I'll tell you a thing or two about foam. This child, what are you going to make? What about having that new skull image as a big mouse pad? I mean, I wouldn't use it. I have this mouse pad that I've had for like close to 15 years now, probably. It's the only thing I ever bought at Best Buy. And it's like hard. And I love it. So I don't think I'd ever swap that mouse pad out for anything. So I wouldn't use it. But that's not a bad idea. So many merch ideas and no one will buy any of them. Can't make the heat any more fun. I mean, there's a fan right there and AC in the other room. Also, I have pretty effective curtains, so closing the curtains helps. They're not exactly great for the summer though, because they're pretty long socks. So maybe don't buy the socks right now. What are you going to make, child? Ballista arrow and a crown. Crown, rock, 1, L, S, 1. I mean, don't you want to crush the skulls under your of your enemies with every step? I don't know. Give you an idea. I've literally never actually made much profit off of merch. I've probably spent more money on art for merch than I've ever made on merch. We had 42 yesterday here. We had 42 yesterday. 42. My cousin attempted going on a or going outside and cooking an egg on the concrete. Apparently it didn't work, which is disappointing, to say the least. Is never wear sandals. It might seem like a good idea on a hot summer night where the ovens are just blazing at max speed, but I tell you it's not. I mean, don't wear well, I wear shoes this time of year. I have ankle socks that only go up to my ankle. Yeah, it's the hottest it's literally ever been here. So we've been recording temperatures here for 150 years. Tygo, 40 or 41 was the previous record, and that was like a couple of years ago. But 42 is the hottest it's ever been here that we know of. So, and it was kind of funny, or not kind of funny, kind of scary, because I was talking to my cousin, and he's like, yeah, man, it's never gonna, we got to do it now because it's never gonna be this hot again. I'm like, oh, it'll be this hot again. She does egg cooking every year. She probably also has like central air too. Like nobody up here has air conditioning. The only reason I have air conditioning is because I bought that super ineffective like unit. It's the hottest summer so far, and it's going to get hotter. Yes. Exactly, right? The reason like they can live there is that they have AC. It's like no one has air conditioning up here. I keep going back to this, and like you guys, if you're subbed to the YouTube channel, you'll see it tomorrow. But I edited together the video of all the footage from the hike that I went on with my dad. And it's like 30 minutes long. But there's a point where I comment that there's the ravens are being really loud. They're like making they're making a racket, or they were making a racket. And what we learned later was, yeah, they were being fucking loud because it was so hot that their young are dying in the nests. It is so hot that they can't bring their young water fast enough. Which is disturbing, if you actually think about it. So, but this child has finished gathering everything that they need. What did you grab? Nice blocks, cow leather, zircons, silty clay, rough price opals, fine pewter bars, round blue garnet, cabochons, and cougar bone. It is fucked, but it's like this is the world that we live in now. It's like ravens, baby ravens are dying. Because apparently about the hottest they can tolerate before they start dying is about 35 degrees Celsius. Because they like the old growth forests and they're super fucking high up. Like, they're like, these are like massive old growth trees, right? That they live in and they like to roost in. But it's just, it's fucked up that they're just dying in these trees because, well, 'tis the way of things. This is the way the world's going. This is what we get to deal with. More energy in the system. Yep. Bigger storms. And this is why I find Battlefield 2042 a little bit terrifying. Because it's like, man, stop predicting the future, Battlefield, please. Nobody wants that. Although that game does look kind of silly, but still makes me feel a little bit uneasy. $2042, not 2142. 2042 is the new one that's coming out. And that's the one that's predicting the future, basically. Because it's post-climate crisis. Doing the annual... Let's do 500 bone figurines. Because those are easy to sell. Max II has created, the Dwarven Child has created Silsharak Shasad Grust, a cougar bones statue of dwarves, and claims it in the name of the family ancestor Euthris Worktect. What is it about Euthris that everybody claims the artifacts in the name of Euthris? I like the price, 90,000. This is going to be a long one. There's a cougar bone statue of dwarves. Allcraft's dwarf ship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves and goblins in cougar bone by Max. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack on the seductions of living of the joyous devil at Spidery Desert by the ignited creation in the late spring of 71 during the Searing Siege. It is encrusted with silty clay and studded with fine pewter and encircled with bands of table-cut price opals. This object menaces with spikes of cougar bone. On the item is an image of cushion cabochons in blue garnet. On the item is an image of jungle titans in green zircon. Huh. On the item is an image of trade drabs, the armor of whips, the iron cabinet in cow leather. On the item is an image of two grimelings in nice. What the fuck is a grimeling? Maybe 2142 remastered. That's going in the tavern, I'll tell you that. Right there. That is a cool fucking statue. It'll either be the next Ice Age or Heat Extreme. Yeah, no, they've already made 2142. Battlefield 2142 is my favorite Battlefield. It's the only one with giant robots. Or DF weirdness? Well, I mean, time to go look up what the fuck a grimeling is. Grimeling. Grimelings are an exceptionally rare evil-aligned creatures found in evil wetlands, resembling humanoids made out of waterlogged weeds. They stand as tall as a human and spawn one at a time, lurking in the water, attacking dwarves who get too close. All Grimelings possess the legendary skill in climbing, and there is a drawing of a Grimeling. Cool. It's like drawing a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. You should have done your Battlefield research. Yeah, I mean, like, they already made that. 2142. I don't know, though. Battlefield is one of those, like, you know, Battlefield is like the 40, no, not 40. Battlefield is like the 68-year-old dad or grandpa who's slightly out of touch in video games. Like, I always want to play Battlefield games because they always look kind of cool, but they just always do small things that are just out of touch enough that it's like, why did you fucking do this? You know? It's like they put out Battlefield Heroes at like right after TF2 became popular, and it was awful. They put out Battlefield Vietnam, and everybody loved that. They seem to have failed to recapture Bad Company, even though it was probably the best Battlefield ever. They put out a fucking cops and robbers game at the worst possible time that just straight up gives the cops miniguns. Like, I don't even... It's the only one you've played, so you're biased. Fair enough. Well, I mean, Battlefield Vietnam is one of those, like... They didn't... Like, it's a fun expansion. It's a fun game. Like, I played Battlefield Vietnam, and it's fun. It's the one with the flamethrower, which is good. The issue with Battlefield Vietnam is people going, like, kind of digging into the actual representation of the war and being like, this is a really shit representation of the Vietnam War type deal. It's that kind of thing, you know? Because it is. It is an absolutely horrendously bad representation of that war. So it upsets some people for that reason, but just as a video game, it's fine. Like, as a video game, fucking Battlefield Hardline is pretty fine. Like, it's a fine Battlefield game. The issue is the context and the actual thing that they made, not the game itself. As a game, it's fine. Shotguns are incredible in Jupiter Hell. That's the thing about Jupiter Hell, though, is everything is busted if you do it right. Literally every single thing in the game is busted if you do it right. Which is why Jupiter Hell is so much fun. Shotguns are busted if you do it right. Snipers are busted if you do it right. Melee is busted if you do it right. Like, it's like there are so many things in the game that is just ridiculously OP, and it's so much fucking fun. But you have to do it right. If you're not doing it right, then you'll have a hard time. Not something representative of that war? Sure. And that's probably the right way to think about it, Belug. But also, regardless of whether or not you look at it that way, it is a representation of that war, right? Like, you could look at any World War II shooter and just think, well, I mean, it's just a silly shooty pew-pew game, right? Fun is better than realism, but why... If you're just going to say fun is better than realism, then just give us that setting in a different game and don't call it the Vietnam War. Zeus in a DM? I mean, totally. But there are some wars that are old enough that it's okay to just kind of represent them inaccurately. And then there are some wars where it's like, it's kind of the reason that 6 Days in Fallujah game should never fucking come out. It's the reason that game should never come out, is because, like, that's not something they should make a game out of. Just period. Like, that shouldn't have a video game made out of it. But there's a team that is making that game. And I kind of put Vietnam in the same boat with that. You know, it's like, we probably shouldn't have video games made out of the Syrian conflicts. Like, that shouldn't happen. Could they do that? Yeah. Should they do that? No. Frankly. which is why in a way like I'm far more okay with like Battlefield 2142 because frankly, or 2042, not 2142, because frankly it's silly. Like just like Battlefield 1, that game is just goofy, right? Like it's just straight stupid. Like like you're not supposed to take it seriously. It's just straight stupid. But like something like Vietnam is a little bit more on the line where it's kind of like a I don't know what you mean by throwing jars of piss, but anyway, I don't know. I mean, I think that there are plenty of developers out there doing that. I don't know. I've played a total of 10 minutes of Battlefield, or not Battlefield, TF2 in my life. So I references from that game just go over my head sometimes. I think the problem about making games based on wars with complicated politics is they're always strictly from one point of view, and it's the point of view of the people who make them, right? You know, always found that a little bit iffy, I guess. Which is why, to me, it's a question mark as to why they would make the game in the first place. You know, it's kind of a, oh, they're accepting that take, but in a game where you can play both sides, it gets tricky, right? Huh. That the more you know, Tycho. I did not know that. I don't think I've ever played the TF2 sniper. So, I don't know. I don't like TF2, so it just never caught on for me. I think I've actually played more Team Fortress Classic than I have played TF2. Okay, working on more glass. Two more ballista arrows and 2 more rock crowns. To so few people who actually played TF Classic. I mean, part of the reason I think I got more fun out of Team Fortress Classic is my computer was shit, and I could run Team Fortress Classic at like 1,000 FPS, and TF2 kind of almost hit 60 at the time when that game was new, so. Which I see a lot of people want to play a shooter, which makes them feel bad for completing objectives. So not a lot of people want to play a shooter that makes them feel bad for completing objectives. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that modern military shooters are... I don't want to say bad, but I think modern military shooters and historical military shooters are something that, you know, you take a game and you slap a skin on it. Kind of, to put it simply, you know? Like, so did anybody hear about the bullshit or the silliness that happened with Sniper Ghost Warrior? The most recent one that just came out. The Sniper Ghost Warrior series. Let's find it. Not to be confused with Sniper Elite, by the way. This game that just came out, which people actually really like. People really like this game. This is one of these. It's in a made-up country. Definitely not, you know, themed after or based on any real country. No, absolutely not. Definitely not real people. You know, you're just shooting nameless, you know, people. Anyway, they had a press event to promote that game a couple of weeks ago in San Diego, and well, the press event that they took these journalists to was a mock military training arena where they were given BB guns, basically. And they got to go gun down a bunch of people that were wearing extremely racist-looking Arab headdresses and pretend that they were hoorah American military people. And they did this event and then all went home and wrote articles about how racist this setup was and how shitty this setup was, and how much of a problem those kind of faux military training places are. I'll grab an article for you to have a peek at if you want. Anyway, the developer issued an apology after that event happened. Yeah, they issued an apology after that event happened, basically stating, "Hey, we didn't know that it was gonna be like this." But if you go to like that company's website, it's exactly what it looks like. And that's kind of why I don't know. I don't have issues with shooters. Like make a shooter. That's fine. But like if you're going to make a shooter in that setting, if you're going to do that, make some effort to do it tactfully. You know, like you don't need to make the player feel bad for completing objectives, but do it tactfully. No, it's not even the game. The game is fine. Like that game is just, you know, not what I would describe as gross or propaganda like. Like the Sniper Ghost Warrior games they are gritty, kind of faux modern military, not real countries thing. The annual tribute has arrived for the 1st of spring. No dwarves have died, I don't think. Yeah, no dwarves died of old age. Looks like no animals died either, at least that we found yet. I mean, like, I've played the Sniper Elite games, or at least 1 and 2, and I always found that they kind of did that stuff pretty tactfully. Like, you're not necessarily a good guy. You're pulling off some really cool shots, but you're not really the good guy, right? Like, the first one's a World War II shooter. The second one is a bit more modern, and then I think the third one is in a fake African country. I only played the demo for the third one. But, like, I enjoyed those games. Like, they were fine. But, like, I feel like there's just a way to do that tactfully. I don't know. Anybody here play, why am I blanking on the name of it now? Spec Ops: The Line? Because that's a game that makes you feel bad for completing objectives and shooting people. Oh my god, our tribute is being given by Tor, the god of thunder. Yes. Also, I agree with what Sock says. Not thunder, thunder. Also, the brand of encryption, I think. Oh, never mind. Someone died. H2O was found dead. Rest in peace, H2O. You shall be missed. Also, well, okay, that's less disturbing than I thought it was. Was found by a child. Fortunately, that child wasn't H2O's kid. Fortunately. But H2O was found dead. You mean like an onion? And there's our delivery report. 2 copper low boots, some gauntlets, an iron toy hammer, and a large serrated silver disc. They must be doing some metalworking. Yeah, nice and small. Nice and approachable. 258. Spring. Group of alchemy. We thank you. I'm assuming you got it, Stone, because you typed in that it was small. And I'm going to just make some of these availables so that someone can go put that body away. R.I.P. H2O. H2O, I think, was what? 152? Oh, also a stray cat died, I think. Because a stray cat has been missing. So there's a dead cat somewhere in the fort. Wait, what? Oh, right. Remember how H2O got his ear knocked off? Well, they had to go get the ear, and they're putting the ear into the coffin with him? That's kind of... Huh. Weird. Rest in peace, H2O. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the poor dwarf H2O passing away? Quite the undertaking? Well, I mean, the cat just went missing, which is actually, like, very accurate to cats' lives, right? Cats just go missing. It's actually pretty common. People, like, never find their cat's bodies. They just go outside and die somewhere. They're very, you know, convenient animals like that. Kind of like the whole elephant graveyard thing. Elephant graveyards are spooky. You'll find it once the purple smog fills your fort, probably dead. Otherwise, who knows? They'll find it eventually. They will find it eventually. Might take them a while though, but they'll find it. I might actually go outside on my lunch break, and when I do that in like the next 30 minutes or so, and water my plants, so it might take me a little longer to get back than normal. But yeah, no, things in Longdeath are running pretty smooth, I would say. Are we just doing the one-up game? I shall one you up. Editing this because that already happened and it is out of date. There we go. Updated it, so it's now correct. Some point it probably becomes fairly easy to maintain, right? It's I mean, yeah, this fort is pretty non-committal in its requirements from me. I mean, I don't have to do too much to keep it running. I do have to do enough to keep it running, but as I've said before, I could probably just let this fort run more or less by itself, outside of like mandates, because I need to manually input mandates. So outside of like manually updating mandates and trading, I could more or less let this fort just run. But, you know, I am building stuff, so. No, I mean, I've had people on YouTube describe this fort at this point like a podcast kind of deal. Like, it's, you watch this stream of this fort to listen to me talk. Would it defend itself? Well, no, but also we never get attacked, so. And the game would pause if we did get attacked. Like, if you're watching this stream and this fort, it's because you just want to listen to me talk and ramble and hang out with chat. The fort in the background is kind of a bonus. Although, what's going to be tricky for me is what the fuck am I going to do with my life when this fortress is done? I'm going to have to, like, figure out how to stream again. God dang it. Rip me. Good investments, though. I got conned in by Sox's one.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we
Start another one. I mean, I've had some people say, when am I going to do a sequel to Longdeath? I will probably do a second Longdeath. At some point. 1,000 Years of Adventure mode? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I'd be so fucking bored. Also, that would take so long. Holy shit. Because days are a lot longer in adventure mode. Ryan, how's things? How you doing? What's up, man? What's up, dude? I'm a little bit disappointed, Ryan, that art that I sent you. That art that I sent you, Brander said if we had a level 5 hype train within the hour, he would get it tattooed on himself. And we didn't, so I'm very disappointed. So no hype train. No Skelly tattoo. Horse, a dingo, cougar, a cardinal, cougar, horse, emu, pond turtle, yak cow, horse, and a bull moose. No gremlin. You forge usually die to FPS death after a while. Nah, the monkey is fine. It's just someone I really don't like used to spam the specific monkey all the time. You can use it, just don't use it with like literally every line, please. It tweaks something in my brain that I don't like. Short death, survive 1 season. I mean, that's just... I mean, honestly, probably what I'll do after Longdeath is I'll probably do something that I've been wanting to do for a bit, which is try and find the rarest creatures in DF. So settle in moist tropical broadleaf forests and shit and try and find like all of those rare spooky monsters. That's probably what I'll do. Not just 1 but 2 seasons? You did 2 short deaths? God damn, man. Or a glacier? See, I don't see any... I've done all of those, right? Like, I've settled in literally every biome before, right? And glaciers aren't hard. You just dig. You just go down. I don't know. I don't consider challenge forts particularly fun. Or rather, I think challenge is the wrong word to use because they're not challenges. Really. It's just how annoying do you want your biome to be? Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? If suddenly Tarn turns around and says, yo, the Steam version is coming out in... Yeah, they're more themes, exactly. Themes is a much better word to use than challenge. Challenge is like the clickbaity, buzzwordy way of saying it. If Tarn turns around and says Steam version's coming out in a month, I'm going to try and finish Longdeath in that month. Just for reference. I will try and I want Longdeath to be finished before then. And that would someone pointed out recently that if you start watching Longdeath Part 1 on YouTube and watch the entirety, it would take 29 days for you to get to the end of the playlist currently. Which I think is kind of funny. So I think right now it would take me, if I were to go Insanity and stream 7 days a week and marathon it, it would probably take me 2 months from this point. But I don't know. I don't know, that or we'll just play normal fort or like Steam version. I mean, when Steam version drops, I will probably do several forts just in the Steam version. Assuming this save file isn't compatible with the Steam version, which is a very real possibility. I could also move Longdeath over to the Steam version and play it that way. I don't know. That would be impressive. I've done dumber things. I'll tell you this, like, you're talking to somebody who used to do a 24-hour stream once a week. I did that for 6 months. So, like, I do have the capacity to go full stupid. I do have the capacity to go full stupid. It's like, it's not sustainable for the long term, but in the short term, I can absolutely go full stupid. Absolutely. We got some trees to hack down. But yeah, no, I do honestly think that having a goal for a fort or a theme for a fort is much better than saying, oh, it's a challenge, because as I've said many times, there really isn't anything that's hard in Dwarf Fortress once you know how to play the game. Like, getting a fort started in certain biomes can be a little bumpy, but like once it's rolling, it's not a hard game. It's not like Caves of Cud where like the game will just kill you. Really, unless like you fuck up real bad or you let it kill you. Yeah, that's also a thing that I could do. I don't know. But, like, I've streamed this much of it with me being here. So I might as well keep going with that, you know? Like, I've streamed... I've made it... It's one of those... I've made it this far. It would be stupid to stop now. I think that realistically, if the Steam version gets announced to be coming out in, like, let's just say a month from X point, I will probably do a shit ton of marathon streams of this. And then just relegate it to 1 day a week. And it'll... Oh, Daturo has been taken by a Fey mood. Interesting. Wonder what Daturo will make. Usually a freak accident leads to an automatic pause. Yes, no. I mean... I don't want to change the way I'm streaming this fort. I'm not going to run it 24/7. I know I could. I absolutely 1,000% could. I absolutely 1,000% could run this fort 24/7. I'm not going to. Because to me, that would be kind of going against the spirit of what I'm trying to do. So. It's like anybody can run a fort 24/7. Not anybody can do what I'm doing. So, I don't know. I kind of look at this fortress at this point sort of like a Farlands or bust sort of thing. You know, where it's a... I'm going to do this. It might take me another few years, but I'm going to do this. And if a freak accident kills the fortress is done, by the way. Durfinators. I'm not gonna save scum. Just to be totally clear. If a freak accident kills this fortress, it's done. That's the decision that I made a while ago. That if something bad happens and it kills the fort's done. Also, heads up, I just got, well, rather an hour ago, I got an email about a new Twitch RPG bit survey if you happen to be in that. I mean, I know what I'm doing, so I'm not going to kill my whole fort with a literal lava lamp, okay? Hey, what was me? How's things? I hope you're doing well. I forgot we had the giant maze. Yeah, we also have the giant maze, which I'm planning on making bigger. Too much Dota? Oh, that's not good. Or no wonder your name is Woe Is Me. Why are you playing too much Dota? Stop doing too much Dota. At least one person dies? I mean, I don't want to sound cocky. I know what I'm doing, you know? I know what I'm doing. Although, here's the thing. It's not going to be a giant lava lamp. It's going to be lava and water. So I want to layer it with lava and water. So we're going to have, like, lava, obsidian, water, obsidian, lava, obsidian, water, obsidian, lava, obsidian, water, obsidian, etc. That's what I want to do, because to me, I think that's kind of cooler. And then did you fall just as fast, or did you stay higher up? Still there? Well, I mean, that's good then. That's good. That's indeed good.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Get this game. I don't know if it'll help, but play a different game is a way to hopefully get somewhere with that. Deturo began a mysterious construction. What all did you grab, Dwarf? So, rough bone opals, cave spider silk cloth, because we're actually making cave spider silk cloth because we're down in those layers now. Maple logs, dingo leather, sheep leather, rose gold bars, brilliant cut opals, granite, and gabbro. Please make me a door. It's a mason shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? Or any predictions or any hopes? I'm hoping for a door, although I'm always praying for doors. Artifact doors are literally my favorite artifact that they could make. A mug? I hope not. Although that's not a craft store shop, so it would be unlikely that he'd make a mug. If not impossible. Also, that most recent update, pretty fucking good. Also, if you haven't seen it, chat, over on the YouTube channel, I made a video about the update. Maybe go, like, watch it or something. Or, like, leave a comment for the comment gods, you know? Algorithms for the algorithm throne. My YouTube channel's been or most of my most popular videos on the YouTube channel have been booted out of the algorithm recently, and it's that feeling of, oh, I went from, you know, making pretty good money on YouTube and doing pretty okay in the algorithm to making about half of what I was making previously, which, it's fine. And it's just instead of making $5 to $6 a day, I'm making like $2. But hey, you know, money is money. Artifact doors are probably the most valuable item in the game. Yep, Nope, I completely agree. I was watching a DS stream, and the streamer was just like ranting about how mad he was that he got a stupid door as an artifact. I was like, dude! And then I explained to him why they're cool, and he's just like, oh. Like, you can literally stop the forces of hell with an artifact door. You can... Any enemy can be locked out with a really good door. Nothing is better than... Like, you could keep Ocean's 11 away with a door. Did Burb just stole some sort of item? I don't know what it was, but sorry, Stone, but your masterworks got stolen. Probably food, because you are a chef. Just as good. Daturo, the militia captain, has created Shokan Roval, a Gabbro hatch cover, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Workticked. Of course you did. Claim it as in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Workticked. It does the same thing, yes. Shokan Roval. Or Sokan Roval? This is a Gabbro hatch cover. Also, it's Gabbro, so it's lava safe. This is a Gabbro hatch cover. All Craftsworth ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and encircled with bands of oval granite cabochons and rose gold, sheep leather and dingo leather and cushion cut bone opals. This object menaces with spikes of praise opal, and this item has an image of Catan Craftlulls, the dwarf in Gabbro. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in maple. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack on the seductions of living on by the joyous devil in Spidery Desert on the ignited creation in the early autumn of 213. During Rushgur Shiget, the attack of horns. On the item is an image of a cavy in spider silk. Sounds popular. It was one of like the first 50 dwarves in the fortress. Got married to a dwarf who had a lot of kids, and because of that is the grandfather of like 40% of my fort, or the great grandfather of like 40% of my fort. He's also a YouTuber with like 30k subs. So he's like one of my YouTube friends, and he streamed the DF once on his YouTube channel, and around that point was hanging out a bunch. But I know him from like the Roller Coaster Tycoon days of this channel. I think I will put this hatch cover right there, because the dwarves are constantly running up and down it to work on this glass tower. I think that's a little quite fitting. It's just kind of funny that that's the dwarf that they all decide to dedicate their history to. I think everybody just remembers that grandpa particularly fondly. It's like, I'm gonna make this artifact and dedicate it to my great-great-grandpappy, basically. It's just kind of funny, that's all. At least I think it's kind of funny. But yeah, I'm quite pleased that we just got that. Quite pleased. But I've told Euthris that his dwarf is like the most popular amongst the dwarves in this fortress, which I think is kind of funny. I genuinely think that that's kind of funny. We must be ready to sacrifice when the time comes. Felt satisfied after creating an artifact. You don't really realize how long it takes them to get down here until you see them running up and down all of those ramps, because it's like, holy shit, there's actually a shit ton of ramps here. Like, there is a lot of fucking ramps. Not too many more layers to go. I think we'll get down to the caverns today. The problem with this lava lamp is once it's done, we're going to need another project. That's the actual problem with the lava lamp. Another thing I should do with it, though, is I should not just make it this long tube. I need to do something with it once it gets up here. Like, maybe have, like, a tube going up and a tube going down to the edge of the fort or something. I don't know. I need to do more with it than just, you know, going all the way up to here. Have thirst on the way up? It doesn't take them that long to get all the way down, so maybe. I hadn't really thought about that. I could make, like, I don't know, on layer, like, 50 or something, put, like, a tavern. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. Or just, like, a dining room with drinks and a table. It's probably not a bad idea. I hadn't really thought about it. But they shouldn't die of thirst. It's not that far down. Unless, like, they're hauling, like, lead statues or something. Because they're pretty much just running up and down, like, stairs, essentially, so... Yeah, no, I'll be honest, I hadn't really thought about it, but I'll add that to the to-do list in my brain. If you were not completely bored of glass at that point, you could make the fort into a snow globe. That's something that's been suggested. I don't know. I might make like I don't know. I'm open to ideas. Another thing that I was thinking about doing is like all the way around the top of the fort up here, like all the way around the top of the wall. Something I was thinking about doing is I could make like a little trough and run lava all the way around the edge of the fort. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't know. I have quite a few ideas, or quite a few possible ideas. Once we've, you know, got a lava pump system going all the way from the ground all the way up to the surface, there's a lot of things we can then suddenly do with it. I'm also thinking about powering it with windmills for fun instead of water. But I could go either way. What are you dumping? Oh, you're going up here to dump stuff. What were you even carrying, Dwarf? I don't even know. The thing that I'm shocked by, Tygo, is that you guys are not completely bored of this fort. That's the thing that shocks me, you know? Like, people really like watching forts from the beginning, right? And they really like watching kind of more condensed forts, I think, are like people's favorite thing to watch. The impressive and the most shocking thing to me about this fort is that people are still actively watching it. That's kind of the impressive and the shocking thing to me, is that people are still tuning in and watching this on YouTube and on Twitch, you know, like People are actively watching this fort on YouTube, and they are actively watching this fort on Twitch, and I think that that is kind of crazy. Like, I upload an episode, and within 2 days, it gets 150 views. Which, you know, isn't that much in the grand scheme of things, but, like, part 1 of this fortress now has how many views? It's like, we're kind of creeping up towards 11,000, I think? Yeah, it's at 10,000. 10,437, and it's still climbing. You know, like, that is a lot of views for a VOD of a stream that I did almost a year ago. What do we do when we hit the 1-year anniversary of Longdeath? Because August 26th, 2020 was when I started Longdeath. So last summer. Also, this is a great comment. I'm beginning the long trek of Longdeath. Hello, Longdeath. Goodbye, college. And that was 8 months ago. I wonder if they've ever made it to the end. I should go, like, reply to some of these people and be like... It's like 14th... Like, this person, again, also has, like, commented here saying they are beginning it at that timestamp. It's like... I'm curious if they're still watching. I'm curious if they're still watching. I'm really curious. Personally, are mostly here for the stories? What, like the fortress stories, or me just rambling about random, nonsensical, unrelated shit stories? I mean, right now the dwarves are telling stories. I wonder what stories. Oh, they're talking about channel dens. Ramblings? Ah, yeah. I was gonna say, because, like, the stories do happen in the fort, but they're not too common. It's more like mundane shit, like Lil Stone and how she gets all upset, or like the redemption of Abe, the dwarf that murdered a bunch of my dwarves, 3 of them to be specific, and, you know, still is here and went to prison for a long time and is now a much happier dwarf. 97 years old. Was born in 161. Killed his first dwarf in 182, and then 2 more, roughly 80 years later. And is still here. And still quite happy. Hopefully you never kill any of my dwarves again, you shit. How many bingos have you gotten tonight, Freskins? Freskins is just here to play bingo. I'm just like the retirement home bingoplex of Twitch. Actually, no, that's Tom, because he actually plays bingo on stream. With life hack videos. And it's hilarious. Or at least was. Kind of got bored after a bit. Hobo has a new toy? I want to know what Hobo's new toy is. Holy shit, Hobo has a new toy! Hobo has a pasta machine. Hobo posted this on Discord, so I'm assuming I can show it, but... Look at that! I'm not gonna lie, that does kind of look like poop, though.
Boom. Empanada machine. Look at that shit.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Robot taking people's jobs. So you haven't gotten any bingos yet? I guess I need to complain about cat hair then. I don't know if that counts. I haven't had any reason to yet. Actually, I can comment about cat hair. I wore my only baseball cap for the first time in years when I went on that long hike, and it had cat hair on it. I took it out of my closet and I was like, ah, fuck. I had to clean it before I took it out. Because it had cat hair on it. There's probably some things in my closet that still have cat hair on them. Oh. I don't know if you caught this, Freskins. I'm on the last cup of coffee, my third cup of coffee. Powered through the first one pretty quick. But I need to swap to water pretty soon. You were listening to that? Really? Damn. Does anybody else actively play bingo using those bingo sheets, or is it just Freskins that does? 'Cause I know Freskins actively plays bingo on my stream, but... Does anybody else do that? But yeah, I don't know. I'm still just impressed that people... Not that people watch my stream, but that people tune in to Longdeath as much as they do. I was very worried after like month 2 of Longdeath that people were just going to get bored of Longdeath and stop watching Longdeath. But no, we're about the same. It's probably not the best thing for my stream, but hey. This content. Yes, content. You have yet to get a bingo. Really? Huh. My tummy suddenly feels a little unhappy. Wonder why that. If I didn't play Longdeath, you wouldn't be playing DF. Really? What if I was just playing a different fort? Try to make a really exotic zoo? I have a zoo, and it's filled with the most exotic creatures I get. The problem is like, they don't really bring anything particularly interesting, right? I mean, I kind of already have, you know, I have a cardinal. That's just an empty cage. I have a pond turtle, cardinal, pond turtle, wren, blue jay, snail, peach-faced lovebird, wren, a green tree frog, a snail, and a bunch of other, fluffy wamblers are just hanging out in the fort as well. Like, they don't really bring super exotic animals outside of the unicorns, right? Like, I've kind of tried asking them to bring nicer stuff, but the humans don't really have anything particularly interesting on their request list, and neither do the dwarves. So it's like, building an exotic zoo is something I've already attempted, and it got really boring really quick. Like, I don't know. Maybe the world we genned didn't really lend itself to doing that. Like, I don't know. I'd love to have, like, giant elephants or something, but I've got no way of requesting them, and no one's ever brought them. It's like I had dingoes for a bit, and kind of got bored of them and slaughtered them, and now I have cougars. And some weird eagles. Yeah, I've never, like... I mean, I would love to get cave dragons in this fort. Like, if... Like, one of my longer term goals would be to try and get a dragon. definitely needs a dragon. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get one though. I don't know if we'll get one. I want a dragon and a gremlin are my 2 long-term pets that I would love. I usually play multiple forts in each world when I'm playing a lot of forts. I mean, I have exclamation point day forts, which is now on what? I've done 18 forts in that world. All the VODs are up on YouTube. I haven't been as consistent about it recently because I ran out of ideas for a bit, and the heat hasn't been helping my creativity. Do I have a library in here? Yep. Uh, 301 books, including copies. I think we have about 60 unique books. Although for one of my scribes went absolutely batshit and wrote like, I don't know, maybe 150 copies of Ignorance Questioned, which I think is really funny. And Stories of the Mountain Home in one other book. I just have a ton of copies of a handful of them. But yeah, I usually play multiple forts per world. Unless the world is particularly dull or dead. I like the way Hobo describes this. A fuck machine. Kind of does look like that. It's crazy. The humans have arrived to trade. Once again, spelling, huh. He's just trying to invent magazines. I mean, they're more like pamphlets because most of the books are like 2 pages, right? Most of the books, it's like, oh, it's a paragraph. I miss the dwarf that wrote a bunch of unhinged rants. I really enjoyed that. So what about you, chat? Do you usually play multiple forts per world, or do you just do 1 world per fort? What do you guys usually do? I don't think 1 fort dying is a reason to cause the apocalypse, and I think that there's more to learn out of each world, so I try and do as much in each world as I can before I get tired of it. IMO. I think the more time you can put into a world, the more you get out of it. So it's worth sticking around. Worth exploring. Also, this is just the caravan. They arrived early. Where's the other one? Tried always doing 1,000 years history world, but the patches broke a lot, so it never worked. I don't really like super old worlds, generally. I find super old worlds are less exciting. Because it's like a lot of the stories have already played out in my mind. I really wish that I could restart world generation after. Like, I really wish I could do that. Like, start with a young world, play a couple forts. Generate another 500 years in the same world and play a couple more forts. Generate a few hundred more years and then go back to my old forts. I've always wanted to be able to do that, but maybe maybe one day. It's like one of my most hopeful features in the future would be it would be the game allowing us to restart world gen. So generally not, but maybe if you've had a fort for longer. Struggle finding spots to find a cool embark on. True. Yeah, I mean, like, but There we go. Now the rest of the humans have arrived. Perfect. And our royal treasuring. You usually play for 4 hours, take a month break, forget where you were, and then restart the world? Okay, fair. No, why not just retire the fortress and make a new fort in the same world? But I know people who've played the same world for literally years, so. And I've had people talk about that before on my fort, or about getting super attached to. I'm gonna sell all the copper picks. I'm getting super attached to specific parts of their world and then not wanting to let them go when new patches come out, which I think is kind of sad. But I also tend to agree with that. I've had that feeling too, of like not wanting to let my world go. You've never had multiple forts in the world. Now that you have your 4th fort in your current world, you love it, and when you see an old face again, you've never had that experience before. I love that experience. It's one of my favorite experiences in DF. I think it's actually partially what makes DF special. I think I should just sell all my clothing. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Do I want to... Let's just do this. Let's do it this way. Let's just run through and sell a bunch of it, but maybe not all of it. Because I do have a lot of extra clothing. There we go. After your 20th fort, you finally figured out how to play the game, and you're going on strong on the 5th year. Hell yeah. That's always a good feeling. When you're like, things are actually starting to roll smooth. And then you start going down the hole of, all right, I know how to play Dwarf Fortress, and it's getting dull. So now you have to start finding weird goals to try and accomplish. Or doing themed forts. I really like that. One thing that I really like doing in Dwarf Fortress is generating a world and then rebuilding a pretty dead faction. I really like doing that. I really like taking a faction that maybe only has like 1 or 2 forts and is at war with a lot of things and then trying to rebuild them. Might just piss off the elves. That's also fun to do, yeah. Or piss off the goblins or poke some necro towers and, you know, make an evil fort, make a non-combat trading fort. There's lots of fun stuff to do in DF. What was I gonna do? I was going, make a ballista arrow. Shama says, greetings from the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. No new news? Okay. What do I want from them? I want wood. You're thinking about expelling 80 vampires. Why do you have 80 vampires in your forge? And that's my first question. If you expel a lot of vampires, it'll like hurt that population that you're expelling it to. I mean, there are ways, but it's like it's more of a why. Made a blood fountain? Yeah, I mean, how do you get a vampire? They just show up eventually. If dwarves start showing up completely drained of blood, they will, then you have a vampire in your fort. The humans are done chatting with me. And I think I'm going to go do lunch once I'm done this trading. Getting rid of all my clay. Yeah, I love investigating the infiltrating vampires and figuring out who the vampire is. At about mid to late game because you can't find out what to do. You have enough aimlessness in real life? I mean, the things to do page on the wiki is a really good thing to have. That's actually something that I'm looking forward to about the Steam version is achievements, because that's going to give me stuff to do for a while. I really, really, really hope that Dwarf Fortress launches as one of those games with like 1,000 achievements, or at least a few hundred, kind of like Cogmind, where Cogmind I think has 256 different achievements. You know, like I really hope that DF has a lot of achievements for really obtuse, weird things, because I think that will very heavily benefit the game. Sorry, I just got distracted by a conversation going on in the background. I think my blood sugar's out of whack. I need to go do food. Because when my brain just starts getting, like, I feel like when my blood sugar gets a little bit on the low end, I almost, like, spontaneously develop ADD. It's very strange. Not a fan, though. Uh-oh. Chico's depressed again. Let's get your squad training. I am a type 1 diabetic, yes. So I get to do the fun stabbing of myself every time my blood sugar gets low. What's up, Alt-Tab Matt? Long time no see. How you been? Just working? Good stuff. I hope that work's been good. We are stuck in I am in the heat wave because I'm in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. But I have air conditioning and 2 fans on me right now. If I don't have AC running, it will fuck up my blood sugar, yeah. But, you know, everything screws up my blood sugar. Changing my diet screws up my blood sugar. Sweating screws up my blood sugar. Exercise screws up my blood sugar. Going for a long walk screws up my blood sugar. Stress screws up my blood sugar. Depression screws up my blood sugar. Being happy and talking loudly can screw up my blood sugar, so... And I'm on lunch. Well, I'm glad that you've been working. It's always good to hear that people have been working. I mean, not breathing would screw it up, but not breathing would probably cause other problems before it screwed up my blood sugar. And I don't have a continuous glucose monitor because frankly, I don't know about you, but I don't really want a needle in me all the damn time. I have to deal with enough needles. I don't want one in me 24/7, let alone two. Hello, Shubinator. What's up? Why is that one dwarf lowercase? Is that a baby dwarf? Let's get the trading done that I need to get done. Honestly, though, the worst part about being a streaming type 1 diabetic is there is times where my mood will like shift suddenly because of a change in my blood sugar, either going up or down. It can make me kind of snappy sometimes, which I'm never thrilled about. It's kind of unfair to people who watch my streams. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. All right, I'm just gonna let them continue bringing stuff to the depot. You guys can follow Deturo around. Is there anything I need to do for the king? Nope. You guys can follow Deturo around. I will be back in 5 minutes. Gotta go stab myself with a needle and water my plants. You know, lunch things. Back in 5. Oh, also, if anybody has sound commands, if you could use those and entertain the chat, that'd be great. And if we could get a round of beers, that would also be rad. BRB. I pop back over for a second to have a look, and Jack Nurk's in a strange mood. What a bad timing for that. Hold on. Let me just get this started. And then I'm going to go finish what I was doing. I always, like, peek back at the screen every so often while I'm prepping lunch stuff. Clothes shop. All right. You can follow that. I will be back in a sec. All right, I return. That would have been a bad thing to match. It is very hot outside still. So I watered all of my plants a second time, so it took me a little longer than I normally do. You know, there's a point with heat, for me, where it just feels hot. It doesn't actually feel any hotter. Like, yesterday was almost 10 degrees hotter than it is outside right now. And frankly, it feels about the same. It feels about the same. Just punching in what my blood sugar was. So my doctor knows and doesn't scold me for not writing my shit down. Humidity is a huge factor? I mean, it's dry heat, right? It's not particularly humid out there. It's dry. So it's like, I mean, I went on a walk yesterday in it, and it was livable. My blood sugar was a little low, which is why my brain was just like not functioning properly. I feel kind of bad. There's a lady outside in the sun fucking trying to charge her phone. I always feel sad when I see that. Heat doesn't bother you? See, heat bothers the crap out of me. I do. What? How did I do that? I don't actually know, because I was unmuted, right? How did I have to have a hot, because like, no, like there's a button that I have to click with my mouse to do that. I have to have a hotkey or something. It makes no sense that can anyway, I don't know how the fuck I did that, but I feel really bad because there was this lady outside who I spoke with briefly when I was watering my garden. And she was trying to charge her phone in the outdoor plugs, but they're specifically not powerful enough to charge a phone. Like, you could plug a light into them or something, but like you can't charge a phone on them. Yeah, it happens every now and again, and I genuinely have no idea how. There has to be like a hotkey that I don't know about or something that mutes it. But anyway, yeah, no, it's just, I feel bad whenever I see people trying to charge their phones outside, especially in this kind of heat or in the winter. See it every now and again. If I didn't have trust issues, I'd just be like, yo, fucking sit inside for a minute and charge your phone. But I am not going to do that while working. Twitch just told you that I uploaded animated emotes? Oh, well, that's kind of neat that Twitch is telling people. I don't know what a patio voltic is. Why would I charge it outside? I don't. I don't charge anything outside. But if someone is homeless and they're looking for a way to charge their phone, they'll do whatever they need to do. That's kind of cool. Just a shirt, though. Jack Nurik, Dwarf, has created Laltad, a giant cave spider silk shirt. Claims it as an heirloom, also dedicated to, you guessed it, Youth with Work Ticks, everybody's favorite celebrity. Dwarf person. This is a giant cave spider silk shirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of giant cave spider silk and made from cave spider silk cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of native silver and an image of a mountain in... I don't know why I lost my spot there. It menaces with spikes of unicorn leather and praise opal silver. On this item is an image of a mountain and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of cushion of a cabochon in plum wood. On the item is an image of a crow in nice. Is that what that means? A solar panel? No, we don't have solar panels. There's just outlets outside. It's supposed to. It's mostly for the gardeners to plug in their power tools. But they don't quite give out enough power to charge your phone, because those require a lot of power. They do that specifically. Some of them are also disableable, so they disable them when they're not using them. Why am I blanking on this? Yes. D. L, 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 L. Did I go past it? I think I did. Come on, where is you? Where is you, B? Unless Dwarf is already trying to move it, which is possible. Nope. You'd think. But that's what my neighbor who used to do some volunteer gardening told me. So I'm just kind of taking his word for it. My hunch is that they just simply turn them off, because I know where they turn them on and off. It's in one of the power closets that has a big switch where you can just like turn them all off. That's more likely, but I don't actually know. Also, you'd be surprised on how much power a cell phone uses. Or rather, a smartphone. To charge phones, cybersecurity experts usually start projectile vomiting when they see those. Yeah, well. I mean, there's like charging stations in the library and shit. But like the problem with a lot of those charging stations right now is like it's kind of hard to get to them. Also, honestly, I kind of put security nuts in a specific stereotype bin at this point, where it's like, if you need to charge your phone, you need to charge your phone. It doesn't fucking matter if there's security problems with those. It's like, come on, just let people charge their phone if they need to. Where the fuck did this go? It's literally just sitting there. It's not forbidden or anything. Why can't I find it? Yeah, whatever. Power banks are key. But like I stated earlier, this person is homeless. Like, not everybody can afford a power bank, right? Like, yes, there are obviously better ways to charge your phone, but if you have no money and you need to charge your phone, you gotta do what you gotta do, and you gotta make do, right? Like, I've charged my phone at public USB chargers in airports before because, like, I needed to charge my phone. So, and my power bank was dead. That too, Alt-Tab Matt, that too. No way can this run a power tool, but not charge a phone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. That's what my neighbor claimed. My assumption though is they just turn them off. Why did I say 3? I wanted 30. Let's say 50. There we go. Got everything up and running now. The humans are headed out. It's about damn time. Please don't get stuck at the edge of the map. I don't know. During normal times when I'm not like paranoid about people not being vaccinated, and if I wasn't working, I would absolutely just be like, yo, just like pop inside for 30 minutes and charge your fucking phone. I would just do that because I'm that kind of person. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? That's the thing for me where everybody's just like, but the cybersecurity, and I'm like, but like they already have all that data. So like, it's more of how they act on it, less of stopping them from getting it. So everybody had wait, hold on a second. Why would they charge you for the vaccine? First off. Second, does that mean that everybody's already had it? Because that's good. Oh, a free spot. Okay, I was going to say, like, I like that. That's a good thing. I know Kiri just got hers, which is also good, so... I think pretty much everybody on my stream team now is vaccinated, at least halfway. Except for Evil Trick, I think. Evil Trick has been told like September or something stupid like that. Which is the situation Canada was in until America decided to share. Because the fucking American president literally had to, like, have a speech, like give a speech and a talk to those fucking medical corps and be like, hey, what do we need to do to actually make you share this shit? And I got my second shot at the beginning of this month. So I'm fully vaccinated and I'm like, I trust myself, right? And I trust my direct family, but like randoms at the mall? No. How's the arm? Fine. You also need to remember I give myself 4 to 5 injections a day. So I am not even remotely worried about needles, and I like have no issues. So whenever I see people making the dumb jokes about the fucking conspiracy theories, I'm just like, do you have any idea how many like government licensed things I put in my body in a fucking day? It's like, if they wanted to track me with microchips, I would have had that ages ago. Randos are indeed the worst. I couldn't agree more. Are they like not able to get down here? What? Like, it's not that it's not accessible. The dwarves are just too busy to fucking mine. Traded too much stuff, so I've got tons of hauling jobs happening. Ha ha ha, sucks. You know, because your boss is an anti-vaxxer, Coach Monster, this is a perfectly good opportunity to go on strike and form a fucking union and make your boss get vaccinated. Although that would probably just get you fired, but... Just do a fucking walkout. Like, everybody just, like, walk out and refuse to work until your boss gets fucking vaccinated. Because that's fucked. Like, if I was in a work situation like that, I would just quit. It doesn't matter how badly I need the money. I would just quit. I wouldn't want to be in a room with that. Just a dumb teen leader. His boss told him he should get rid of the Alouette and start working proper again. I mean, frankly, like I said, I would just refuse to work. Straight up. Usually they think that the government wants to track them so they can't rise up. Can I just say, I don't think this is a controversial statement, but I really wish that anti-vaxxers didn't exist so that I would stop losing most of my faith in humanity, because they are some of the stupidest fucking people on this goddamn planet. It's like, holy shit, you make all of us look so fucking stupid. It's like, anti-vaxxers are the reason humans deserve to go extinct. Because, like, it is the dumbest shit to fucking die on. Your old boss was somewhat anti-vax and told me no worse than, and told me it was no worse than a flu. Someone on the team got pink eye. He got us all Lysol for the office and didn't care about NetSec either, and he got fired because he used his phone for talking to hookers. Cool. Cool. No. Here's the thing, right? I'm not a stupid person, but I'm not academically educated, right? I barely finished high school and never did any kind of post-secondary, right? I am not academically educated, but I'm not stupid. You can be educated but also be stupid. Like, there are plenty of educated people that believe the Earth is flat. Plenty of them. There's plenty of educated people who believe that the fucking vaccines are going to turn you into a weird cyborg thingy and have chips in them. There are educated people who believe that 5G towers are actually a government weapon that is going to sterilize all of the men on Earth so that we stop overpopulating. Like, there are people who are genuinely stupid. You can be educated but still be stupid. Education does not equal intelligence. Education is just simply something that you can do. You can educate yourself without being smart. Being smart is being able to look at something and come to a logical conclusion from that. Like, I think Stone's incredibly smart, but to my knowledge, Stone, you haven't had much education outside of the normal schooling, right? So I wouldn't call Stone stupid by any stretch. You're a very smart person, but you're not educated. Just like me. I'm not educated, but I'm not stupid. It's lack of critical reasoning ability. I mean, when I get really high on the wrong weed and I feel like there's someone in my house, that's paranoia. Don't look up NK Ultra. Who hasn't looked up NK Ultra? Let's be honest. I was kind of a B's and C's student as well, Stone. I mean, fucking Einstein didn't finish high school. So, like, no, the issue that I have, the thing with anti-vaxxers that it usually comes down to whenever I end up debating them is their arguments almost always come down to, I don't like needles and I don't trust the government. That's almost always what it comes down to. There's like no critical or like logical reasoning behind it. It's literally just either is really scared of needles and wants a reason to not have to stab themselves with needles, or they're just scared of the government. And you know, like, I was scared shitless of needles when I was fucking 5. But like, sorry, but as a diabetic, there are certain phobias that I just fucking laugh at. Scared of needles. Eat me. Jesus fuck. People make me really fucking mad when they say anything about being an anti-vaxxer. You don't even like I didn't even realize they gave it to me when they gave it to me. She was just talking to me and I was distracted, and then it was like, oh, it's done. Okay. One of my favorite statements I ever heard about the COVID is fake propaganda bullshit conspiracy theories, Matt, was when someone in my chat stated, anybody who believes that COVID-19 is a government hoax has never worked a job in management, because humans are not that coordinated. On that scale, that many governments coordinating at exactly the same time to do all of that without anybody finding out and the information not leaking out. Like, we can't even make a fucking video game without the entire planet knowing that it exists beforehand. How the fuck? How the actual fuck would we do that? It's like, humans are smart, but we ain't that smart. You know, like, we're pretty good at deceiving people, and we're pretty good at tricking people. And yeah, there has been shady government things in the past, but like, we ain't that fucking coordinated. Stop giving us too much credit. It's so fucking funny when you actually like think about it. I mean, it's just like Hollow Earth. It's like, oh, the government's hiding it from us. It's like, no, they're fucking not. What are you talking about? What? Stop being so stupid. But get me my second dose, please. Exactly. See, you're a big kid, Renee. Like, you understand, like, the logic behind it. As a European, the idea of anti-vaxxers comes down to Trump, and he said stupid stuff, and they listened. Well, see, here's the thing. We've had anti-vaxxers since way before Trump. Like, this is not a new thing, right? Anti-vaxxers are not because of Trump. We had anti-vaxxers before Trump. There's actually, there's a really good documentary on Netflix called Pandemic, which ironically came out right before the pandemic. Unrelated, in fact, but it's just called Pandemic, and it's about the World Health Organization and how they prepare for pandemics and possible pandemics. And half of that movie is from the point of view of researchers and doctors and scientists, and the other half is from the perspective of people who take vaccines and anti-vaxxers. And it is hard as fuck to watch. It's so fucking hard to watch because, like, there's just this group of, like, fucking soccer moms sitting in a circle talking about how they don't want governments putting things in their children. And it's just like, I hope you all fucking die of SARS. Jesus Christ. You're all gonna get fucking polio. It was Cold War propaganda to make the power. Yeah, that's not helping. Because it came out too fast? And fuck those people. Straight up, just fuck those people. As somebody who is at risk, I don't fucking care. They've been through all of the proper testing. If you genuinely think that they came out too quickly, you have no idea what you're fucking talking about. If you are a perfectly normal, healthy person who is doubting the vaccines because they came out too fast, you are just as bad as an anti-fucking vaxxer. You are identical to them. You are the part of the problem. You might as well be helping them. If anything, you're giving them ammunition. As somebody who will literally die if I get the normal fucking flu. No. Just no. Also, tributes have arrived. Then spend the time and energy it takes to have a government you trust. I mean, put effort into making the government something you trust, or at least can work alongside of. I mean, that just comes down to people with a dumb phobia that they don't want to talk about, Coach Monster. That's usually what that is. People are like, I won't get, we're fine. It's like, well, But yeah, no, Alum Zeiss, I'm sorry to just kind of shoot down your statement, but by saying that, it's like, yes, you are just as bad as anti-vaxxers if that's the case. Because, trust me, they did all the testing. They went through all of the proper precautions, at the very least, for all of the normal vaccines. And if you're going to say something like, yeah, well, people died taking AstraZeneca, more women die every single year taking fucking birth control. Just remember that. More women die taking fucking birth control than have ever died taking AstraZeneca. And a lot more people took AstraZeneca. He had a very heated debate with his dad, and his argument was that no vaccine was rolled out this fast and people are dying after the vaccine, blah, blah, blah. Well, more people die, like I said, more people die of blood clots from birth control every year than have ever died taking COVID vaccines, okay? First thing. Second thing, it didn't come out any faster. This is as quick as they come out usually. The only difference was they had all of the funding in the planet to get it out quickly, okay? That's why it came out so fast, was because they had so much funding. There's an argument to be made for the Russian vaccine Sputnik, but that's the Russian vaccine. There's an argument to be made for that one, because that one did come out really fast. But for the rest, no. No, they went through the same processes, and they all passed. If anything, if people are saying, oh, the vaccine came out too quickly, I think the vaccine took too long. So many fucking people died. Well, if you live in the States, yeah, I'll tab Matt. But I don't know. My argument always is just to remind people that more people die every year of birth control. But nobody talks about that because, well, that's icky. Don't talk about the sex stuff. Don't talk about like bodily functions, right? So yeah, my ass, perfectly normal people. Like, I had someone try and give me the argument a little while ago that they weren't going to take the vaccine because they were rushed. And this is somebody from Australia. And all I had to say to that person was, you are really fucking selfish. Because it's not about you. And that's a fact. It's not about you. It's about everybody around you. It doesn't fucking matter if you take the vaccine or if you go and die. All right? But if you're going to do that, don't ever go outside again and don't go anywhere near people. It doesn't fucking matter if you don't take it. It matters if you get somebody else sick. So you're the selfish one for not caring if you get sick that you might get someone else sick. It was 6 people in 100,000 died. I'll take that bet. That's pretty good odds. More people die of Tylenol, probably. Like, I'll take that bet, Coach Monster. I would take that bet 1,000 times a day and probably come out okay. You want to know why it is? Alt tab Matt? It's because of the privatized healthcare industry, and none of them want to get sued. So they have to list those all because the states is so sue happy. That they have to list the side effects, because if somebody gets the side effect and then they sue, then they're in trouble. How are we only on day 115? Because I slowed down a couple of times. How are you, Squad? Because I only do like 3 days a week of this. More people die from that clotting happening randomly? Yes. How's things, Squad? Has the weather been weird over in your end, or is it like kind of normal? We got a boar. They brought us a piggy. More bacon. Shoutouts to bacon. Humid and rain. I'm jealous. I'd love some rain. My plants are all wilting and it makes me sad. I can't water them fast enough. It's just too hot. They're just getting blasted. Humid, hot, and rain. Okay, never mind then. I take that back. I take that back. I'll be honest, like, even with my AC and my fan running, like, it is hard to stream because of temperatures. It is actively difficult because of these temperatures. And the dwarves have arrived to trade again. Yay. PC's fine, actually. I have a Noctua cooler, so PC is totally fine. No, we're in a heat wave. So we had the hottest temperatures outside ever here. Ever. Just period. Ever. Pilot has become a peasant. What do you like? Chromite, Abilin, White Opal, Clear Glass, Warhammers, Boxes and Bags, and Scepters and Guinea Fowls for their social nature. Right, well, I mean, where are you? Oh, I see you. There you are. You can have mining because I need more miners. Other jobs, hauling. Maybe leather working, wood crafting, and stone crafting. I'll give you a few metalsmithing jobs. Basic healthcare. And butchery. Yep, a piggy and some lung. Speaking of, there we go. Put that piggy in there. Time to trade all of the figurines. Kivish says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. It's good to see you 2 years in a row, dwarves. It's good to see you 2 years in a row. Welcome back to Longdeath. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a broken record when it comes to like the vaccines discussion, because I feel like we have this discussion twice a week, but it's just like, it's always the same arguments. It's always the same back and forth, and I have no pity for people who are just refusing to do it because of fear. I can't really have any pity for people. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but it's just, from my point of view, it is just so unfucking fair. That's all I can really say. That some people think that they are permitted to be selfish like that. Well, I mean, that's pretty stupid. Rich Monster. That is pretty fucking stupid. Yeah, no, streaming is difficult because hot weather fucks up my, the way my body works, or rather doesn't. It's like I got 2 fans on me and my AC is running and my apartment's probably about 25, 26 degrees Celsius right now in here. It's too fucking hot. And I know for a lot of people are going to be like, oh, that's really cool. It's like, well, I'm not used to it. So it completely kills my energy and makes streaming really difficult. But I'm here, so there's that. Yeah, well. It's all what you're used to. Heat is relevant, you know? I'm not used to hot weather. So, thanks for being understanding, Elves. Thanks for being understanding. There's a bunch of worms on the ground. Need to deal with those. I don't know. Yeah. These. This thing flickering. Well, actually, that's a slug. But there's also a worm. It's, I think, someone's pet slug. There's the worm. Hold on, is that a worm? Looks like a worm. I think it's a worm. Yep, it's a worm. Someone's pet worm. I don't know how they got out of the cages, but they're just there. Wait, what? I read that as beat criminal. That's not what it said. Definitely says make charcoal. I was very perplexed for a moment there. But yeah, I keep seeing those two tildes over there and just kind of going, there's something there. The fuck is that? One thing that's going to kind of be sad about next month is the sub count's going to go back to normal. We're going to just have a day where we lose like 150 subs. Which is fine. This coming Saturday. Sub count's very inflated because it was my birthday, so. Alright, you. Let's trade with you guys. Let's get all that wood. Then we can make all that charcoal. So that we can keep making glass. So we can keep working on the giant lava lamp. And the king wants a ballista arrow. Just one more to add to the collection, of course. But yeah, no, summer is my least favorite time of year. And whenever summer hits, I'm always looking forward to it being over. So, I can't wait for this stupid season to end. I haven't looked. I actually don't know where they are in the stock screen. I think they're under ammunition, right? I don't think I've ever looked. Well, they're not underneath this. So that would be what, siege ammo? Yeah, there it is. 858 according to this. Vancouver, Canada. British Columbia. To give you an idea why I hate the heat, I went on a hike with my dad the other day, and it was extremely hot. It was a fun hike, though. Next to a nice lake with cold winds coming off of it, and we went for a swim. So it was a really pleasant hike. But I was talking about this earlier today. When we were in the old growth forests, the ravens were screaming. The reason the ravens are screaming is because it's about 10 degrees too hot and their young are dying in their nests. That's why I hate the heat. It's because it's like you go out into nature and you can just like see the world falling apart. It's literally just like watching the world die in real time. I'm already I'm much of a nihilist, but it's like seeing that sort of stuff is just like Makes me go from nihilism to something far worse. And I'm helping right now make it worse because I'm running AC. But I have to. So if I don't, I will probably get really sick. I try not to, but if we don't focus on it, it's just going to keep getting worse, man. You know, it's just like anything else. The worse we let it get, the worse it continues to be, you know? Like, I'm sitting here, it's like, I own a little bit of cryptocurrency. I work, you know, on a computer all the time, which is using electricity. I am producing heat with my computer and my air conditioning. It's like, I am part of the problem. And I know it's like, oh, most of the carbon going into the atmosphere is a few specific companies. And it's like, yeah, sure. But if, like, everybody could do something. I just feel like there's nothing I can do. Those actually exist in real life, but they aren't as effective as they are in RimWorld. You should go and look up... Canada has a lot of hydro and you don't drive? Yeah, I literally walked across one of those hydro dams the other day. I pop over to the YouTube channel real quick. This is me walking across the hydro dam during that hike. It's like I don't know, 100 meters down to the ground. I don't think that's necessarily the issue because we need to go to space regardless. I don't consider that to be an either or. We should be doing both. There's that video if you guys just want to watch that. Featuring my dad. A bridge in... Wait, why did he call 911 to close the bridge that he was inspecting? I mean, I'm well aware of this, Coach Monster. I'm well aware of this. And I think that it's wrong to say that no one gives a shit. I think that that's wrong to say. I think lots of people give a shit. The problem is the way our world is designed is unsustainable. The way our economy is designed is unsustainable, right? Like our entire economy is built around exponential growth, and exponential growth is not exactly sustainable. Everything that we do is built around existential growth or exponential growth. The problem is if you tell people that we need to take away your exponential growth, they scream my freedoms and my money, and they get all offended. That's the problem. I mean, I said exponential, but existential is also very funny. Existential growth. But yeah, that's terrifying. Frog for hire. I hope they I guess they fixed that support beam. I don't know. I probably have a smaller carbon footprint than the vast majority of people. But I still feel like I should do more. This is based on existential growth. I mean, if we realized how existential our growth problems are, maybe it would be more efficient. Now I'm trying to figure out like what would actually like the definition of existential growth, because I know what existential means. I know what but like I'm trying to think like what that would mean in comparison to that. Yeah, like sort of like spiritual growth. Yeah. Yeah. The old ones will return. Are you going all ancient aliens on me, Socks? Is that what's happening? What, spiritual growth or existential growth? I mean, you know, if everybody was a bit more of a hippie, the planet would be in a much better spot. Or both. Cthulian growth. There was a picture I saw on Reddit the other day of a deformed octopus with 30-something tentacles, and it looked like a baby Cthulhu. Seems more tenuous and illusionary. I mean, my existence is irrelevant, just like all of our existence. I hear a mosquito. Yes, I definitely hear a mosquito. Fuck. I don't know where it is, but there's a mosquito in this room somewhere. In the vast play of cosmic time, do we exist at all? Absolutely not, really. Change on that scale is needed for climate change. Will most likely not happen fast. It won't happen fast enough at all. Your IT department did change some forms to digital. Way too late. No, that's at least you did. After several years, regular most of the time, a single person's block change. And your colleague, a very nice old lady, prints all those digital forms out and files them in the 5 databases, and that is why climate change will not be solved. Something simple gets fucked up by one person, and I always did it like that. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, you are completely correct, Coach Fonsta. Like, we will all die in a heat storm in the next 40 years. We can try and fix it, but we will all die in a heat storm, and the people that make it off of Earth will go to Mars and try and start again, and people here will live in air-conditioned huts. That's literally it. Hearing is better than tasting? Oh, for you? I just have really, really, really good hearing. Like, I can tell you how many people are in the apartment next door to me because I can hear their feet when they're just walking around, not even stomping. The one nice thing about running my AC, though, is I don't hear my fridge. My fridge is kind of loud. It makes weird, like, ticking sounds and stuff at times. It sounds kind of like a bomb almost. Okay, but like this mosquito is really fucking annoying. It's like, okay, but like, mosquito, you can stop. Yeah, basically. Yeah. God, I should rewatch RoboCop. Unfortunately, the most recent RoboCop film I've seen was the remake, which was awful. I don't actually believe I turned it off. I should have. I suspect that the dollars we spend to try to avert climate change catastrophe will likely make some billionaires and not avert the climate catastrophe. Yep. Yep. Sorry, I'm in a wide... I am in a bit of a downer mood today for whatever reason or another. You know what would avert climate change? Every single human on Earth simultaneously deciding to stop driving their car unless it's needed specifically for work. Not to get to work, but for their job. If every single person in the world did that. Also, if we stopped traveling via plane. We're not going to do either of those things. Also, if we stopped farming cattle. At least at the scale that we currently do. Oh, lovely. Yeah, no, I used to have the same thing. I used to sit at one end of the 5-bedroom house that I grew up in, and I could hear conversations upstairs at the other end. Yeah, and also, you know, set up giant fans to blow the cold air from Antarctica up to the rest of the world so that, you know, we can, like, cool stuff down a little bit up here, right? That's, like, one of the few Simpsons episodes I've actually seen, the throw a giant ice cube in the ocean thing. Was that Futurama? I swear that was Simpsons. I'm pretty sure Family Guy also did that. Maybe it's Futurama. You're probably right. What we need is a giant Noctua cooler. Yeah, Noctua just needs to scale up their operations. That's what they need to do. Just put a giant Noctua cooler on the moon, and then just like my computer, it'll be nice and cool during a heat wave. I really wish this mosquito would just bite me and fuck off because this buzzing is annoying as shit. An i7-7700. Okay, and it's slightly overclocked. I never like power overclock stuff. Ad break while I kill mosquito? I mean, I don't do ad breaks. Oh, temp-wise? I don't know. I don't have it running. The fan hasn't sped up, so I assume it's fine. It's probably doing better than me, honestly. Like, frankly. All temperatures normal. Nothing's out of the ordinary. Yeah, it's running really cool. It would be worth it for the death of a mosquito. I mean, I guess. Adra, what up? It's good to see you. You don't even want to know how many mosquitoes are in your room? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to imagine that because I don't think that will ever actually happen, Murphist. I don't think that will ever actually happen. Yeah, I've seen those. Then you have to clean the salt off the ground, so it's like those salt shotguns. I had a friend who would bring one of those camping, and we'd shoot wasps with it. It's kind of fun, actually. Yeah, I know. I don't want to ever have to clean salt out of my carpets. That's not exactly an option for me. On the topic of dumb guns that shoot people with things, a stream that I used to watch had a golf ball launcher. And for $10, it would fire a golf ball at the streamer. So he'd just be like playing a game. Someone would tip him $100 and would just be like, boom, 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 boom. And they'd all like bounce off the side of his head while he's playing. It's very funny. How do I like the Texas heat? I live up here for a reason. To be very fucking far away from that heat. And I don't have central air, so I'm using my wall-mounted AC unit. And it's keeping my apartment from 100+ degrees Fahrenheit down to about 85? So, fuck me with a shovel. I fucking hate it. And anybody who thinks that it's, like, okay that it's that hot up here is... like absolutely moronic. Absolutely, we're cooking. I have a thermometer, right? And I took it out into the hallway in my building. It was, I'm trying to do the conversion in my head. It was 44 degrees Celsius in the hallway indoors because my building doesn't have air conditioning. So, you know, fortunately, I'm one of the lucky ones. But what is that? That's like, what, 114, 115 Fahrenheit? Hold on, let me look. Uh, 111 degrees Fahrenheit. in my hallway in my building. That or the thermometer's broken. Sure fucking felt that hot. I mean, outdoor it was 42. Like, yesterday outside, on my porch, it was 42. Indoors, it was 4 degrees hotter. Because it's fucking cooking. Our buildings keep heat in, not the other way around. It was hotter here than it was in Phoenix, Arizona yesterday. Well, it's the hottest temperatures we've had in 150 years, Anthro, so. Yeah, also what Frog said. Yeah, I also suspect this is going to be a frequent occurrence going forward. Because if you look at the graphs of climate change, it's very similar to the graphs that we had for COVID. Where it's like, everything just shot up all at once. Also come with massive extinctions? Probably, I would say. I wonder what the delay would be streaming on Earth and then watching a stream in Mars. I haven't unmasked yet. It's still mandatory to wear masks indoors in public spaces here. Unless you're in a restaurant and at a table, then you can take your mask off. 14 to 30 minutes? Huh. Looking forward to that. That'll be kind of neat. I want to have someone watch me on Mars. If any of you guys go to Mars at any point, can you, like, tune into my stream and say hi? I want to talk in real-ish time to someone on Mars. There's a big difference between 14 to 30 and 8 to 10. Probably via Starlink, yeah. Or whatever ends up working. Whatever we end up using. Oh, true. Also, yeah, I forgot about that. Depends on where the orbit is currently at. Didn't even think about that. The temperature change is like 3,000% the speed it should. I tend to agree that I also hate that argument. But like, the Earth does heat and it does cool. Also, everything on Earth tends to die when that happens. It's like, yes, we've had ice ages before, but that ice age was caused by a fucking asteroid hitting the planet. From your memory of The Expanse. I mean, The Expanse is totally based on real-life science, right? 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 The Earth warms naturally and rapidly. It's called a cataclysm. Or the Earth can't, yes. It can, yes. It's called Something's Out of Balance, and it's killing us all. And Knowles has been possessed. Jesus. So many artifacts. The child Knowles. What are you going to make us, kid? The RMC, the Ronald McDonald Cinematic Universe, the most accurate cinematic universe to real life. They even have a band. I'm just thinking of that parody band that is fronted by Ronald McDonald. And all the band members are dressed up as McDonald's characters. Why am I blanking on the name of them now? I need to just look it up real quick because I've completely blanked on the name of them. Max Sabbath, that's the name of them. Max Sabbath. This band. There you go. Have fun with that link if you've never seen that before. And winter is upon us and the game is now saving. Because it's natural and not a man-made change. I mean, there is the argument that is humankind's changes to the Earth natural, right? Like us destroying the planet, is that natural? There is that argument that you could make too. There's also people that believe that we were once an advanced species before and have destroyed ourselves before. And, you know, maybe we will again. Yeah, can I just, like, ask a question? What is up with people's fetishizing of living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland? Is this, like, just the, like, Americans really wanting to relive the American conquering dream? Because that's kind of what it seems like. Entropy is natural. Climate change is us doing our part to speed it up. Absolutely. This all goes back to human stupidity. Yep. We might have to consider something about it regardless. Yeah, maybe. We might have to do that. It might be a good idea to do something, guys. Sorry, I just find that very funny. That's just really funny choice of words, that's all. We might have to do something. Yeah, we might. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, just you know, in case no one had thought about it. Like, this seems bad. It's kind of warm and I don't like it. Also, it's nice to see you breaking lurk for once. That's funny. We are not an exception. I mean, my favorite kind of bouncing off that subject. One of my favorite like aliens theory is that there's been thousands of intelligent civilizations and they're all already dead. I love that theory so much. 3 rough black zircons, raw green glass, more raw green glass, rough black zircons, diorite, and granite. Crafts Dwarf shop. Any bets on what that child makes? It's Knowles. How old are you, Knowles? 7 years old. I mean, I'll say this, right? I don't understand the fetishizing of living in a post-apocalyptic world because I would just die in 6 months to a year. I'd run out of insulin and I'd just die. And it's in you. I demand to only be stabbed by the finest handcrafted knives. Bah! In a post-apocalyptic world, every life is precious. And what we do or don't do is important. It gets rid of the problem. I mean, I guess. Regardless of the cause of earth warming, keep your backyard clean. Regardless of the cause of the earth warming, keep your backyard clean. What's keep your backyard clean mean, Whitcode? Never heard that line before. Stainless steel only? Yeah, I rust. How dare you stab me with anything else? Don't want to have to go get a tetanus shot. Jeez. Only die if stabbed with a quality blade. Yeah, exactly. Only the... I killed a mosquito. I now have my own blood on my arm. You. I got it, though.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
disgusting. Knowles has the dwarven child has created Numost Nangis Tostem. And of course it's dedicated to Euthris. It always is. Thanks for the $1, Anonymous. The second cheer of the week, in fact. A granite crown. And she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Workdict. Because of fucking course she does. This is a granite crown. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval-cut black zircons and decorated with tapered baguette-cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of oval granite cabochons and oval black zircon cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of cow leather, green glass, and black black cabochons. And black zircon, sorry. And on the item is an image of glorious tired the nice ring in diorite. On the item is an image of the combined conjectures, a diorite table in diorite. On the item is an image of the adorable spring, a sleek hemp right glove in black zircon. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That child knows their artifacts. Just going to grab that. See if I can find the other one. Because I was looking for the other one before, but couldn't find it for some reason. Yeah, I still don't know where that other one is. It's weird that it didn't pop up. The game is rather daunting. It's not that bad. It's a bit daunting, yeah, but it's easier to learn DF now than it's ever been, just because of the abundance of discords and people talking about the game. So, I mean, just looking at it can be daunting. Sucks. Just looking at it can be daunting. But, you know, play slowly. Press K a lot. Read things. Do your best to memorize the basic controls, and it's not so bad. I feel like I should do titling of videos for FG. I should handle the video titles. Because sometimes FG names videos things that, and I look at them and I'm like, what? Yeah, die in interesting, exciting ways. I mean, one of my first fortresses when I really doubled down to try and learn DF was ended almost as quickly as it started because a giant crocodile just like walked out of the local creek and attacked 3 of my dwarves, and then the dwarves all pounced on the giant crocodile, and then 2 of them drowned trying to fight it. I mean, well, she named that video that the bot just put in chat, "We broke physics," brackets, and other things. Exclamation points after the brackets. Sorry, exclamation point. I need to, it's like, I want to rename that because, like, that is not SEO-y at all. It had a better title, and then we decided to make it better for SEO, and then somehow I think she made it worse. But I need to go. I'll just figure that out later. I should rewatch Futurama one of these days. But I just don't feel like watching any cartoons, period. So maybe one day. One day I'll rewatch that show. Meditate on speech. I think it's time for us to dig. I'm getting paid. I just got an email saying that I was getting paid for one of the sponsorships I did a couple weeks ago. How's your dwarf doing? Where is your dwarf? Grown up. Ah, there you are. You're a minor. Which means you're a minor headache. You're 15 years old. You're annoyed after having a drink without a mug. Dream of crafting a great work of art. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and values sacrifice and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. But you want to create a great work of art. Raycon, raid. I've been offered 4 figures to stream raid, and I turned it down because I'm not a piece of shit, and I'm nowhere near big enough to get sponsored by Raycon. 8 goblins surrounded your last dwarf and hit him unarmed for several days until the injury list was several pages long and he finally died. What a fucking boss, dude. What a fucking dwarf. No, this one's for the Ultimate ADOM sponsorship I took. But yeah, no, I absolutely refuse to take sponsorships for games that I wouldn't play anyway. Especially if it's a kind of game that builds its entire business model on predatory business models, i.e. Raid. And also Raycon just makes trashy earbuds. They're not particularly good. But if you use the code, then it just gets you into the ecosystem of, microtransactions and gacha mechanics and gambling mechanics and surprise mechanics or whatever the fuck you want to call them. You know, Matt, you might think you're funny. You're not. None of that shit is even remotely acceptable, even in a joking format. So why don't you just go advertise gambling to children? I'm all for destigmatizing weed because it actually benefits people. Gambling, on the other hand, don't benefit anybody. Except for the people, running the casinos, of course. Or in this case, the mobile trash games. Which is why I turned down $1,200 to stream Raid Shadow Legends. Is it out for the devil's weed? And he thought the times were changing. I guess I should, not talk about what I did last night. No, should I? That's unfortunate. That's all I can say. Although hasn't Germany been phobic of weed as long as Germany's existed? It's kind of funny. Every now and again, people tell me that I should move to Sweden or some other country to get away from, being so close to the States and better weather and other various benefits. But it always comes, legitimately, it always comes down to, it's well, sure, but I'd probably end up in prison. That's good. Anthro, that's good. I know people who've done prison time for having a fucking joint in their car, so. But that's the States. I don't know. I'm one of those people who definitely leans towards legalize all drugs, but you know, not always the most popular take. And I'm aware it comes with its own issues. It's like GTA RL. If you live in Florida, kinda. I mean, technically GTA takes place in the States, so isn't the States literally GTA IRL? Although I'm pretty sure that if you die in the US, you don't respawn at a hospital, so I will put that out there. The only thing that happens when you go to a hospital is your wallet is magically empty. That's actually like the least realistic thing in GTA. It should drain all of your money every single time you go to the hospital. Then it would actually be like relatively realistic-ish. Not really. I mean, it's one of Canada's biggest industries overnight. It's like, well, I mean, Canada like has almost no oil industry now. But what do we have? Craft beer and legal weed. That's what Canada's got. Love Broken, thanks for those. Heyo, what's up? How's things? Were you streaming, or was that just a one-off host? Can never tell with that sort of stuff, but what's up? If you don't have health insurance, it's only expensive because of insurance companies. I'm not entirely certain what you mean, so I will just simply not say much on that subject, because, I mean, it's not because of the insurance companies, it's because of privatized healthcare, but... Craft dinner? I actually can't remember the last time I had craft dinner. True story. I can't remember the last time I had craft dinner. That's correct. But even then, like, you have to, like, file bankruptcy if you have nothing. Like, as I've said before, if I went through what I did in 2020, with 5 days in hospital, an ambulance ride, and then suddenly all of the expenses of diabetes, I'd be bankrupt and wouldn't be able to stream full-time anymore. I've had people argue that back and forth many times. And it's like, nope, I would be completely bankrupt. Because I'd need to go get a job that would give me basic insurance so that I could actually afford my insulin. Because the insurance is more valuable than the amount of money it pays. So me making less money but having okay insurance would actually be more profitable in the long run, because I wouldn't be paying for my anything. Crappy mac and cheese. Beer Minier. You like the craft dinner genre of food way more than you should. Gas station food and stuff is also you go nuts for. It's all the sodium and the chemicals that's designed to make you like it. It's addictive. Just like corn syrup. I would gladly pay more of my annual salary for health care. Gladly. You know, it's like I feel like I must just be a broken person or something because I'm one of those weirdos who's just like, oh yeah, no, I would, if given the option, I would give 40% of my taxes to the government or 40% of my income, if not more, to the government if it meant free dental and free schooling and free healthcare for everybody. Like, absolutely, no questions asked. Fuck, I'd go up to 70%. I don't even care. Like, take my money. I don't give a shit. Just take care of people, please. But there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of greedy people out there who are just like, well, me. But that's because I live in a country where that is considered to be closer to the norm, but not quite. Closer to the norm. I don't have to pay anything because I'm not technically in a high enough tax bracket to have to pay anything, Anthros. I actually pay nothing for my health insurance, and I have a $300 deductible. Kidney stone cost you $20,000. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. That's all I have to say. That's fuck that. What's your food, Ryan? Do tell. Also, what time are we recording tonight? Three stitches cost you $1,500. Cool. Cool. That's all I have to say to that is fucking cool. I mean, like, when I was taken to hospital and I told people that I took an ambulance, half the people on my Discord were shocked because I was like, yeah, I took an ambulance. And they're like, wait, how long a ride was it? And I was like, I don't know, 8 minutes, maybe, with traffic. And then they were just like, why would you do, like, it's like, that is like a $5,000 bill here. It's like, what? I know somebody who got, it was like an $8,000 bill. Oh, you had a fiance living in the US. So you literally just like left the fiance and left the country after a kidney stone cost you $20,000? Because that's incredible dedication to getting the fuck out, if that's the case. You took an ambulance from across the street? Fuck that. You work insurance, you see fucked up shit. Oh, really? I didn't know that you worked in insurance. See fucked up shit, a $200,000 claim today that went down to only $3K. Insurance saved that person $270,000. Wow. You had an emergency on the bill when you had an emergency and the bill was $32,000 and there was no diagnosis. What? You did have insurance, so it wasn't too bad. That's fucked. I had a friend who had a seizure after a night of heavy drinking in the States and down in Seattle. Luckily, his Canadian work insurance came through and saved him from it, but the original bill, he showed me the photo of it, and it was like $72,000 or something because it was like ambulance ride, 2 nights stay in the hospital, an MRI, and they transported him to a Canadian hospital from there. Chemotherapy is like cheap. I mean, in a world where it costs 10 cents to make a month's worth of insulin, and the boxes cost $400 in the States, and you need like a box a month, that's just fucking insulin. Like, that's just fucking insulin. That's nothing. Just a life-saving thing that keeps me alive. In Canada, they're $200 a box, which ain't much better. But 2-pack EpiPen, that too, yeah. Also not that expensive. Like, fuck, I straight up just had a, one of my prepackaged pen needles just, like, not work. Like, it just jammed, and I couldn't get the... So I had to, like, take a fucking actual syringe and, like, stick it into the end of it and pull the insulin out of it. So goddamn frustrating. Like, they're not even that well made. And then I, like, emailed them about it, and they sent me a discount coupon for another box, which I thought was very funny. Nope. I mean, it should just, like, literally, you should just be able to walk to the, you'd think that they would let you just walk into a pharmacy and just be given insulin. But, no. The fucked up thing is it's not actually entirely covered here either. EpiPens do not cost that much money, but big companies. This is what happens when you let people buy patents for medical stuff. What's the Dwarven health plan? If you get the shit kicked out of you, they stitch you back together mostly. That's the Dwarven health plan. There is no money in DF, so they don't worry about it too much. Just make sure the head stays on, because if the head gets knocked off, then it's very hard to stitch you back together. And if all of the blood drips out, uh-oh. Your wife had an emergency in Canada. You had to pay cash. They kept apologizing for something that cost $50 in Canada. That would cost $500 in the US. Yeah. I mean, like, it's wild. It is wild. For anybody who's wondering what we're working on, making a giant green glass tube that's going to go to the center of the earth and be filled up with lava to become a gigantic lava lamp. That is what we're working on. Giant lava lamp. Because, you know, sometimes you just got to be silly. It's like $50. That's like dinner for two at a pizza place. How many stories will it end up being? Well, right now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 40, 41 currently. And we still have how many more layers left? We're on 37, right? Minus 37 right now, and it's going to go all the way down to wherever the lava is. So probably, I don't know, 150-ish? Six hours. Bam. Yeah, the amazingness of it is it's insulin's patents is owned by an American company after it was invented by a British dude who sold it at almost no expense or for almost no profit. It's just fuck. It's absolutely fucked. Yeah, it is hard to not breathe for 6 hours, let alone 6 minutes. Actually, I would argue it's very easy to not breathe for 6 hours because you're just dead already. You're just dead, you know? So the hard part is not breathing for like the initial like 10 minutes. Once you've stopped breathing permanently. $2 is a good part to remember because it's a very memorable number because of how fucking low it is. Yeah, the hard part would be the first 5 minutes, I would assume. After that, like, you know, not breathing for the rest of it's very easy. The problem is breathing again afterwards. That's the actual hard bit. I guess in theory, theoretically, we could probably like freeze somebody or something or like cryo freeze somebody to not breathe for 6 hours, but. Yeah, after yeah, exactly. After the first 5 minutes, like, yeah, you could literally just do that forever. You might have an out of body experience and become a ghost. Fun. Love broken. Yeah, I don't know. It's man, we're on all of the happy topics today, aren't we? We're on all of the happy topics today, aren't we? What year of the fort do you think the lamp will be done? And should I do an well, see, here's the thing. I could finish it today. Or I could finish it by tomorrow. I'm intentionally taking my time. Like, literally, probably real-time gameplay, probably about 7 hours to do this, if I just did it. I mean, I've already got all this stuff made to do it. I'm just kind of intentionally doing it slowly. Speaking of, my king wants 2 more ballista arrows. And my mayor wants 2 more rock crowns. Okay. Speaking of. When I was in hospital, I had so many IVs in me. The only place they could take blood out of me to do blood tests was my hands. Because I had 5 IVs in one arm and 3 in the other one. So they were taking blood out of the backs of my hands. And it's really funny now when I go in to get blood tests and they're just like, or get blood taken. They're like, are you squeamish about needles? I'm like, no, not really. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, which arm would we prefer to take? Would you prefer we take blood out? I'm like, I don't care as long as it's not my hands. Because, like, quite literally. Nope. I'm too skinny. You're extremely afraid of needles? I gave myself an injection an hour ago. 2 hours ago. It's a needle that big. Four to 5 times a day. Sometimes 6. It's funny because, like, I know somebody who's a recovered heroin addict, and even at their worst, they didn't take that many injections in a day. You got easy mode. Easy mode. Your favorite part about dying and going to the hospital during a pandemic was the independent incident? What? About me almost dying and going to the hospital during the pandemic was the extremely independent incident. Oh, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying now, yeah. No, it was kind of funny because everybody just presumed, they're like, oh, did you get COVID? I'm like, nope. What'd you do? Just diabetes? Pardon? Like, everybody assumed that I just got COVID. And then the people in the hospital were treating me like I was a cancer patient because I looked like a cancer patient. And I'm just like up and about and walking around. For anybody who cares, on the Canadian scale, when I went into the hospital, when I was hospitalized, my blood sugar was 31, which means it was probably higher than 31 because 31 is as high as their scale goes. So my blood sugar couldn't possibly, or was probably higher than that, but they actually couldn't tell how high it was because it was off the scale. And the ambulance driver, when they were driving me to, or the ambulance attendant who was tending to me when we were going, looks at me and he goes, like, after looking at my blood test, he looks at me and he goes, are you squeamish? And I'm like, no, not really. He goes, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your blood sugar is so high. How are you walking? He's like, how did you because I met them at the front of the building. They're just like, he's literally just like, how did you walk here? Because he's just like, you've probably been like this for a while. I'm like, a lot of determination. Another strange mood. Patchwork. This time. It's funny because we didn't have any artifacts for like 30 years, and now they're all popping off at once. It's very strange to me. Made of syrup at that point? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. No, I felt like I was dying. It's actually kind of funny, though. Since I've gotten diagnosed, I've actually gotten 2 other people diagnosed. Or rather, because I talk about what my symptoms were so much, I've had 2 other people go and test, get themselves checked, and find out that they were type 1 diabetics because they had the same symptoms. It's been a strange few years. Yeah, no, indeed. Something's in the air. The dwarves didn't trade with us for a while. Now everybody's getting possessed. Potentially. Still. Or at least made some people's lives harder instead of shorter. Yes, well, it's the same scale. It's just a different math, but yes. The difference between the Canadian scale and the American scale is the Canadian scale, 6.9 is a good thing. In the US scale, 69 is a bad thing. So I think the Canadian scale is better because 69 is a good thing. But I'll tell you this about needles. I was a lot more squeamish about needles before I was a type 1 diabetic. Not anymore. When I got my second stab of the vaccine, the lady that was giving it to me was just talking to me, and she asked if I was squeamish with needles, and I was like, I am so not squeamish with needles, I'd give that to myself if you'd let me. she just looks at me and she's like, what? You are correct, Frog. I personally like our scale more because it's easier. It's smaller numbers. But, you know, blame the medical system for that. Yeah, something blue. Patchwork has begun a mysterious construction at a mason shop. Raw green glass, cow bone, bone opals, spider silk, walnut wood logs, dingo leather, hemp cloth, 2 pieces of granite, and 1 piece of gabbro. Make something cool. Not anymore. Yeah, no. I'm super casual about needles. I don't know. I didn't like them before, but now I'm completely indifferent. I mean, like, I spent 9 hours getting this tattoo done before I was a type 1 diabetic, so obviously I'm not that weirded out by needles. Group of Alchemy. That's a pretty big one for them. It's the first of spring, by the way. I don't think we ever did find that dead cat. I don't actually know where that cat went, because I did have that cat die. Of hypoglycemia? Similar to ADHD? What, low blood sugar? I mean, my symptoms of low blood sugar is I fall over and die. Hyperglycemia is high blood sugar. I think you're confusing the two. Hypo is low, hyper is high. Ayo, Javanos. Because I was hyperglycemic when I was hospitalized. Because my blood sugar was really high. Yeah, hypoglycemia is low blood sugar. Unless there's multiple things called hypoglycemia. Yeah. Hypoglycemia is the condition in which your blood sugar or glucose level is lower than normal. Glucose is your body's energy source, and hypoglycemia is often related to diabetes and treatment, but other drugs and a variety of conditions and very rare can cause low blood sugar in people who don't have diabetes. Hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is literally the term for low blood sugar. Hyperglycemia is high blood sugar. So low blood sugar is similar in its symptoms to ADHD, is what you're saying? Because I feel like that's wrong. I think you have them backwards. Patchwork. The planter has created Boorish Ibish, a granite door. Fucking finally! And claims it in the name of the family ancestor, Sock Smell. Type 1 or type 2, Love Broken. If you're always low blood sugar, you're dead. So it can't be that low. Hypoglycemia will literally put you into a coma in like 30 minutes. So trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I do this every day. So I'm kind of an expert on this fucking subject, whether I like it or not. Boris Shibish. Racked roasted. It's worth 31,200 Zethal. This is a granite door. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. When you're talking to me, Love Broken, do me a favor, right? And a peregrine falcon has gotten stuck in your new cistern? That's weird. Love Broken, if you're going to talk about diabetes, specify type 1 or type 2, because they might as well not be the same thing. One is an autoimmune disorder. The other one can be genetic, but isn't an autoimmune disorder. One is insulin resistance. The other one is lack of insulin, period. So just specify which one you're talking about because they're very different things. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and emerald cut bone opals, and decorated with cow bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of walnut wood and menaces with spikes of granite, gabbro, and dingo leather, and giant cave spider silk and green glass. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in hemp. Sure. But I'll tell you this, right? When I'm hyperglycemic, when my blood sugar is high, my head feels a little fuzzy, kind of feels like a weird headache. My vision gets blurry because one of the things that happens when your blood sugar is high, hyperglycemic, your vision gets worse because it builds up pressure at the back of your eyes and it actually contorts your lenses, your eyeball lenses. And so my vision gets worse, so I can't see as well. If you have prolonged periods of time of being hyperglycemic, you will get leg cramps, urinate every 45 minutes, and you won't be able to process any carbs. So if I eat food, I don't actually get any sustenance from it, and instead of consuming that food, I just urinate it right out. And you lose weight and eventually starve to death. That's hyperglycemia. Hypoglycemia is when your blood sugar is low. If your blood sugar is low, meaning below the safe realm, and on the Canadian scale it's below 4, and on the American scale it's below 80. If you go below that, you will die in a couple of hours. Just period. And if you go too low rapidly, you will faint and die. That's hypoglycemia. And when you have hypoglycemia, my symptoms vary from person to person. I stop being able to focus on what I'm doing. My vision starts to get blurry. I feel like I'm developing a headache. I lose feeling in my tongue. Then I lose feeling in my legs. Then I lose feeling in my hands. And then that's the most it's been for me because I haven't died yet. I should try it sometime. Then I can tell you what it's like. But yeah, that's hypoglycemia. So it's a lot worse than ADHD. I'll put it that way. But yeah, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I was hyperglycemic the other day. Blood sugar was a little bit warm. Got a little hot. like, I don't know, 5 higher than I was supposed to be. Asthma sucks, honestly. I had a bunch of friends growing up who had really bad asthma. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. Spicy blood, yep, Selawik. Spicy blood. Actually, technically it's sugary blood. Considering, like, the way they used to test blood sugar was they get you to piss in a cup. See if it was sweet. Like... Was how many of those? 1 crown. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, still, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Speaking of, I need to pee. Be back in a sec. Now the question is, will I magically mute myself in a few seconds? How did they find out, and did they have to taste the piss? Initially, I think so, yeah. Dimson. You've got pots, and not being able to move around quicker than a walk is a bitch. I don't know what that means. What's pots? I have plant pots. They grow me kale. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. Back in my day, we had tips in the chat. Yeah, well. School pregnancy test involved injecting frogs with urine. Old school medicine was weird. What? Excuse me? Frogs with urine. Is that a frog tip, or are you actually, like, spewing facts right now? Romans also put honey on toothaches. Get out the leeches. You know, ironically, leeches do actually act as a blood thinning mechanism, but, you know, not exactly optimal blood thinning. Bring a bunch of food plots with diorite. And the dwarf to trade. I will pretend that I know how to pronounce that. So the whole circulatory system freaks out a little bit. When you're up and about for too long, you can manage walks. But a run. Slops and stairs. Constant. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. It's a fact? Okay, hold on a second. Doctors used to use live African frogs as pregnancy tests. Can I just, like, say this first? Those poor fucking frogs. Why is it always frogs? It's always frogs and mice. It's like humans just have, like, this habit of just fucking up animals for stupid reasons. Now the former test subjects are spreading the deadly amphibian citrus fungus around the world. Pregnancy tests do not always come easy to use. Sterile. That is wild, man. I'm gonna have to read that whole article later. Thank you for that. urine samples to frog labs where technicians would inject female frogs with a bit of urine into their hind leg. The animals would be placed into their tanks in the morning and would check for telltale frog eggs dotting the water. Wow. Wow, that is bizarre. I mean, okay. Can I just ask a question? What's crazier? The fact that we did that? Or the fact that someone came up with that? And it worked. That's wild. Anyway. That is fucking wild. Nature is weird. Also, side effects of COVID-2. You don't wish on anyone else. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I never had COVID-19, but another thing that COVID has done to people is it's triggered autoimmune disorders. So there's actually been like a higher count of people that have developed type 1 in 2020, specifically because of COVID-19. Because what COVID-19 does, it literally just like tricks your immune system into attacking your lungs, right? So it is kind of like a mobile autoimmune disorder, and it's caused other immune disorders in people that are prone to them or genetically disposed to potentially getting them. Found out from a frog infestation in a toilet? I mean, maybe, I don't know. But that's just absurd that works. I'm like weirdly mesmerized by this. I had no idea about that. So you learn something every day. Thank you, Lump. It does sound like a frog tip, though. You should submit that as a frog tip and see if it gets in, because you can submit frog tips at frog.tips. I mean, we also used to make condoms out of sheep intestines, so you know. You're more scared of the guy that milks the first cow. True. Touche. Touche. that is, you know, that is a really funny thing to just state, but also, yeah, that is pretty funny. Your sister had bad side effects from the vaccine, and I told her she was, what, like, just. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, the worse your side effects, it means the worse you would have had COVID-19. So it's like, if your body reacts to the vaccine really harshly and you're like bedridden the next day, it means you probably would have died. But for me, when it was like, when I took like the first shot, it's like I had pretty bad side effects. When I took the second shot, I couldn't get out of bed for 12 hours. Like legit, I couldn't stand up. Like I crawled to the bathroom to pee once. And felt like I was going to throw up constantly, which is like, yeah, I probably would have just died if I got it. I probably would have just died. You were sitting here and started singing it? What song? Rhinestone's just sitting there going, look at this photograph. Da, 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 da. You didn't really react? Yeah, like my mom had no symptoms from her shot, at least from the first one, so. Just stretch your arm in the shower the morning post shot. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like that's how you deal with that sort of side effect. Is you get into the shower, but I couldn't stand up, so. I don't know what that is, Ryan. Wait, why'd you take both? Because I had Moderna, but like, why did you take two? Like, did you get the first shot of AstraZeneca and then they just stopped giving that one out or something? That seems kind of silly. Uh-oh. You got some uneasy after wearing old clothing. It's time to do a refresh on clothes. I think you're the only person that I've heard who actually didn't just get both shots of the same vaccine. That's actually kind of crazy. But I guess that makes sense. Oh, I did those two twice. Mitten. Cap. Hood. Sock. Shoe. And that's everything. It's a very small number of people that actually got both. 3 ballista arrows, 1 crown. And process some plants. Sister did the same and so did lots of people. Huh. Wow. It's way common. Maybe in your end of Canada, not this end of Canada. Not this end. No, the only thing that's available over here is Pfizer, just basically at all. The only reason I got Moderna was because I was early, because I was at risk. But everybody out here is just getting Pfizer. I see a lot of Pfizer gang hashtags on social media. Meanwhile, I get stuck into the fucking hat tipping memes. How long is this colony going on for? We're aiming for 1,000 years, and we are currently on year 259, meaning the fortress is 254 years old. You were at risk but refused at first? Well, that's stupid. But, you know, we had that conversation already today, so I don't feel like having that one again. Yeah, you were one of the first people that I knew that actually got vaccinated, Stone. Actually, that's not true. The first person that I know that got vaccinated was Dr. Soaps and Northern Quarter, but that's because they both work in medical field. I want to say Soaps was like December 2020 and Northern Quarter was like January, I think. After 1 year of COVID and recovery, no return of smell and taste for you or somebody else? That's awful. I'm so sorry. My aunt and uncle on my mom's side both had it, and they were both asymptomatic, and my uncle almost entirely lost his sense of smell. Oh, someone else got you. And he says it basically hasn't come back yet, and my aunt also lost her sense of smell, and it's slowly coming back. I am terrified of losing my senses just as somebody who's going blind, because it's like, if I lose any of my senses, it's like, well, great. Another one's gone. Yeah, it does. I don't know. I will lose my eyesight at some point. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Stone, that makes absolute perfect sense. I love watching the clothing industry because it looks like basically every dwarf gets a job. They're all just like running around, putting stuff away. Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing about mix and matching. Like literally the first I'm hearing of it. So, I don't know. That feels weird to me. Is the brown floor area all clothing? Mostly clothing. There's a small, like, these are farming things that I use for plant processing. Well, that's a carpenter's workshop. These are two dyer's workshops for dyeing thread. Those are two craft dwarf shops. These are all looms. That's for gems. Up here, most of this is cloth. These are all leatherwork stations. And then these are clothes making stations. And then this is a soap making spot down here. And then these are all bins filled with soap. I don't think BioNTech is even available here. Your plastic mom? What? Animal! How are you? How's moving? Is this your first time seeing the animated emotes? I can't remember if you have been here since, but... Oh, moving's good. Hopefully you have furniture. Let's see the massive lava lamp. Cheers. Artistic. I mean, this stream will be around for a while. We got a ways to go. Moving has ended, so you're all set up? Good shit, man. Hell yeah. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. It feels like it's been like a month or two since I've seen you. Because it basically has been. Oh. See, when you said plastic, I thought you meant like plastic surgery. But I see what you're saying. Stepmom, I think is the actual term. But when you said plastic, my brain immediately went to plastic surgery. But yeah, fake mom works. New ball and chain to your dad is way too long in the tooth, though. Only thing to do is hang things on walls, like paintings and stuff. Gotcha. 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 Good shit, man. Glad moving's done. Moving sucks, man. You don't ever want to have to do that. Fucking hate moving. Lost it in the beer haze this night. Also, you know, multiple languages that you have rattling around in your brain probably ain't helping. Yeah, but English, you don't normally lose stuff in. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. You swirled Dutch into your English. Yeah, well. Hence good. Well, I mean, you know. Generally, if people add a couple extra words from another language into an English sentence, you can kind of just read over it and just, like, intuit what they mean, you know? Gut is just English, internet English? I don't know about that. You're the only person I know who says that. Is it internet English? I don't know. I mean, hold on. Well, I was going to type in gut into the Urban Dictionary, and that's not what I would get from it, but I'd get the actual definition of the word gut. Also, holy crap, I've been streaming for 7 hours. When the fuck did that happen? I mean, get good with GUD, yes. That is definitely internet speak. Gut is not internet speak. I mean, das ist gut. So, yes. I don't know. English is a thieving, twatty language that steals words from everybody else. So, I mean, come on. English doesn't have cool words like Schadenfreude, so we gotta steal it. You know, Latin stuff. Exactly, yeah. Gotta steal languages or words from every other language so that we actually have a complete language. Otherwise, we just straight up wouldn't. Let's try dyeing some cloth, too. I don't think I have much red root dye, but we have some. He has some. It's close to RDO German than modern English. I mean, I would say that makes some sense in regards to Middle English. To be fair, Germans made England what it is today. Anglo-Saxons, for example. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Although, to be fair, I think that most of Europe's wars made it what it is today. If you guys didn't squabble so much in your well, not in our, well, I guess in human history, that continent would look very different, I think. Very, very different. Age of Empires taught me that. I think that might actually be the other way around in some cases, but degrees of truth to that statement for sure. Oh boy. I just saw that article, an article that Hobo posted in Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms. Fucking Crypto.com is sponsoring Formula One. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't actually like Crypto.com that much. They need to make a Neum coin. I would buy $1 of that for the memes. And Civ taught you not to trust Gandhi, just like real life. Yeah, don't trust Gandhi. Yeah, Neum coins spinning its wheels inside of your virtual wallet today. Yes. Has submitted a frog tip, but it looks like there are over 100 tips ahead of you in the review queue. They get through them like surprisingly quick though. Frog.tips is wonderful. It's still just wonderful. There's a Gandhi statue in San Francisco, and someone added red LED eyes, and it glows. I don't know if I should be mad because that's kind of like rude to Gandhi, but that's also very funny. That is also very, very funny. Although it's not surprising that Crypto.com gave them a bunch of money. Crypto.com is loaded. Crypto.com is kind of loaded. You can Google the Gandhi image, I'm sure. Statue Gandhi, San Francisco. Apparently it got really badly damaged at one point. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Someone also made him holding up a middle finger at one point. Do not enrobe Frog. I will not enrobe Frog because Frog is a wizard. Or Frog is not a wizard, rather. Also, chat, I was talking about this earlier today, and I've decided I'm going to make it into a record slip mat at the very least. But what else should I do with this? What else should I do with this? I'm gonna put it on a record slip mat and buy it for myself. And I'll see if I can sell them as well, if possible, for a reasonable fee. I'm just curious if anybody wants me to do anything specific with this. Like, if I were to put that on a mug, would you buy it, is what I'm asking. A record slip mat. It's the mat that you put on the record player before you put the record on the record player. So that it's not just spinning on a table, you know? Yeah, slip mat. I never found epic rap battles of history to be particularly funny. It's just not my sense of humor. Is just not me sense of humor. They're well made, though. All right, so I think that we can do a little bit more work on this. Let's get this a few more layers down. The problem that I'm gonna run into pretty soon, though, isn't the isn't that the dwarves are gonna. I'm gonna need to move the glass stockpiles further down, so that the dwarves don't have to run so far back and forth to get more glass. That's gonna be the actual issue that we're gonna run into. Because right now it takes a long time for them to get all the way down. Come on, dwarves. So it took me kind of a while to actually become pretty efficient about this. I've gotten more efficient with it recently, but it's still not perfect. It's still not perfect. So, Animal, now that you're, have I met the Belrog yet? I haven't seen any fire-made creatures. Well, any fire-made creatures in a while. Hey, Renbird, what's up? So, Animal, now that you're done moving, what's the plans for the next little bit? Are you job searching, or are you just like kind of lying low for a bit? Like, what's the plans now that you're done moving? And are you back now? Because it'll be cool to have you hanging around the chat again, instead of just like once every 3 weeks. Hello, goodbye, still moving. But Belrog is something I need to go out of my way to specifically find. If you're asking if I've found hell yet. But what's up, Ranbird? We're just digging, doing Dwarf things. I think that's everything. Worried after being unable to help anybody. Well, no one needs helping, Cooler. Also, poor Cooler. So many stitches. Cooler got into a pretty bad fight with a tantrumy dwarf a while ago. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've had plenty of Forgotten Beasts spawn. I mean, I have, what, 2 that are just hanging around? Although one of them went and fucked off, and I don't know where it is now. But in order to actually find, I guess, hell, you have to dig in a specific spot. Are you about to send me something, Cooler, or are you just popping in? Or did you hear your name? Peanuts in a chocolate bar is great. I agree. I have actually a bag of shell on peanuts, which I munch on because they have almost no carbs, so I can eat quite a few of them. Makes for good snacks. I like. Oh, really? That's good to hear, man. We're gonna add thrift shop? Fuck yeah, dude. That means when the good stuff comes in, you can keep it for yourself. And I look forward to stories about you telling me about weird things that come in at the thrift shop. Assuming you're doing product sorting. Unless you're just like working cash and stuff. Now you too can easily get into collecting records. Just wait until a good collection comes in and grab all the good ones. You'd probably get fired, right? Or in trouble for doing that. But hell yeah, glad you got a job. Cause like last time we spoke, you're just like, yeah, in between jobs, all that shit. So good to hear. Also, chat, something that I kind of wanted to bring up. Anybody here looked at the Ultimate ADOM? What's it called? Roadmap recently? 'Cause it's gotten smaller. So they have this early access roadmap, right? They've actually, like, removed some stuff from this. It's gotten smaller from the original roadmap. Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, there's a few things that have been removed. from the initial roadmap. I have a weird feeling they're going to power through to this August update. Or their last planned update, and then that'll be it. Pretty sure they're just going to get that and then just finish it and then never update it again. That's my current suspicion on that game, which is unfortunate because I really want to like that game. You know what I should do? Maybe I should do it on this layer. And I'm curious about what you guys think about this. Should I make a couple of layers that just have like a large pattern out of lava so that when we fill the whole thing up, it'll just have like one layer that's just full of a fancy pattern? Well, I mean, in their defense, they were pretty transparent with what they were willing to do. I'm just pretty convinced that we're on potentially the last of the updates for that game pretty soon. One of your colleagues buys a thing every time they work. That sounds like hoarding. Do you get an employee discount, Animal? Hey, you know, you'll never need to worry about clothing anymore because you'll just have like unlimited cheap clothes. So that's pretty great. It's like all you can eat clothing. So when people say eat my shorts, you can take them literally. Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? I mean, my jacket, my winter jacket is like this super puffy, like thick, wool-lined, incredibly warm jacket that's like 2 or 3 sizes too big for me, but it's super warm and I love it. And my mom hates it because it looks like someone died in it. It's covered in weird, like almost like off brown stains, and it's a super ugly color. It was $4 at a thrift shop. I've had it for like 10 years. Every year my mom sees it and she says, "Oh, can you like leave that here and I'll clean it?" I'm like, "Trust me, those stains are never coming out." Humans have arrived to trade once again. I think that it's really funny that every single time I go over to my mom's house wearing that jacket, she asks me to leave it so she can clean it. I'm like, "You're not cleaning this." I wish you could, but no, you're not cleaning this. But yeah, I'm just glad to hear that you're working again. Glad to hear the ship has been righted, more or less. I don't know if I have too much to read, so I'll just reread some other stuff. Oh, never mind. I got plenty to read because Sox and Cyclone had a field day. Bees make honey from flowers. Dull knives don't leave clean cuts. Silly apples pick sillier dates to slide away. We need a bicycle now. Dictionaries define words because rules tell people to read correctly-ish. Languishing irreverently concerning mundanity, whilst geese profusely grease pans with butter. That was, I think, maybe the longest sentence I've ever heard. Yeah, you did help. Like in this anyway. Different rackets are used profitably for extorting sports. Badminton is played with a lightweight boulder weighing heavily upon the ogre's face. Did someone destroy my... There we go. My name is Shama. I'm here on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much for us to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. Also, chat, we haven't had enough reasons today, so can I get a round of beers? They want spears. Spears, you say? And the largest gems. Nothing but the largest gems. How many gems I could give them? Probably. There we go. Give them large gems. Make them happy. Uh-oh. You got a depressed dwarf. Who are you? Bastet. Who knew? You want to fight? Time to put you into the Bear Fighters, the sequel. Time to get my hobbyist squads up and running. There you go. I'm sure that'll fix that up. Some dwarves just like sport, you know? Some dwarves just like sport. Where are you going? Yeah, you should go to a training session. There you go. Come on. Silly. She is exasperated when caught in the rain. Naturally. Also, chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Or if you wish to gamble for random numbers with random numbers. And let's see if this is helping you, dwarf. Feel satisfied, content, good stuff. I learned about dodging. I am very satisfied. All right, time to trade. Rose gold bars. There we go. And then you, everything. And we will trade for all of the wood. And make more charcoal with it. And I'll also take all that gold. And I think that they will continue, yeah, they'll continue bringing stuff to the trade depot for a little bit, and we'll just gift them the rest. Also, I haven't said thanks enough today. I just wanted to, you know, say a real quick thank you to everybody who supports this channel. In any way, shape, or form, being that financially or just, you know, through hanging out and chatting. Just thanks for sticking around, guys, and thanks for watching the stream and letting me have this cool job. I'm very perplexed. The number of patrons that I have count went up by 1 today. Patreon didn't tell me that I gained or lost any patrons. I know someone deleted it, deleted a patron pledge, and it still has gone up. I'm very confused. Very confused. Oh well. Just got the wonderful feeling of discovering you still have more beer. the, oh, there's beer in my fridge feeling. I mean, with the weather we've been having up here at the very least, I like that feeling too. I know for a fact I still have beer. And I don't need to go looking for it. I know it's there. And I'm doing my best to resist drinking it all because beer is expensive. Sperm whale eye. Who doesn't want sperm whale eye or prepared hammerhead shark brain? I feel like there wouldn't be that much in prepared hammerhead shark brain. Man, Dwarf Fortress, you weird. I still have 2 cans of Hot Box IPA, which is 6.66% alcohol because they're funny. You'd rather have prepared sperm whale eye? I don't want anything from a sperm whale. 6.66%, yes. Because 420 would be too low. Just not in the fridge, but also the beer I opened a little bit ago. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe not as good then. I don't know. I've poured out beers that have been open too long. Once it loses the carbonation, it's kind of, yeah. Why not 6.9? Good question. Maybe they didn't want to commit to the meme that hard. Someone should make a light beer and call it like Flying High or something, and then make it 420% with 69 IBU. Someone should try and do that. Just fully commit on the memes. That's good. It's too low for you, unfortunately. I tend to agree with that. Like if I'm having a hoppy beer, like I want 90 plus. I want real hop. I want it to hop out of my mouth, or attempt to hop out of my mouth with hops. I need to actually try going to one of the local pubs again, because they've opened up and now have indoor and outdoor seating. Of course, like limited capacity, but I need to actually like try that. See how that goes. Every now and again, I'll see somebody follow my stream, and I'll look at it and I'll be like, were you not following me before? No, I agree, Caveman Crafting. I completely agree. I completely agree. I mean, like, the pub up the pub that I used to go to all the time has closed twice, like permanently closed twice, and reopened, which is not very permanent, but every time it's reopened with a new name. It's still the same parent company, but like they've closed it completely twice since the pandemic started. The pub up the street from my parents' house closed down permanently and hasn't reopened yet. Yeah. Cost $4.20. That's actually not legal here. You couldn't actually make a beer that cheap. It stonks, and it just every single one of them just goes up by 1 on every single one of them. So it costs 10 cents more. The alcohol percent goes up by 1, and the IBU goes up by 1. Every pub you went to closed down. Ironically, a new one opened. There's a pub under one of the new buildings that opened during 2020. Which I need to actually try going to. See if it's any good. But it seems kind of like a white girl's cocktail bar and less of the kind of thing I would be interested in, so I've never gone in there. I mean, I like places with lots of beer taps. Not super keen on cocktails. But then new lockdown started where you're at? Yeah, I getcha. The adorable little noodle house that was in my building closed down 2 weeks after lockdown started. And now there's a Domino's there. It's a little family-run business. Now it's a fucking Domino's. Awesome. The taco place I used to go to closed down. So now Chronic Tacos is the only taco place in my part of town, which sucks because it's like just like a step above Chipotle. Makes me sad. Makes me sad. But oh well. How you doing, Madman? Those things. Good. Well, better than the pub, obviously. How are you? Sweaty. That's how I am. Actually, it's cooled down a bit in here. It's since like 3 p.m. passed. We're getting close to 5 o'clock now. It's 4:30, so it's cooling off in here, which is nice. My AC is actually starting to do its job. You put out an app early on in the pandemic for pickup and delivery for restaurants? Oh, really? Like Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes? Because the way they marketed those was participating restaurants put a sticker in their window that they participated in that. Had to pivot. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that is a really competitive market. I guess like if you're in a smaller area where those major apps aren't popular, then I could see it doing well. Like you could take off if you like got that going, but I mean, probably the way that I would market that, an app like that, is I would pay for a lot of Facebook ads that are targeted at people that are local and other popular local social medias. Oh, each place gets their own mini site. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I mean, I would market it 2 ways. I would get the stores themselves to promote it, and I would market it on, because I'm assuming you have some form of like front-facing, like just the whole website setup, right? It's not just a back-end program. Like if it's back-end software, then you don't really need to market it because it's just then. But like if there's like some sort of front-facing side that the user downloads, then yeah, you'd want the stores to market it. You want to sponsor streamers? Because I know people to talk to. That was halfway a joke, but I mean, honestly, with that stuff, it's very much depending on how global you are, that is a very highly competitive market. But I don't know. If you can give the stores a better cut than Uber Eats or one of the popular apps. You've thought about it? Well, I mean, I know who to talk to. But I mean, that would also be difficult because then you'd want to like if it's region specific, then you'd want to sponsor streamers that are specifically in that region with audiences that are in that region. You're just charging for the card fees? Fuck. Like, are you running this by yourself? But that's interesting. I don't know. You know, 2 places in Cali that are using it more or less successfully? I think like the issue that I would see like with an app like that getting restaurants on board would probably be like how much setup do they need to do to like make it work on their end? Because if they're running their own mini website, I could see that being an issue. Like with Skip the Dishes, it's like you put a fucking header image and that's it, right? And then list your menu. Same with Uber Eats. It's like literally just like a header image and then that's it. They have around half a dozen orders every day for pickup. I mean, like, if you can make a competitive service that gives restaurants a better cut than Skip the Dishes, fucking... They can customize it more? Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess the problem with that is in order for sponsoring streamers to make it even remote sense, you'd need more restaurants on board. As I think that's the hard bit, is getting restaurants on board. And I would have no idea how to do that. Sorry, you've got the marketing half of my brain running in overdrive right now. Which is quite a large portion of my brain, oddly enough. Doors are all filling the stockpile back up. But yeah, no, I also don't envy anybody who works in the restaurant industry right now. This is one of those subjects where it's just like, when it comes to like internet marketing shit, it's always just immediately my brain goes, oh, right, I need to think about this. Marketing is just a very, very, very large puzzle that needs to be solved. For whatever it's worth, I know some people who work in marketing that would probably be much more helpful than me. You hate puzzles? I love puzzles. I hate certain types of puzzles. Marketing is just convincing people that a thing that you're trying to sell is better than the thing that they already have. That's all that marketing is. It's convincing people that your thing is better than the other thing, so that they buy your thing instead of the other thing. Ideally, and also providing a better service for the thing that you're making. Also, Caveman, if Hobo pops into the stream, you should mention this stuff to him, because he literally runs a restaurant. Literally, he runs a restaurant. So... You're a manager, so your superior pushes you to do marketing? Ooh. Gross. Hey, Bot Tommy. What's up? Was is up? They just say do more marketing. They just say do more marketing, and they don't give you any instructions or any goals or any, like, because part of like being able to market something successfully is you need to know exactly how much you're trying or what you're trying to achieve. Right? Like if you don't know what you're trying to achieve, you've kind of lost it on step one. A lot of people just have no idea what they're trying to achieve when marketing. Increase sales. Yeah, but how much? What percentage? Over how many months? How much are you going to spend to try and increase sales by how much? It's like I have goals for my own stats and my stream and my income from my for my stream, right? And I have numbers goals for my YouTube channel that I would like to achieve, and I generally try and make a plan to attempt to achieve those. All things you ask. It sounds like your boss wants more money but doesn't really know how to go about doing that. And you know what? I can see that. It's lots of people end up in that situation. If they have a goal, it's not realistic. Yep. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I know what that feels like. It's time to dig through the maze. It be time to dig through the maze. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if sponsoring streamers would be a good way to get restaurants to sign up. Probably not, but I'm wondering like what the actual turnover rate would be. Because I always, when I think about marketing stuff, I always end up thinking about it from like a streamer perspective because, you know, that's my industry, right? So that's what I'm always thinking about is strictly from a streaming perspective. Now I wonder if there is any logic in advertising an app like that via streamers. How many restaurant owners are watching ATM? That I know of? None. But that's the thing. That I know of. Would approach streamers? McDonald's has an esports team. But yeah. Well, specifically McDonald's USA has an esports team, and they also sponsor esports teams. We are digging into our poor maze. Yeah, and pilot guy works for the competition. Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, it's a weird thought, always, usually. Most streamers either have global watchers or regional. That too, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm pretty NA heavy, but... Uh-oh. 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 Holy shit, that's a far way to fall. Was not expecting that to happen. You'll walk it off. Quite literally. Pilot just fell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24 Z levels. It's all just flashing lights. Have you ever played it? Because that makes it a lot easier if you've played it. Also, watching it a lot helps. Yeah, he's still alive. He walked it off. Pilot literally just fell all of those Z levels and is walking it off. There he goes. See? It's totally fine. Well, Dwarf, you've got a hard head. You're trying to focus on US? Yeah, no kidding. Pilots survive. That is wild. Maybe Canada too. So you're focusing on North America. I mean, expansion is a thing that you do after you're, done building the thing. But in regards to watching this game, Madman, something to keep an eye on that makes watching it a lot easier is the right-hand side. This over here, this little yellow bar, is the Z level that I'm currently on. The brown represents dirt layers and stone layers, and the blue represents ground level. So this is ground level, this line. So as I move up and down, you can see how close I am to surface level. So that helps keep you oriented a lot. These are walls. These are smoothed floors. The black speckles are unmined out areas. Like all this. This is not mined out areas. Because you're literally looking at a 2D representation of a 3D space, right? Which can be kind of hard for a lot of people to picture or form that image in their head. But at the same time, once you kind of wrap your brain around the basic rules of the way the game looks, it becomes a lot easier. A whole lot easier. Yes. Mm. Yeah, absolutely. Pilot. Why is this caving in? Okay, I need to stop digging this out. We need to do this very, very, very carefully. Fourth toe is broken. Oh no, you broke your toe. Just remember, Dwarf Fortress is basically just flat Minecraft, right? So what you're actually looking at is Minecraft blocks, right? How many toes does a dwarf have? 10? I mean, you don't care, so don't ask. That's what that dwarf says. All right, well, we need to do this very, very, very carefully. I mean, I'm quoting the dwarf, not you, Ryan. Of course you care. The dwarf clearly seems to think that you don't, though. So because you don't care, you really shouldn't ask. Where's the dwarf biologist? We actually had some biologists for a while, and then they became naturalists. They tend to hang out in the libraries. But yeah, my advice to people who want to watch Dwarf Fortress but find it visually confusing is just simply watch Dwarf Fortress for a bit and ask questions about what things are. If you see something that you're confused by or you see a character that you don't recognize, just simply ask what it is and I can just show you. Like, for example, these are engravings on a wall. These are tables. These are chairs or thrones. This is a sarcophagus or a coffin. These are some chests. These are just glass blocks. Doors, obviously. Statues. The down arrows are ramps that go down to a lower Z level. Slightly injured big toe currently in real life. Really? Well, it wasn't your dwarf that got the injured toe. It was Clay that did. I'm trying to do this in such a way so that it doesn't cave in now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that would also make things a little trickier. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame people who don't watch DF because it's visually complicated. I try and make it easier for people, and I try and make it as easy as I can for people, but there's only so much I can do. It kind of requires a little bit of effort from the viewer to put some time into watching, I think. You have a decent issue trying to get some more plump helmet seeds. Do you have any plump helmets? Because brew some of them. You'll get the seeds back if you brew plump helmets. If you go to the kitchen screen and set them to not be cooked, man, I got a lot of different types of stuff. Holy shit. But yeah, if you set them to not be cooked on this screen and only brewed, then then just brew some. If you're out of them and you don't want to brew any, dig down to the first cavern layer. They should just naturally grow. Yeah, also dwarves don't mind eating them raw. Yeah, that too. But yeah, they grow naturally in the first cavern layer usually. So if you dig down to the first cavern layer, hit D and then P, and then just mass gather plants, and you'll get some. And if you, why does that keep happening? Fuck. Well, Datiro just died. I genuinely have no idea why that collapsed. Genuinely have no idea. I thought that I had them all cleared. Stop dwarves before someone else dies. We're gonna have to do this like one at a time. Very, very carefully. Well, it's first death from this thing. First death. I actually have no idea how it caved in. I must have just missed a single tile. Actually, no, this will be a lot easier for me to see if I smooth it. So let's try that first. Your cooks cooked them all before you realized it? Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, just gather plants on the surface too, because a lot of those plants will be brewable. Damn it. Rest in peace, Datiro. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. Yeah, I'm just going to smooth the stone here so I can see it easier. It is almost invisible next to the open space. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Yes, cave-in is because of lacking support pillars, exactly. That is precisely the reason we had a cave-in, and I thought that I had it set up, but apparently I didn't. I thought I had it set up safely, but apparently I didn't. Let's get that one done. Let's just do this very slowly and carefully. It's getting a tad late there. You have a good one. Oh. Well, they actually haven't found his corpse yet. They don't know he's dead. That's kind of sad. They'll find him. Don't get spooked by skulls with hats. Skulls aren't scary. The meat that surrounds the skull is scary. But knowing yourself, you'll dump 1,000 hours into it within 6 or 7 months, as you did with RimWorld. Is that a bad thing? I mean, it's a fascinating game that I recommend to anybody who even has a remote interest in it. Specifically because it's a game that you can absolutely dump fucking stupid numbers of hours into, but you can also absolutely not do that. You can put a very small amount of time into Dwarf Fortress and get a lot out of it. A perfectly good example is how my sister uses it to generate Dungeons and Dragons worlds. Like, she plays very small amounts of Dwarf Fortress, but gets... Why did that collapse? There's, like, no reason for it to collapse. What the shit? I'm so fucking confused by this. Like, I have no idea why that collapsed. Meat in the skull is a really scary brain. Yeah, the human brain. Autumn has come. But I'd recommend you check it out. I mean, it's free, so just try it. You know, just maybe don't totally no life it, just partially no life it. Also, pretty good stream is up and running. And the humans have arrived to trade. Are we here, Stone? Yeah, I've got no idea why these are caving in. Absolutely no clue. There's probably a very obvious reason why it's caving in, and I'm just missing it. The one thing I will say is just remember that Dwarf Fortress is an extremely different game than RimWorld. They are very, very, very different. It's like, yeah, there was a very bare, basic initial inspirations when it comes to the way RimWorld does things. But outside of that, the games are completely different. I would say it's probably going to be easier to learn it right now than it would be when the Steam version comes out, just because there's going to be more... Like, if you're interested in, like, actually learning the game, it's not going to be much different. Once you learn how to look at the ASCII or just find a tile set that you like, it's not going to, like... The only real benefit of the Steam version is you'll have cleaner-ish UI and mouse support. But, like, if you don't feel you need those things, I feel like right now it's probably easier to learn the game. Just because there's, like, a whole community of people that are ready, willing, and interested in just helping you learn how to, you know, learn. So there's lots of people on Discords and like the subreddit's not that busy, and you know, like it's there's a lot of people that are really ready to just help people learn it. So I think that's a benefit to learning the game right now. That being said, you know, obviously the Steam version and the itch.io version will be probably a little bit easier to mess about with if you're not used to it. One thing I will say though, Steam version will make you $20 poorer, whereas this version is free. So, nothing to buy currently. You can just download and play. And who doesn't want to just, you know, download and play a game? It's the best price to pay for a video game. The price of your bandwidth. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Stone. Is this the third one today? I think it is, right? 3 years. Not bad. I'm trying to increase the amount of time I put in each session. Really? I didn't think it was that in depth, but did my best. Third one? Gotcha. Well, I'm going to scroll. There you go. Oh shit, they brought us a hen. I hadn't even thought of that. Eggs. Your cat goes crazy for some boiled chicken? Your cat likes boiled chicken? Chicken's good. Chicken flavor eggs. Yes. Eggs of the chicken variety. I feel like this maze would look really cool if I filled it up with lava. Just putting it out there. So I should do something like the maze. Make their eggs taste different. Yeah, that's a rabbit hole you can fall into. Why do we have a ginormous maze? I mean, we have a minotaur. Do you really need to ask that question? What else are you gonna do with a minotaur? Put it in a little maze? Nah, come on. Okay, I'm officially out of coffee. I am slightly sadder than I was a minute ago. So I guess the question that you should actually be asking isn't why do we have a ginormous maze? It's why don't you have a ginormous maze with a minotaur in it? Until he has his cat tax, he will nuzzle your hand or sneak into your plate bowl. Sounds like the cat has you well trained. But that's only natural. Cats are very good at training their owners. Hey, Belliner. What's up? How's Empyrean? Some fried rice? Ooh. I have to dig a hole in my giant maze, unfortunately, to make my giant lava lamp. Sacrifices have to be made. Ooh, yeah. My mom gave me some homegrown garlic. So I have a whole bunch of garlic now, and it's so tasty. Holy shit. It's like it's almost sweet compared to store-bought garlic. It really, really is, yeah. Why did I even ask? Of course, it had to be a minotaur. So what does it eat? Yeah, it's minotaurs don't eat things. They live there. I mean, he lives in a very small cage because I don't really want him running around freely. That would be dangerous for my dwarf's mental health. You don't see him every day? It's just like the rarest creature I've seen in Dwarf Fortress is a fucking werewolf. Because the odds of the game generating a werewolf is so fucking low. Because the game can generate any were creature for any creature in the game. So you can have like a were cougar, or you could have like a were anteater, or like a were mammoth, or a were elephant, or like a were kangaroo, or anything like that. But somehow I actually saw a werewolf once, and I blew my frickin' mind when I saw it. I am Ulazin from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have? Wood. Oh, wabbit! Did you hunt that wabbit? You were fighting a were-spider and a badger at the same time? Oh, I remember that fort. I remember that fort. Yeah, the fort that was infested with honey badgers. Yeah, that was a... Those are dangerous creatures, let me tell you. Very few fortresses that have honey badgers survive for very long. You'd figured they'd be best friends? Well, unfortunately, minotaurs don't have culture. Neither do giants. So creatures that don't have culture don't do very well getting along with creatures that have culture. You know what I'm saying? You have to be cultured in order to get along with dwarves. 'Tis the way of things. I also have a bunch of Ettins. I put them in a room hoping they'd make more Ettins, and I don't know. No luck so far. They've been staring at each other for like 300 years. Maybe not. It feels like 300 years. Several hundred years. They just live there. You know, giant humanoid monsters with 2 heads. Do I have culture? Naturally. I'm speaking to you. No one ever asked Howlwolf. Howlwolf. Howl. Nope. That's not how the game works, Commander Ducky. It's an enemy and it is just trying to kill me. I can't give it anything. It is not controllable. It just sits in this cage over here. Right there. It's that M. It's Minotaur in proper cage. It sits there. That was easy, chill zone. If you need help setting the game up, I recommend watching Krug Smash's Your First Fortress video. It's probably the best DF setup tutorial. And I'd also recommend learning the game in vanilla, at least initially, because you'll learn the mechanics better. I mean, I could if I modified the game files. Probably. You were expecting Age of Mythology? No, this is Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress isn't a well-made video game. Okay? That's the thing you need to remember about Dwarf Fortress. You're gonna run into some, what I would describe as charm. It has some rough spots, right? But, you know, I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's a particularly well-made video game. I play Dwarf Fortress because there's literally nothing else like it. Age of Mythology is a absolute fucking classic. Could not agree more. Absolute fucking classic. I'm just gonna smooth all these stones so I know where I'm working. Oops, I did not mean to smooth those out there. There we go. But we're making pretty good progress with the glass tube. One of the biggest initial triumphs you'll have in Dwarf Fortress is when you first figure out how to successfully make a door. When you first figure out how to make a door. Oh, another random dumb fact about Dwarf Fortress. The melting point of body fat is lower than the melting point and flammability point of skin melting or catching fire. So if you set a dwarf on fire, all of their fat will melt away before they actually catch fire. Pilot the Third has been possessed. I also need to trade with the dwarves because I kind of forgot to do that. And claims a mason's workshop. That's horrifying. It absolutely is horrifying, yep. And for a while there, I've seen people like set their dwarves on fire and then instantly dump water on them. I've actually had that happen accidentally. And the dwarves' description went from being corpulent, which in like this description where this dwarf's sideburns are clean shaven, very long mustaches, neatly combed. One of the first things it said was that dwarf was corpulent. After that happened, the dwarf was very skinny. Yeah, set them on fire and then all of their fat melts away. I don't know how it comes out of them. I like to imagine they just kind of vomit it up, but or shit it out or something. I don't know how that would work. Fatless dwarves? Yeah, I've had skinny dwarves before. You can have skinny dwarves. Another reason to play Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress doesn't have HP. It has fluid simulation. So if they lose too many bodily fluids, they die. And the game is processing bones, teeth, skin, fat, tendons, muscles, internal organs. And as bits and pieces of them get cut off, they lose bodily fluids. And if they lose too many fluids, they die. So it's kind of like fluid physics instead of like an HP bar. So like I look at like RimWorld's HP system and I'm like, oh my god, this is so fucking boring. Versus Dwarf Fortress where it's like, oh yeah, no, like you cut off a finger and you start bleeding. What are you going to make, Dwarf? What are you going to make? But when people talk about Dwarf Fortress being hard to learn, you need two skills to learn Dwarf Fortress. You need to be able to read, and you need to be able to type. And I always tell people this. If you can talk in my Twitch chat, you can play Dwarf Fortress. Those are the only skills you need to play Dwarf Fortress. And don't pay attention to the memes about every fort dying to FPS death, because that's just not true. If you have FPS problems, it's probably because something's stuck somewhere, or you screwed up somewhere. And it's almost always fixable. Excellent, Ducky. Excellent. You done doodly did it. RimWorld is all of extremely simplified versions of a lot of Dwarf Fortress mechanics, and it also is missing the most interesting Dwarf Fortress mechanic, which has always been a massive pity to me. And also, even the developer himself has gone on record stating that he has failed to create the thing that he was intending to create, which was a game that could tell stories as rich as Dwarf Fortress's stories. Instead, he accidentally made a min-max tower defense game instead of a storyteller. People who play Dwarf Fortress think it's a storyteller, but it's really not because it's capable of telling about 12 stories. And they usually all end with everybody dying. Dwarf Fortress can tell way more in-depth stories. There, they finally found Totoro's body. God, that took a while. That poor fucking dwarf. Also, chat. 1. It's the number of dwarves that have died in the building of the giant lava lamp. 1. If you guys want to keep track of that, you can. I'll try and keep track of it. Not writing it down anywhere, though. No, not adventure mode. World generation. The main thing that makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. The world generation? Like, RimWorld will make you a map. It's just a fucking map. And it will give you locations on the map. They're just prefab locations. The world is dead. There's nothing interesting going on in the world. There are some mods that make it better, but from ground zero, it is boring, predictable, and samey. Even with the mods that add better map gen, it still doesn't make it any better. It's still boring as shit. Brillet cut blue jades, sheepwool cloth, black zircons, single cut price opals, ash logs, rough bone logs, single cut pyrites, gabbro, and mica. At a mason shop. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Critty is disposing of the body of that poor fucking dwarf. Hey, homing. But yeah, no, it's like honestly, it is such a fucking pity. Oh, also the other feature that RimWorld doesn't have, that I wish it did, is in Dwarf Fortress. If your fort dies, the game's not over. If your fort dies, the game's just beginning. You can go make another fort in the same world. You can't do that in Rim. Death is not a loss. RimWorld hard ends your story and calls you quits and tells you to fuck off. Dwarf Fortress says, well, cool. That part's over, but you can keep playing. And you can then go reclaim that fort and keep playing. You can go visit it. Like, yeah, in Rim, you can wait until someone spawns and keep playing, but it's not really the same thing. Well, I'll say this. Just remember, Chillzone, that Dwarf Fortress is an extremely different game than RimWorld. Just remember that. Like, everything about RimWorld is very, very, very different to the way Dwarf Fortress does things. Dwarf Fortress is less about, like, you can play it like a min-maxing strategy game, but it's less about that and more about generated stories. So when people are just like, I really like RimWorld, so I will like Dwarf Fortress. Some cases, yeah. If you really like RimWorld, you might really like Dwarf Fortress. You might also absolutely fucking hate it. So, I mean, I think Krug Smash describes Dwarf Fortress as playing D&D with yourself. Right? It's kind of like that. But, like, to give you an idea, just one of my favorite stories that I like to bring up that I found in the Legends of a World is I found a living necromancer who is still alive, who was a queen of a faction, and she, every year, would marry about a dozen husbands and murder them. Plot to murder them, and then murder them. Every single one of them. Every single year, she would do this about a dozen times. And then you know what she'd do after she murdered them? She would res them as zombies. And was slowly building an undead army of her dead husbands. That's the sort of, like, just little bit of history flavor you can get out of Dwarf Fortress. And that was just one necromancer. Right? That was just one. There are hundreds of characters like that. Thousands of characters like that in almost every world. You just have to go looking for them. It's the only game that does that. Pilot the Third, the miner, has created Kenny Smidor, Takud Nurat, a mica coffer, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of, you guessed it, Euthyrus. Jesus Christ. I don't even think half these dwarves are related to Euthyrus. This is a mica coffer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gabbro cabochons and marquis cut black zircons, and encircled with bands of round mica cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of praise opal, and the item has an image of trillion-cut gem in pyrite. On the item is an image of On the item is an image of a ash in bone opal. Oh, okay. Of an ash in bone opal. That is a weird wording. On the item is an image of 3 round brilliant cut gems in ash. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in sheep wool. And I'm going to put that in the library. Up here. Help, there's too many containers. There's too many bags in this fort. This is bad. Might be faster to find it if I don't expand the... Oh, there it is. So this pet minotaur you have straggling around, what are you using it for? Doesn't do anything. He lives in a cage. Stays in the cage. Basically just maze pride. He's not a pet. He's not a friend. He's a foe. According to the game, he's a hostile and wants to kill us. Or specifically, an uninvited guest. Or in this case, a caged guest. So is not our friend. If I let him out of cage, he will just try and kill us. He lives in the cage for all eternity. Until I decide to kill him. Or let him out. And then probably cage him again. All I can say, Axon, is get fucked! Oh my, indeed. Yeah, I've seen that map. It does look kind of dongish. That's the Shadow Temple, right? Your favorite was the eyeless goblin that survived the attack in your fort. Oh, another really good story that was told is vampires are extremely strong in Dwarf Fortress. And somebody from the chat was playing and had a vampire attack some dwarves. And was killing them, obviously. Killing his dwarves. And he spotted the vampire sucking the blood out of a child. And locked the door to where the vampire was and built a wall for it. The child's body was still in there. Now, this player was pretty new to the game, so didn't know how to properly dispose of or how to memorialize a corpse. So the child came back as a ghost moments later, like very rapidly later, and was the type of ghost that is hostile, that will attack your dwarves. However, the vampire was still in the bedroom. The ghost attacked the vampire. And the combat log was literally just this ghost beating the shit out of this vampire with a crutch that the child had, because the child had a broken leg. So literally this ghost just grabbed this crutch and just beat this vampire. And he showed me the combat log, and it was just like literally just minor bruising nonstop. And it literally took a year for the ghost to finally kill the vampire. And then the ghost just disappeared and never came back. Which is incredible. That scared the piss out of me.
It's amazing, lol lol lol.
Dude, I feel old. We're almost at 50 months. Also, thank you very much for keeping that tier 3 subscription alive for way too fucking long. Thanks for the long-term support. Cheers, man. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams. Ghosts versus vampires? It's probably already on sci-fi. Also, isn't that kind of Blade? Kinda? Sorta? But yeah, this is what I mean when I say that Dwarf Fortress is kind of it's like a story generator, almost. In a lot of ways. But yes, the child indeed did get revenge. Child Got Revenge, by the way, is my new band name. It's the Kids Bop version of She Wants Revenge. What's up, Jack Nick? How's Giant Tube doing? Giant Tube claimed the life of a dwarf today. It was very unfortunate. I'm still kind of bummed about it. Daturo fell through this floor and went splat. It's very sad. Aside from that, though, the tube's going pretty good. I sort of have a vampire. I have Zaloro, this vampire. Not a pet, though. Here's the thing, right? You can't have a vampire as a pet. I mean, you could, in theory, have a vampire that is separated from the rest of the fortress that just builds its own fort, but it will kill your dwarves. You could, in theory, make a vampire fortress with nothing but vampires. You don't recognize anyone in chat anymore? That's not true. There's definitely some people here that Eggman would recognize in chat. Chat, if you're old and have watched me for too long and Eggman would recognize you, say hi. There's a few of those. Still lower death to old. You're just old. Fair enough. But I mean, I don't know. Cyclone's lurking. Audio was here earlier, but he just went to dinner. Hobo's at work still, I think. Freskins is old. Imprisoned one would count as a pet. I mean, you'll get vampires. You'll for sure get vampires. You can also sort of make your own. If a dwarf gets really pissy and they break an item that is in a temple, the god can curse them. When one of the curses is a vampire. So. Also, Squug was around earlier. Squug's a name you'd recognize. Squug was Squiggly the Third before. I don't know if you know that, actually. But Squiggly the Third is now Squug. Alright, how do I want to do this? Although, another one of my favorite dumb Dwarf Fortress things is all animals are technically the same. They're just based on size. So the only actual... And this is something that's important to remember for adventure mode if you're just learning the game. Because the only difference between a cow and a lion is a cow is a large animal with teeth equipped, and a lion is a large animal with a mane, teeth, and swords on its hands. So, cow is just as scary. Just don't get bit by one. As long as you don't get bit by cow, you're okay. But if cow bite you, that problem. That big problem. That hurt. Because cow, big animal. Also, there is literally no such thing as a dumb question in DF. Literally no such thing. So... How's the Jack Nork Dwarf doing? Not dead! So pretty good. You're currently a wrestler. You were a little whiny about not being able to wrestle. Apparently there's miasma everywhere. I think someone dropped some cheese on the ground, and I'm not actually joking. I'm pretty sure someone dropped cheese on the ground. And it's rotten. But aside from some... nope, rotten unicorn... sheep cheese and unicorn kidney. All right, who did that? Come on. Come on, guys. Anyway, aside from that, pretty good. Your dwarf is generally in high spirits. Aside from being a little disgusted about being caught in stank. Aim for the teeth, defeat the cow, got it. I mean, aim for the knees, maybe. But cow with no teeth is significantly less dangerous than cow with teeth. Yeah, exactly. Who left their sheep cheese and unicorn kidney on the floor? Come on. Also, male dwarves are born with braided beards, and the first thing that you do with a newborn baby is you give it alcohol. Alcohol is necessary for life. Dwarves without alcohol is bad time. That's like not letting a human have, like, basic sustenance. Also, sometimes visitors will drown in dwarven taverns if you have a tavern keeper, because dwarves will serve alcohol to a person. They don't care if that person is passed out on the floor. So you have too much to drink, you pass out on the floor, and then the dwarves start pouring alcohol on your face. I once killed a human baron that was hanging out in my fortress, and started a war because they got sleepy and fell asleep, and my tavern keeper kept pouring alcohol on her head. Or baroness, I guess. And my tavern keeper kept pouring alcohol on her head, and eventually she drowned. What a way to go. Oh no, you don't wake up. Maybe you need some more booze. I had a world once where I just started a brand new fortress, and one of my old dwarves showed up as the outpost liaison, and that dwarf was really, really distressed and depressed in the previous fort. And they showed up as the outpost liaison, and they immediately tantrumed and tried to kill my expedition leader. Yeah, they were in the tavern. That's what you do when you're in the tavern. If you don't have alcohol, they need to give you alcohol. Who won the fight? Between who? Oh, between us or the outpost liaison? Oh, we fucking, like, just dogpiled him and killed him. You know, he did not make it out alive. And my expedition leader did not die. Walk past a herd of giraffe and they don't even blink and count. Horseshoe crab in the Asian gets bruised guts and a wagon explodes. Man, that must have been scary. Fucking horseshoe crab. I mean, there's a high demand for livers. That's so fucking funny. That is way too goddamn funny. I'm sorry for laughing because I would also be extremely frustrated if that happened. But that is very, very funny. Oh, man. I love this game. That's very old. Don't tell people to do that because it'll just kill your dwarves. Although the benefit of doing that now, Mr. Backett, is now you just get really well-trained doctors because they have to do constant surgery. Although you will have completely, like, handicapped military that will, you know, die immediately or won't be able to do much. You want that Steam version of DF so bad? Yeah, a lot of people do. As I've said before, hype's a dangerous thing, and I hope people like it, you know? And DF is actually a very easy game to overhype. Because, like, you need to realize this game's janky, you know? Like, this is a game that tries to crash 5 times when you're generating a world, right? Like, this game will just not respond for no reason at times. Or it has a reason, and it's because it's doing a lot of processing. But it can, like, as much as I love this game, it's not without its bumps, right? I mean, I would be stupid not to. Like, genuinely, Chillzone, I would be stupid not to. My goal is to have this fort done by the time it comes out. I don't know if I'll do that, but because it'll probably take me another year at the pace I'm going. DF is limitless possibilities, but as I've said this many times, Cupo describes this perfectly. If you play Dwarf Fortress a lot, you'll start to see echoes of previous stories. You will see things repeat. Well, why do you need to train dodge fast? Just put them in a squad and get them to train for 6 months in game and they'll be legendary anyway. But no, there is no way to gimmick that shit, Mr. Backett. Thank God. Shit was broken. Although, supposedly training dwarves in water, as long as it's not enough to immediately drown them, will train their swimming. So if you put them in 6 of 7 water-filled room and get them to train in that, you have to fill the room up with water after they're in there. They won't drown, and they will train, and it'll make them into legendary swimmers eventually. I've never actually pulled that off. I did have one dwarf become a legendary swimmer because I accidentally dumped him in a lake. And he just kind of lived there for a bit, drinking the water and eating fish and vermin. And eventually we got him out, and he survived, and he was a high master swimmer, but I never got him up to the legendary. That fort didn't live too much longer after that. No, I legitimately accidentally did it. Like, it was a work accident, okay? I didn't notice he was down there for almost a year. Dwarf Fortress, okay? I didn't even know he was there. Dwarves are kind of like lemmings sometimes. They just end up in places. I don't fucking know why. He was just there. He was in the fort, and then he was not in the fort. And then when he was not in the fort, you know, I eventually, I was looking at this screen, and it said, hunt small animal. Which basically is like, they're trying to find food, so they're just trying to catch rats and eat them. Which is what desperate dwarves will do when they're starving to death. A squad of legendary swimmers? No, they wouldn't be. Well, I mean, like, outside of adventure mode, swimming isn't really that helpful. It's one of those, like, oh, this is just really funny. It's like having a legendary dyer. Someone who's incredibly good at dyeing cloth. It's like, I mean, it makes cloth a little bit more valuable. It's really hard to train. It's kind of dumb, but it's very funny. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's like every cat is a legendary climber, you know? Also, one of the most advanced AIs in DF is cats because, well, one of the most advanced non-intelligent species AIs are cats because Tarn's a cat person. The legendary Gilder. Really, really, really good at chopping off bull's nuts. Everybody needs a hobby, you know? Somebody is just cutting bull's nuts off. It ain't much, but it's honest work, Stone. It ain't much, but it's honest work. They'll get into trouble constantly? It's a lot on behalf of the player. The dwarves are pretty stupid, but they're also extremely smart, interesting, and unique. Like, I had a dwarf who loved cats, right? And had a few pet cats. And at one point was running down a stairway, and its cat jumped over like a 40 Z-level drop, which is enough to kill a dwarf. And his cat jumped off over this drop and landed, like basically, the dwarf was running on a stair level here. The cat jumped onto a ledge that was over here. And the dwarf jumped over to the ledge to be with its cat, and then couldn't get back. Shit like that. Like, sometimes that'll just happen, but it was kind of my fault for letting that happen. Is it possible to make houses in trees? Sure, if you want to be an elf. Generally, with Dwarf Fortress, if a person would do it, a dwarf will probably do it. But yeah, you can absolutely make tree houses. Tarn has teased before the concept of, what if we could mine clouds and make flying fortresses? Just wanted to be a cat for a while. I mean, hey, you know, it's that dwarf's life. He can do what he wants. Oh yeah, also baby dwarves make great shields. Facts. A dwarf once killed a bronze colossus, which is one of the strongest creatures in the game, by throwing a puppy at it. And also there's that amazing fan art of the dwarf that killed a lion by throwing a lion at the lion. That is maybe my favorite, like, piece of dwarven lore, is the dwarf that killed a lion by throwing a lion at the lion. I mean, you can Google it, Massive Breaker. I can't remember. A lot of those old stories run together in my mind. It might have been boat murdered. Also, you can set books on fire, but they never actually burn. They just burn indefinitely. I mean, I had a dwarf once kill a forgotten beast by throwing a vermin at it. So it, like, literally, like, this forgotten beast was just there, like, breathing fire and doing crazy shit and running at my dwarves. And the dwarf that killed it picked up a dead rat on the ground. And I just went, boom, and threw it at it, and it took its eye out and crushed its brain. Which is incredible. How the fuck is a sock dangerous? This is Dwarf Fortress, don't question it. I mean, another thing about Dwarf Fortress is you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if they all lie down. Which is maybe one of my favorite dumb DF things. It's like, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as they all lie down. Miscellaneous object is a skill, and miscellaneous object is the skill of picking up miscellaneous objects and using them as weapons. I had a were creature show up in one of my forts once, and I was very worried until I realized that the were creature just ran in and punched the first dwarf it saw, stole the hat off of that dwarf, and then started whipping all the dwarves with the stolen hat, which is not even remotely threatening, but hilarious. Ah, crap. I used the wrong block. Let's just get rid of these boulders. You know, Dwarf Fortress is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. Crown, rock 2, bile, ass 3. But it can also be very, very slow. Like, these are all highlights of fortresses that were all very small details that were noticed, you know? Like, I've had some amazing little stories pop up in this fortress, but you really need to know how to look for them. Like, it's totally possible to play Dwarf Fortress and completely miss all of those little details. You really need to go like looking for it. Like, I could have just presumed that, oh, that dwarf just, or somebody just killed the Forgotten Beast and never paid attention to how it actually died. But I specifically went and looked at the combat logs and saw that little detail of, it was actually killed by a dwarf throwing a rat at it. Also, one of my children just grew up and is now a peasant. Congratulations, Cyrolac. You are now a peasant. And I will make you into a leather worker. Or definitely give you that job. To fit real life. Healthcare is what I wanted to give you. And we'll give you dyeing and butchery. Do I play adventure mode? Not really. Adventure mode is really difficult to stream, in my opinion. And also, every time I play it, I realize very quickly I don't actually want to play adventure mode, and I just want to play a different roguelike. And that's usually what I do. The main problem with adventure mode is it is slower than fortress mode. It's really interesting to play. It's really hard to explain why it's interesting. Or at least for me, anyway. So I do sometimes, but it's very rare. Pythania streams a lot of adventure mode when they're streaming adventure mode. Or when they're streaming Dwarf Fortress. Like fat melting before skin burns? I'm trying to think what you would consider a fun fact. You can milk anything as long as it has a tit. Except for dwarven milk, which comes from maggots. Chat, give me random DF facts that are funny. Hi, Pack. What's up? You can kill a goblin with water pressure. I mean, you can kill anything with water pressure, actually. Armor can absorb fall damage. So if you fall 1,000, 40 Z levels with only clothing on, you'll probably go splat. But if you have armor on, you won't go splat. Lead poisoning doesn't exist, so you can make goblins out of lead. Or goblets out of lead. Drawbridges are indestructible unless a dragon breathes fire on it. You can stop the forces of hell with a wooden door. Like, what are some other random DF fun facts? Can you make armor out of glass? No, you can't. No, you can't. You can make, like, serrated glass discs. They're just, like, giant glass records. Also, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes. When the fuck did that happen? Invading army? Sometimes. They don't always. Dwarves aren't racist. You are. Nothing is inherently evil in Dwarf Fortress. Their personality is based on the culture that they were raised in. So if a goblin grows up in a goblin civ ruled by a demon, they will be cruel naturally and evil. But even some of them, even if they are raised by demons, they may disagree with, they may decide that they disagree with legal murder and the general chaos that the goblins usually live in, and can defect and join other factions. Some dwarves are extremely racist, some are not. No, because minotaurs don't have culture. So there are two classes of species. There are species in Dwarf Fortress that have culture, and then there's ones that don't. Ones that don't, in Legends, will just run around and steal items from people and hoard them. The ones that do can form groups and build cities and make clothing and that sort of stuff. So because the minotaur doesn't have culture, it is not currently capable of that. At some point, Mega Beasts will have some form of culture, according to Tarn. He just hasn't done that yet. Bacteria are a culture. They don't have a culture. I think, actually. I'm not a scientist. Your favorite things about the world generation craziness of a dwarf that enters a fell mood will kill someone at their site. Rarely you can find instances of dwarves murdering a demon or an overlord or a bonecraft. I saw a screenshot of somebody who reclaimed a abandoned fortress that had dug too deeply and too greedily and exposed the forces of hell in world generation. So they reclaimed it, and when they got down to the area where they dug too deeply and too greedily, there was a floor built over top of the hole down to hell, and an engraving on the wall of demons killing dwarves next to the hole, which is incredible, by the way, because this game's awesome. I keep looking at my coffee mug and I'm out of coffee. I'm sad. You bet it is amazing? I bet it's fucking spaghetti. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's probably just spaghetti code. But spaghetti can be amazing. This I agree with, especially with some garlic and pesto. Especially with some garlic and pesto. Now you want to eat some garlic bread? I can agree with this. I also would like to eat some garlic bread. Garlic bread sounds really nice, actually. Well, I'm definitely eating pasta for dinner, though, because I ain't turning the fucking oven on. Also, Spear of Incineration is a really good god name. What are you doing? Praying to the Spear of Incineration! You fucking bet you are. Hell yeah. Feels pleasure near a very fine instrument. Is it possible to beat and eradicate? It is possible to indeed kill because every single animal in Dwarf Fortress isn't unlimited, right? So like when an animal spawns on your map, there is a limited number of population for every single animal, species, and type in each world. If you dig into your world's files, you can figure out like how many spiders are in your world, and it's always in the billions, or high millions at the very least. Like the last world I generated, or the last large world I generated where I looked, I had 85 million spiders in the world, which set it on fire. But also, it's kind of amazing that the game actually tracks that shit. So, you know, little things like that. But you could, in theory, do it. There is one person that I know of who has completely eradicated hell. Cupo's probably done it a few times. I say probably. I don't actually know if he's eradicated hell. He seems like the sort of person who probably would have done it. Really, Pack? Where are you at? Because it is hot plus 10 outside. As Rhinestone says, fucking spicy. Actually, it's less spicy now. It's only 31 degrees Celsius outside at almost 6 p.m. But tomorrow is supposed to be significantly cooler. Oh, you're in Newfoundland? I didn't actually know that. I think you were the first person I've ever met from Newfoundland on Twitch. That stated there in Newfoundland. .24 here at 8:51 p.m. That's too fucking hot, dude. Yeah, so also, funny thing, bamboo is really rare. Dwarf Fortress has pandas. Pandas need to eat bamboo. Bamboo spawns so rarely that usually the entire population of the entire world's population of pandas usually goes extinct by like year 5 because they run out of fucking like bamboo. Well, hello from Canada, chill zone. You're happy about the heat wave hitting everyone else. Dude, it was fucking 42 degrees Celsius yesterday. 42. 40 fucking 2 degrees Celsius. 40 fucking 2. 42! 42! Anyway. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This also goes for panda people. Panda people also need to eat bamboo. Okay, so ask question for everything life in the universe was how... I'm sorry, what? Why so the question for everything life and the universe was how hot is it not? Did you just have a stroke or are you okay? Can't wait to considering to ruin your keyboard trying to build a door. B, D to construct a door, but you need to build the door first. So B, and then W for workshop, and M to make a mason shop if you have boulders. If you don't, then you could hit C to make a carpenter shop. I hope that you are okay, Angel. Place called Lighton hit a new record. Everywhere hit new records. It's the hottest. Yesterday was the hottest day in my city in the last 150 years. Hottest day in my city in the last 150 years. The previous record was 40. We hit 42. Also, Matt, were you ever able to successfully cook that egg on the concrete? Or did it just, like, sit there forever and be sad? Unfortunately, no. God damn it. You know, I'll bet you probably could have done it on the dashboard of your truck. Ooh, DEFCON. Another dwarf. It's getting possessed, going into a strange mood. It's just going, aw, that's no fun. It's 3 a.m. A stroke is not outside of the realm of possibility. That I hope that you're okay. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 42 has been the ultimate question. I mean, yes, but I was more just worried about the fumbled wording. Glad to hear that you're okay. And hope you get some sleep at some point. Came back to them being baked all the way through. That's impressive. Canada uses the metric system, yes. But the thing is, just like many things, because we are so close to our loud, obnoxious neighbors, most Canadians use both systems simultaneously. Like, I flip back and forth between Imperial and metric because I just know both systems. So depending on who I'm talking to, I'll either use Imperial or metric. Although I'm not as good with Imperial as I am with metric, because metric makes logical sense, and Imperial is made by insane psychopaths, for insane psychopaths, and not even the fun kind of insane psychopaths. More like the religious Puritan nerd psychopaths. Yeah, exactly. Matt, exactly. Although I've never actually tried getting a hot water tank, but I guess, yeah, you would know about that. Working in any kind of plumbing would definitely make all that stuff weird. See, I just Google it. I mean, I think that we should measure all form of speed in knots, just because it sounds cooler, but I will use centimeter up to 10, then use foot, then use meter, then finish it off with kilometer instead of miles. I usually tell people my weight in pounds, but I know kilograms better, and I told a doctor over the phone my weight in kilograms, and she asked me if I could give it to her in pounds, and I suddenly like judged her qualifications as a doctor. She's like, "What's that in pounds?" I'm like, to be fair, it was technically just a nurse and a dietitian, but like still, I was like, "What? How do you not know?" Dwarves grabbed cougar leather, diorite blocks, peachwood logs, galena, nice blocks, raw green glass, cougar leather, sheep wool cloth, alpaca wool cloth, and llama wool cloth. All tape measures are imperial? But the other side of them is, but it has, tape measures of both. It has imperial and metric. What? Where did you buy a tape measure that only has imperial? Literally every tape measure I've ever owned has both. What? That's like buying a cereal box that only has English on it. They don't make those here anyway. You know, to this day, a brick of clay, I've never actually figured out what... Well, Matt's my cousin and lives like a 40-minute drive from me and is also in Canada. So... like, what? The building supply stores are generally all Imperial. That is whack. What the fuck? Was I'm pretty sure I just bought mine at Walmart. That is goofy. You have to seek out a metric tape measure? Wow. I just learned something. That is wild. DEFCON. The planter has created Ritanidash Vathishanabit, a frilly llama wool skirt. It's frilly. And she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Bastet II. That is adorable. Makes a skirt and dedicates it to her grandma. And it's frilly. Which dwarves can't normally do. Rest in peace, Grandma. It's worth 23,020 dwarf monies, which we call Zethal. And this is a long description, so we're going to be here for a bit. This is a frilly llama wool skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval galena cabochons and decorated with cougar leather. It is made from llama wool cloth, and the thread is red with red root dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep wool, nice, and it menaces with spikes of llama wool and cougar leather. On the item is an image of Bastet, the dwarf, in rope reed, like Bastet the First, okay, in rope reed amulet, and a rope reed amulet. And it relates to the masterful rope reed amulet created by the dwarf Bastet for the eternal adventure of time in Longdeath in the late winter of the year 48. On the item is an image of a slug in green glass. On the item is an image of a smooth pebble in peach wood. On the item is an image of Mistim, attic panels, the dwarf, and dwarves in diorite. Mistim attic panels is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Mistim attic panels to the position of outpost liaison of the ignited creation in year 1. Don't hit the bed. The bed did nothing wrong. But going to sleep is good. If you need help with DF, join my Discord or the KitFox Discord and just yell, and people will help. Time to put that frilly skirt on a pedestal. Oh, there's that other one that I couldn't find earlier. There we go. Frilly llama wool skirt. It's terrible humor. What are you talking about? Matt, are you streaming tonight? Asking for a friend. Tomorrow? Gotcha. How many artifacts am I up to? Lost count at about 50. I mean, some of these are books, but... a lot. I mean, in a world where we've written over 300 books in this fortress, we have a lot of stuff. Your miner keeps getting reassigned to things like hauling, so disable his job for hauling. Do you have auto labor on or something? Just literally go P, L, and then just go down to here and turn off hauling. Then he can't haul. Maybe he's looking for a career change and he's bored with all of the mining. Oh, damn. I just remembered a DF fun fact that I should have stated earlier when we were talking about DF fun facts. How do you get an elephant out of a tree? Tell it to stand on a leaf and wait till fall. How do you get an elephant in a tree? Startle it, and then it'll jump. DF facts. Every time I'm amazed that I play this game without therapist, I'm saddened that so many people play it with therapist. It's so easy without. You don't need it. You really, really, really don't. It just makes your game more crashy. What's that? It's an external tool. It's a Dwarf Therapist is an external tool that gives you a more RimWorld style job layout, basically. Which makes playing the game easier for some normies. I mean. But also makes the game more crashy. So not really a mod, it's like an extra window that you run in the background. And unfortunately, I don't really expect the Steam version to do away with that. I think people will still probably use it. Also, investments are open. But it's still switching? Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Ponder large sums! Let's make some animal traps so that my dwarves can catch their pets again. Ballista arrows, 2 crowns, 2 and 2. I didn't want to make those out of gold. Rock crown, 2. I think I hit 3 instead of 2, but whoops. That's fine. Nope, I definitely wanted to type in 100. Cool. Looks like we got tons of wood. So we'll be able to power through that. This has been one of my longer DF sessions recently. We're almost at 3 years on the day. 9 hours. Did like an hour, 20 minutes of records at the start of the stream. The rest has just been DF. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Also, just thank you everybody for hanging out. We got a pretty big crowd here today. Cheers, guys. Almost a triple-digit DF stream. I mean, I technically at one point had 5,000 people watching me when I was playing DF because I was on front page when I played DF once. So. And I've had more than 100 people watching plenty of times playing DF. Plenty of times. I'm doing all right. Glad to have you around, Clay. I mean, I almost killed your dwarf today. You kind of fell like 40 Z levels, but you didn't die, so. Not 40, like 20 something. But you didn't die, so that's good. You did break your toe, though. So, sorry about that. But your dwarf ain't dead, so that's good. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people stop watching a lot of streams during the summer. Heat does this weird thing to people, which it makes them want to go outside. And then they don't watch streams as much when they're outside. Which, you know, makes sense. It's a pretty legitimate theory. Audio, good win. Good goddamn win. Heat makes me wish that time would speed up so that we could just have fall now. Also, Matt, after I pieced out of your stream yesterday, I went for a walk. I went for a walk for exposure therapy. I gotta, you know, get outside a bit and get used to this heat because it's gonna be normal. Yeah. Also, speaking of things that are crazy, Matt is my cousin. Go give him a follow. Watch him play Factorio. When he streams. Help him get partnered so that we can have 2 Twitch partners in the family. And then we can make fun of our younger cousins who desperately want our stream Fortnite. Spent all weekend at the beach. Oh, that sounds lovely. I mean, I went to the beach, technically. I went to a beach and swam in a lake on Saturday because I went on a hike with my dad. Also, tomorrow on the YouTube channel, for those of you who are interested, I'm putting out a 30-minute video of just footage from that hike. So if you want to watch me and my dad go get lost in a forest, which we did for a solid hour, it was fun. Sounds like life goal, making fun of the younger cousins. I mean, for whatever it's worth, it's partially Matt's fault that I'm so into video games. I mean, I liked computer games, but Matt was, like, the kid who had all the consoles growing up. So, like, when we were little, it's like, I would look forward to going over to Matt's house just so that I could, like, watch him play Super Mario 64 and shit like that. It's kind of true. Like, here I am. But yeah, no, the younger cousins are every time I see them are always like, so how many viewers do you have? And then I'm honest. I'm like, you know, like 60 on a bad day. I'm like, man, you're so small. How do you make? Well, there's no way in hell you actually make a living doing that. It's like, you're fucking 14. You don't know what you're talking about. You should stream Fortnite. Then you get more viewers. And I told him, how about you try that and see how that works for you? Although I have a feeling one of my younger cousins would probably just get banned from Twitch for flaming people. just a feeling. Just a feeling. Doesn't exactly have much tact in that noggin of his. Just a feeling. He's in that bratty age category. We were all there once. He'll get over it. Did I pick up anything during the Steam sale? I gifted Evil Trick Creeper World 4. So that's the one thing I've done during this Steam sale. That's it. I bought a few super cheap games. But yeah, I bought Evil Trick Creeper World so that we can play Creeper World together because they added co-op to that. Yeah, that's it. Not much. I mean, I might buy some roguelikes. I mean, it's still going on for a little bit. How much longer do we have in the Steam sale? Until the 8th of July. Yeah, we got lots of time. I mean, I'm probably going to buy I Am Dead, this game, which is a puzzle game about being a ghost and figuring out how other ghosts died. Just because I really would like to play this game. There's a few roguelikes I'd like to buy that are super cheap. Yeah, for like the 50,000th time. Which monster? Just got your butt kicked in Ticket to Ride Europe, 15th Anniversary Edition. Ticket to Ride is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. I will never play against other people, but you bought Civ 3? Really? How much is Civ 3? Civ 3 complete is $1.37. Good lord. Now, that's a fucking bargain. $1.37 Canadian. Yeah, I gifted Evil Trick Creeper World so that we can play together. But I already own it, so. Jupiter Hell is on sale. I always recommend people buy that game because that game's great. I mean, Civ 3 is an amazing game without any mods. Probably better with mods. I feel like I should buy Civ 3 now, but also I feel like I would literally never play it. And I know in my heart I'd literally never play it. So, yeah. I will probably never play it. I will probably pick this up, though, because I've heard really good things about this game. Reviews be damned. Hieroglyphica, this is something I will probably buy. It's a little puzzle roguelike. Just because I'd like to try it. I've never actually played it, so. And I've heard good things. How much is Caves of Cud, actually? I haven't looked. Okay, Caves of Cud's 10% off. Small discount. Of Civ 3? Or for something else? Work of Clay? Oh, for Hieroglyphica. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those games where it's like, I can't tell if it has bad reviews because the game isn't good or because people just don't know how to play those types of games. So I would like to try it. What'd they do now? Or why are they getting harassed now? Wave depletion. Or what did they do to like cause that to happen again? Did a big YouTuber review their game again, or are people just stupid? Because almost always when the Caves of Cud developers are getting harassed, it's always because of people being homophobic or transphobic. It's like one of the two things. It's like people being bigots and blaming them for making their game positive, I guess. It's like, how dare you have trans representation in your video game? How fucking dare you? How dare you say that Nazis are bad? It's just always like, what? Hold on a second. What? Man. Although, I don't want to say that, like, they encourage it, but they shout back, which is a really good way to just make people yell at you louder. It's like if someone's trying to harass you, the best way to get away from that harassment, as somebody who's been harassed by people on the internet before, is pretend they don't exist. I don't know who that is, but that doesn't sound fun. Cost of success, I guess. All of this because of a fucking YouTuber. Man. Don't feed the trolls? It's true to a point. I don't even know if I want to know. No. Well, that's just fucked, though. I do have a ton of respect for those guys, though. Fucking fantastic game. Absolutely fucking fantastic game. And people are fucking pathetic. It's not really funny that you say that, Windatar, because I've had people, like, send me death threats before for dumb shit. So, you know. Although usually I don't get death threats. Usually I just have people tell me to kill myself. Which, you know, touche. It's because they're too lazy to do it themselves. It's hard to tell what's meant to be funny or not, but, yeah. Spring has arrived. The fortress is 255 years old. The question is, will anybody die of old age? And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. I don't know. People upset me. As in, I'm here, sure. On a DNSL level. I have a Twitter account and I use it sometimes because I need it for work. Like, Twitter is how I set up the interviews with Tarn Adams, for example. So I kind of do need to have a Twitter. I don't like it, and I try to avoid using it whenever possible. But... oh, well. Cool. 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 Which social network, if I can ask? I will say this. I have endless amounts of respect for Brian's ballsiness on the internet. If I had nuts as big as he did, I would say shit like that too. But I avoid that stuff. Fun. That's also a terrible name. That's a terrible name. They should have called it the social counter, and they could like have like a kitchen kind of aesthetic to it. It's a counter. It's the kitchen. Terrible branding. Fucking stupid. Don't fucking harass people for criticizing your shit. It's free speech until you're the one getting mocked. Fucking pathetic. Abso-fucking-lutely pathetic. You saw that as Counter-Strike. See, even better. Even better. Terrible fucking branding. Might be a hacker, but definitely not a marketing major. That is really funny. Oh, now you're missing Counter-Strike 1.6? I miss Counter-Strike 1.6 every time I think about Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, before it had hats and gambling mechanics. And it was just... half of the servers were just filled with some asshole playing bad remixes of the game really loudly. And you're just like bunny hop in circles with respawns turned on. So much fun. Every time I open a door in a Source Engine video game, no, man, Office. Office all the fucking way. Office. Fucking Office was my shit, man. Just opping in Office was the best shit. But I don't know. People are poison. That's all I really have to say about that. But I achieved my goal, chat. I wanted to get to year 260 today. It ended up taking a little longer than I planned. And I would like to record a podcast tonight. So I think I'm going to call it here. We made a good amount of progress today, though. I mean, Brian will do what he does. He will tear him a new one. And if he gets doxxed, he gets doxxed. And at the end of the day, that's not the biggest deal. Like, it sucks getting doxxed. I've been doxxed. But you can handle it. So I think I'm going to save the game here. And I'm just kind of taking a peek at who I can send you guys over to. But before you run off, if you would like to support me directly, I have a Patreon. $1 a month goes a long way and lets you vote on the monthly game picks. I don't know what I'm going to do for that this month, just because I have a massive backlog of stuff I need to do, and I didn't actually play enough Odd Realm last month, so I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'll have to think about that. I might actually like not do a poll this month and just do one next month. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. And if you want to get caught up on VODs and such, there's more stuff on my YouTube channel that you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. And tomorrow there will be a video of me hiking going up. So if you want to watch a 30-minute video of me hiking with my dad, that'll go up tomorrow. Thanks for watching today. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for everybody who's here? And I think I'm going to send you guys over to another Dwarf Fortress stream, who's also got the visual ASMR tag. We're going to send you guys over to LaFonda. She's a community member who you probably see around quite frequently. She is playing Dwarfs right there, as you can see. So we're going to send you guys over to LaFonda. That is the wrong button. Thanks a ton, everybody, for hanging out today. Thanks for spending time in the channel. Thanks for watching the stream and being rad. Seriously. I will see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, normal time. We'll be doing more of this, except I'll try and do 2 games tomorrow. And, yeah, thanks for spending time here. Thanks for watching the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Say something nice to somebody and call your mom. She probably wants to talk to you. Bye, guys.